we've been on the winning side.
In the beginning of the draft, how he expects it to be a contested hero, and how we brought it up theoretically as a response to the Magnus, right? So if this line is on his game and this Magnus blinks in, if he's in range, he should be able to stop this hero back with the Hex.
Yeah, if he has vision of the mag before he blinks, you can cue the Hex outside of range of the mag, and the second the mag blinks in, it will Hex him before the Horn Toss goes off.
And typically, I think now that Magnus has become such a threat in this TI meta, these heroes that can inherently provide vision for the team, like Monkey King and Beastmaster, should go up in value, because the way that you play in something like Magnus now would be to just take the fight on your vision so that no one gets caught off guard in your team.
I was going to say this Doom pick's pretty sick because a lot of the carries that are good against Tiny are the ones like Faceless Void that like to take long, sustained fights, can somehow satanic or wear off your initial burst. And the long fight, being the counter to Tiny, is the exact way for Doom when he flourishes, right?
It's also Old 11's Doom, often called, Old 11 often called the core of this team. And Old 11 also one of the most farming offlaners. You get a hero with inherent gold acquisition. It's also, what else would you ask? I mean, we have seen very little Old 11 Doom because it usually actually gets banned.
Yeah, he will be number one net worth 15 minutes.
Yeah, he will be. He's the true carry right now.
And we've seen that in Grapes.
Old 11 Doom because
when teams play against Vici, they actually target ban most of Old 11's heroes. So the way that Vici approached drafting was that they just tried to first phase his heroes, but they actually changed that up during main stage. And maybe it's just like Old 11's confident. Target ban my heroes. I can play whatever you need me to play. So that's pretty cool to see. But another thing that I wanted to point out about Doom is just that if you look at the 3 heroes on IG right now, none of them really like to build Force Staff. I guess a utility Magnus can, but that's not the build you go for these days. So typically when a core on your team gets doomed, you want your supports to kite him away. So he just needs to be pushed back away, right? And Phoenix, not a Force Staff fire. So that's something cool that they have going for them.
Yep. We're going to see now the Wraith King. A couple of teams have decided on the Wraith King as a pretty valuable Doom counter. We've seen some success with it for, I think, with LGD that run in the group stages a couple of times against Doom. What do you think of this hero right now, BSJ?
Most notably, I look at his skeletons as his way of farming, so I look at it also as his way to like win the lane and take control of possibly pressuring the map in regards to the tower, the T1 that's in his lane, and they don't have any way to deal with that in the off-lane duel. You have the Lion plus the Doom. So I think his start will be really good on top of the fact that he is conceptually good against Doombringer as the game goes on. I think this is the only hero in the pool that would have taken long fights and still doesn't mind getting doomed. Yep. So I like the pick a lot now that I'm thinking it out loud.
But the concern for this is, well, yes, Wraith King is a Doom counter. Now Ember Spirit's just going to be the Doom magnet, right? So you're kind of worried about that because you don't really want to Doom this Wraith King. And if you look at Vici's draft, outside of the Doom, Lena and Tiny are always going to be ready to fight, right? They're low cooldown heroes, so it might not be the best game in theory for the Wraith King, but it definitely has merits here for all the reasons that Brian mentioned.
Yeah, Ember can never go in first, and I think they realized that the second they saw the Lion Doom. He can't possibly react to Hex into Doom, so now they needed a hero that does go in first, and the Wraith King, the entire momentum of IG will be lost if he dies once or twice in the mid game with his ultimate on cooldown. As Mira said, they will be able to punish that with their low cooldown lineup. So we saw yesterday 23 Savage overextend a little bit on the Wraith King against Vici, and so we have to be careful of that happening again.
One of my questions, though, to Mira as well, is yesterday you spoke about why you were not the biggest fan of the Magnus Wraith King. Could you explain that again to the audience?
Yeah, so just, it's not that it's bad in any way, it's just that typically when you want a core hero to take advantage of Empower, it's something with inherently high attack speed, so typically an Agi hero, or something with some kind of mechanism to make them go from camp to camp faster, right? So it's like a Faceless Void or an Anti-Mage or a PA, but Wraith King does benefit greatly from the Empower. It's just that when I think about the kind of carries you want hitting someone in RP, Wraith King doesn't come to mind as the best one, but it's still pretty good, you know? It's just those two heroes together, it's fine.
There are better options.
Yeah, there are better options, but in this game, they do need a hero that goes in first, and you want your carry to be the one doing that in this patch, so he actually was just the best pick here, I would say.
You were raving about this hero behind the scenes.
I love this hero. Well, I'm the host, but I'm going to answer this because Brewmaster is the hero that just gets rid of one person in the fight, right? So he's great against heroes like Tide. He's great against heroes like Wraithing, for example. Heroes that you can't kill immediately or that have 2 lives for whatever reason. He's fantastic at eliminating them. And We have seen, I actually think this might be a PYW Brewmaster. We have seen it a couple of times, but it's a very interesting pickup here as a 5.
You have the AoE Dispel for the Ember Shield as well as the Empower. Both those can be removed by the Brewmaster's ult. And this Clockwork, he's going to have a large weight on his shoulders because none of these melee bruisers, the cores on the side of Vici, can deal with the clogs.
Like, just about this brew really quick, this has been a very popular support pick in China, and they just played it on the Vessel, right? And then it kind of fell out of favor because people figured out you just dispel it. But they don't really have any dispels for this build here. And outside of the 8-second Cyclone, which is absurd in winning fights, it seems like a really creative hero, and I can see it fitting this draft very well.
Originally North American, by the way. It was 4 Zoomers who first innovated this 5
Let's go.
as well. Yeah, a little
Red
bit of...
Panda.
Here in spirit, baby.
Red Panda.
Yeah, Red Panda was doing it a little bit after.
Shout out to Red Panda, RNG. We never forgot you, man.
Well, as the draft ends, I just like to hear the game plan, BSJ. I don't get a last word, so what are we looking out for here?
I'd say the game plan for IG is to have map momentum coming out of the lanes. It will be led by the Wraith King, with it being like the lanes being pushed with the connection of the Clockwork as well as the Ember. They're probably going to leave the Phoenix to kind of do his own thing on the map, while on the other hand, Vici will be looking to shut down this momentum.
Prepare for battle.
That's what I just heard. So it's been very popular on the main stage the past couple days, but I love the confidence coming out there from Super. Just saying, too greedy, right? You guys see this all the time in your games. Ladies and gents at home, you played some Dota. You felt this pain before. Why is everyone picking stuff that needs so much gold on my team?
30 seconds to battle.
He's prepared to make the sacrifices here on this Brewmaster.
True enough. And it's interesting too, right? We were looking at the drafts, and the last 4 bans all felt like they were targeted at these like save type heroes, and then also dispels, which is what they're going to be getting out of that Brewmaster, hopefully. But there are a lot of other heroes in this draft. What do you think about the rest of them? The Wraith King, obviously great against the Doom, but also kind of a hero that's been like, never so great. Speaking of which, oh my God, already right off the bat, in some trouble. Flyforce trying to get out of there, but won't happen. On first blood.
Well said. I mean, clearly a hero that's having some problems here in the main event for sure. And well, of course, you know, you can hear some dancing there. That's PYW on the line. The hero that was definitely talking about locking into this one. Oh yeah, let it go there, PYW. Who's gonna get it? Right, the question. So what I think is interesting is like Kaka, of course, renowned for his line. He's gonna be playing that Clockwork, which is a hero that I would probably mostly from DJ, probably one of the most standout performances so far in the tournament with that early in the main event. And so you would think that Kaka has an extreme idea of how he can deal with this line in the game, right? And I see Vision from the Clockwork trying to spot this line before the fights, and as well pick on that line, you really ruin his game.
Right, it's going to definitely that Vision, make sure that he dives away from the fights whenever things go on that way. And, you know, of course, PYW, well known for his solid support plays. We'll see how that one goes. Is well, going to try and make this move over to connect the waves, and does manage to get it. So no pull off there by Kaka.
He's still able to elite play over here and do a little trouble, right? Versus Clockwork, and hope to get that movement speed sooner rather than later on the Brewmaster. But he has Dragon Brawler, so that's his tool right now to deal with this.
It is still a lot of pressure. Super annoying to just get Matter Assaulted and ran down a little bit there. And Poyo gonna move in and get himself a little bit of extra farm. Back to it up and actually brings down Ollie down bottom. You're not quick and easy on the rundown kill.
Wow, they've really been putting on the pressure there. The stuns too, just like slowly burning him. He's down on that Phoenix, and I mean, it's not the first blood kill, but still painful. Of course, you do get to play Courier whenever you die early, so it'll be coming back with the chainmail, and so that same harass can be much weaker versus Flyline for the early armor there.
good to watch. You know, it's interesting. We haven't really talked about it all that much yet, but this mid lane matchup, we're going to see Emo versus Ori. Going into this tournament, I would have said Emo 100%, but like the last couple of days, Ori really stepped up his game. I've been super impressed with his play.
Yeah, there's no doubt he was the big question mark, not so much Emo. In this lineup right now, trying to figure out, like, okay, where's Ori been? Like, they're winning some games and stuff, but if like he was sort of struggling and coming to the mid lane, you really need the clutch factor coming to your mid lane, and he has stepped it up. I feel like he's the point now where I feel like I need more out of his teammates too. Like, he's done his part. I really feel like his gameplay's improved so much that if the allies that he does do that similar, he can go very far.
Well, and so far this bottom doing a lot. Old 11, PYW already putting some of that pressure on the fly on this. You can see they're not letting him down. Even with that chainmail, they're keeping the right clicks in it.
Has been
killing off the courier.
Very nice stuff here. Top lane though.
Going a little bit now, trying to take down Kaka, get a couple more of his punches in, but the battery's all turnaround. Not able to catch him in the cogs. Tree in there, got some separation.
Man, so much action all over this map here. And yeah, of course, the mid lane, we haven't really discussed this that much in terms of the matchup, but Lina ran out for like, doesn't really lose many lanes, of course. And so, Ori, you're expecting to start step up here pretty soon. He's level 4. And probably going to see Emo just play a little bit less. Actually in the lane itself.
Right.
I doubt we're going to see any rotations for the kills. If there is, though, Kaka, you know, maybe he finds that lucky angle. He comes in with a cog, pushes Thor back into the river. But they have a word to help protect against that. That will be expected pretty soon from
the root comes out then from Emo and trading hits again. Make sure he gets that. I mean, Emo's going in on this snap with a lot of HP. The Fair's fire comes out. Needs to break the flame guard. Is it going to be enough living
Dire's
on
middle
nothing?
tower is under attack.
10 HP right there.
Well, PYW.
Moves over to the side. They get a couple right clicks. This could be pretty good, but Phoenix moves into position, and that's going to stop the pressure. Still, good aggro from Emo.
Yeah, Phoenix are strong, but they're not that strong, unfortunately, to help out people up there. But rotating in, and fortunately, though, we also had the rotation coming from Kaka. He guarded that Wanderer up top, so Emo's going to be very happy with the current situation, forcing the full walk back there from Ori will TP back in. And no, you saw earlier in that top lane though, where DY is actually some harass. It's not one of these combos that you would expect the Brewmaster, right? You don't have the Cinder Brew into like a cheap spell that's really easy to toss out. You don't have this big mana pool. Like, we see like Venge, so you can do Wave of Terror and everything.
Yeah. This is still going to be a good kill if they can get it. Can they finish him off? Oh, the slowdown comes from the Shockwave. And then the salve up afterwards, able to get out like Kaka.
So holding through that, so right back to farming while dishing out some damage, but nice salve there from Kaka. Gonna get in there to make sure he has the block off there too. So, no step for you, Vici.
Yeah, given for free, that's for sure. As down bottom, see the pressure is going to be mounted yet again. They got this side pull off by Vici and now going to connect the wave to it. And it's really hard for Fly to walk in there. Every single time they keep on getting that pull off, it's just a couple of creeps and ends up losing. Right now, level 4 on the Raid King. And TP back home. Should be able to come back out with the round afterwards. As UIW has to back away. Ali doing some good damage. Trying to secure 6-minute room, but with Emo coming over, as they move on in, LSA won't keep PYW alive. Emo ready to keep that pressure on and up. Does it also find a kill onto JT?
Oh, that one was a long time too. Poyo really putting the pressure on JT as much as he could and sort of just waiting for that moment where when you throw such harass at a point, the mag is just going to like keep playing in the lane, right? And just be like, yeah, you keep lowering me, but you're never going to do actual kill. So all this conditioning there from Poyo, they actually bring over the health for the secure. So very well done there. Also gets a D ward inside his own angle there. It looks like Kaka is down. So solid start here. Well, I say that, you know, now he's being canked by Emo, so yeah, maybe not so solid.
I mean, it's hard to take him down. He's got a lot of HP on this Brewmaster, one of the reasons people like him. And in fact, with the rotation over from the Lion, they're able to get DY out. So, not bad. Yeah,
the lack of boot there on Kaka as well, right? Couldn't keep up with the battery assault, and despite being just a win late, it's already 330 for the Panda.
Currently the lowest net worth on him, but getting some levels. There's Poyo already up to level 6, has those treads done. to get into that Echo Saber, and also we're seeing JT get into the Dominator that's become so popular. This hero just feels so insane every time we watch it.
I love the players that really utilize that Helm of the Dominator to the full extent too, and with this idea of I do want to play massive down bottom.
Not a 11, looking for the rundown. Have enough for the kill though? I think so. 1100 HP in a soul ring. This guy's strong. Yeah,
Phase Boots too, working towards that Midas, and as the panel mentioned, 11 just already there.
Yeah.
Up by a significant margin compared to his own teammate on the Tiny.
That is not easy to slow Doom down, particularly when he gets a good start like he saw there, right into the first blood. UIW looking for the stun to open this one up on a Kaka, but there isn't a clean opening, so we'll just hang out there as Emo coming very low in the jungle is going to TP back home to regen. Yeah, those early rotations, and it looks like now Vici feeling comfortable just sinking back in their lanes and not really catch.
Radiant's middle tower
things
is under attack.
They're getting the heroes.
They've read the forecast, you know. They know the storm is coming from IG. That's certainly the plan, right? But there's a few things they want to check off first. They want to get Kaka, the level 6. They want to get that Helm fully finished up there on JD and probably smoke with the creep, go over some kills, and then start threatening some towers. Fly wants to be activated early in this game too, going for that armlet build. So expect the pressure to come here soon. As PYW smoking in here, probably just a warding mission, as you want to try and scout out where they want to set up this smoke, right? And so wards deep enemy territory early on, even if you don't want to get aggressive, they're so good at spotting. Of course, we always talk about early rotations, but just kind of want to like back up, group up, and smoke. And they're actually going to for the smoke right to the mid lane. But Kaka goes left when he hoped he would go right.
Wow.
Oh, I do this.
Walks in, gets the respect to follow up. No, there's TP's coming in. Now they have to be careful on Vici, and in fact, PYW might just end up here.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Move into position and can't get that denied by the neutral camp.
Money's burning.
Not what they were looking for there on side of Vici. They finally get some aggression going, gets turned around on them. So excellent stuff.
Pretty deep, able to trade over aggro to the creeps, but still caught. He's caught at 11. He's gonna fall. Most net worth in the game gets dropped by Kaka.
Fly there too. He did holding the point for so long, but he'd actually spent it. He did not have one left for the ulti.
Oh. I mean, yeah, that would have been a huge kill if he could have made it. I mean, at the same time, all these cores from he's still incredibly farmed. So giving up kills like that, it's gotta hurt. 3-3,
Dire
10 minutes in. And Emo looking for a rune, wants to get active here with this one if he can make it happen, but DY
Radiant's
can
middle
cover the
tower
angle.
is
It's an
under attack.
arcane, and looks like they're able to get it onto Ori. Deny coming out from that Helm of the Dominator.
Yeah, Satyr tried its best there, but not going to find. But there it is, the lovely Tome coming out here. So this is where your Brewmasters have the level 6, can utilize that Primal Spit. And it can be tough. It's a 2-minute cooldown, so you really don't want to waste it on a bad fight. It's like that's sort of your entire toolkit when you play the 5 Brewmaster.
Radiant's bottom tower
That's
is
pretty
under
much
attack.
everything that he's going to be picked for in this game. Granted, there's been some times where he's like survived a gank that others might not have, but it needs to be more than a glorified at this point in the game.
Yeah, I think there's some serious issues in this game too. So benefits, he has the AoE spell. That's pretty smooth versus like the Ember versus Power. Definitely helpful tool. The Tornado,
for my
just like
fire.
the Phoenix or the Bag. One of these big playmakers, even just like Clockwork, just remove someone from the engagement, right? Let you focus on other heroes. But I see like Slide and Power later on. When you support Brew, you're not getting a lot of levels, which means your Brew
Dire's middle tower is
they're
under
not getting
attack.
very tanky.
No, he's
Slide and Power, they can just die.
Radiant's top
get in
tower
towards
is
some of
under
those
attack.
levels later on. But right now, at the very least, GT is having a wonderful time trying to catch up a little bit on Smack, playing with the Helm of the Dominator creep. No real pressure being expended on him, so it feels like he's kind of got a free path towards that Blink Dagger. As Old 11 and Deep Fly down bottom don't really want to go, but there's multiple heroes from IG that are showing up here as well. And the smoke up the spotlight.
This is really tough to deal with because it is a rare game, right? You don't want to use Doom. You don't want to use Brew Split since he has the ulti on the Reincarnation, right? You always have to be considering that. And I don't want to trade either of those spells for Reincarnation. So even just being in this part of the map feels really bad, I would say, for DY. But he also has to be there defensively, too. So he doesn't want his big pinata of a Doom to go down and give away some of that big gold bounty that you're able to gain on the hero.
They just put this D ward here up on the high ground. IG put a ward over there, and it was taken away by VG. And then they also it's on the sentry. So IG a little bit. He's gonna maybe like that. Get it, but interrupting too much. Eventually finds it. Supernova. Now let's say after VG brings it. Turnaround VG Gaming takedown 3.
Alright, that was nice. That's like the dream fight for a Brewmaster player,
Radiant's
right?
middle tower is under
So
attack.
much damage, so much attention for the team, and you still get all the
Dire's Radiant's middle tower is
skewer.
falling.
Ooh. Why? Showing some chops here on the 5 Brew.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Maybe not looking greedy
Radiant's
anymore.
middle
It's looking
tower
pretty
is
good
under
here.
attack.
Greed is good.
That's true. I think that's a voice line. 4K
Dire's
both
top
right now
tower
on
is under
VG.
attack.
Look at easy as pie, and gee, they're just gonna need to make some moves eventually. It's just the hero is a little bit static at the moment, and VG ready to go. Full 11 moves into position. What's on do? And let's say as they rotate it forward, figure of death done. The take on 2 and now looking for more. You can shoot. Now the wall back in from Flyby with this armlet. Hoping to kill him. Tries to get second. The turn down. Flyby goes down. They brought in the
Dire's top
The
tower
instant
has
hit
fallen.
back for IG in the top lane. A little bit bold to start out, but they drag that fight out. Those longer engagement for trying to make a play with the Wraith King, and then Emo coming through on that Ember. Excellent stuff there, and the final stamp there
Dire's
from
top
JT.
tower is under attack.
Man.
Easy tower
Dire are
into the
scanning.
enemy jungle, and much needed with how this game was getting there, right? Like 11, of
Dire's
course, that was
middle
even
tower
his
is
blink
under
reveal.
attack.
To look like that,
Radiant's
not a great
bottom
sign.
tower is under
It's just,
attack.
I mean, it's one of those moments where on stage you feel looking like things are going to go great. They got also the full assassin in there, taking away the read from the Doom, and then in the end, coming up on IG, and now back behind enemy lines. Finding
Radiant's
PYW.
bottom tower is falling.
Unreal.
Give that back.
If you come back,
My Lions.
I'll kill you again.
Kaka definitely knows how to make lines suffer.
Yeah. That will be the game. Now, the blink obviously didn't actually use the Doom, so there could be taking here for IG moving forward, but they say, like, go ahead. Like, eventually we need to force out these big ultis. We don't have therapy right
Radiant's
now.
bottom tower
You guys want
is
to, like,
under
come and try and
attack.
defend? Let's see what you
Dire's
got.
top tower is
And
under
they're not
attack.
going to do it.
Mount burn.
For the moment, at least, VG a little bit hesitant about that move potential, and this tier 2 tower being pressured, no response yet, but as they move out with DY and Poyo, it's going to be the back out.
The flare is so good versus both the Lion and the Brewmaster, particularly this Brewmaster, who probably not going to get a blink. If he does, it is a very long ways away. So if you can just spot him like in the tree line like that, his only initiation is preemptive ulting. You know, and it's just so easy to back away in those situations.
Man, this Fly build is pretty cool too. Going after the armlet into Deso. Now the only problem is this actually is a little bit scary if he gets doomed with that armlet on. It's going to start losing a ton of HP super quick.
Just keep swinging. That's all.
That's all you can do.
It'll be fine.
Well,
I think the best thing to me is that they just get objectives, right? Like whenever you have an Ember on your team, you know, that's a mid that doesn't really help in that situation. Meg got some hits too, sure, but with a Deso on a Wraith King, I mean, you're getting Roche, you're getting towers, and that's what they're trying to do right now. They want to punish and find as many objectives as they can at these times when VG just don't want to engage.
well, that does feel to be right now. Shadowblade coming out on Poyo. And for IG, the map is looking very clear. Obviously, that like movement in towards the top tier is good with a lot of vision that they have around that area.
Yeah. But
you also sort of have a window here before PYW gets Blink Dagger, where you can maybe make some more stuff happen.
I mean, VG have a very clear game plan. Like they put some wards like near their entrances to their jungle. They're just camping on these high grounds. They're hanging out near these wards. They're watching for smoke pops. They know that IG are coming.
Yeah.
Dire's middle tower
And now
has
Ollie
been
gets a
denied.
D ward there too. Very nicely done.
Yeah, this is a scary time now. They get that deny in the tower. That gives Lion enough gold for the Blink Dagger. He's flying it out right now on PYW. And you're also getting closer to these BKBs.
Yeah, but that Roche, I mean, it's too fast in the death, so it's just gone. Oh, DY, really?
He's going in. There's a lot of heroes here. Supernova down.
Did you see that? That was a Brewling.
Yeah, he did not let us off. Just instantly. This split is not going to be able to stop this. So Aegis on the grounds.
Oh no.
Hello?
Team?
What? This is an important match.
Radiant's
There's an
middle
Aegis
tower
on the
is under
ground. It's
attack.
just sitting in there. Nobody got it.
All right, now the cheese. I can
Oh
understand.
my God, IG! Somebody
Wait,
go
no,
pick
no.
up the Aegis.
Kaka's gone.
He's walking back in, I think.
Radiant
They
They
don't know.
they actually don't
They
know.
don't know.
I mean, who is it?
Oh my God, they don't know. The Aegis is still on the ground.
Oh, no.
He didn't get the Aegis. What? Are you kidding me? Oh no! Just like that, it happened.
Says Ori.
Oh my God!
人生有梦，各
Never
自
in
精彩。
my life, Trent.
Listen, it's fine. It's fine. They have Great King. He has an Aegis. It's fine. It's one of the abilities. He has reincarnation. You know what? This is just a move saying we don't need it. You know. So what if I swagger? Says Great King.
Dire's structures
Yeah, it's fine.
are fortified.
They're gonna win. They don't need it.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They're giving them a chance.
Oh, yo, gonna get sucked down. IG. Alexei comes down. Hey, finds it. Possibly bringing it down low, not quite dead. They brought down Polio, but everybody from IG is still surviving. Well, afterwards, they managed to find the stun. Good amount of damage there on Akaki. He falls. Did IG stick around a bit too long? They lost the Aegis, and now the where's the follow-up damage? They don't have it. JT, nowhere left to go.
You know what?
Oh,
That was a lot better with an Aegis.
you're not wrong, Trent. You are not wrong. As old 11 tries to run down, it's
is under
going to be
attack.
the chase on the Phoenix. Ollie caught, gets the dive away. How do you mentally recover from that?
Game 2. That's,
man.
That's a very tough one to reset. That's going to take a lot of discussions in the booth and just, it's fine, it's in the past, it's done. You know, right on the note, take Aegis next time. That's pretty much all you can do. That really hurts. It hurts in every Dota game to have your Aegis snatched or accidentally deny it. But in this one in particular, when you're trying to play at such a fast tempo and really trying to get as much as you can out of the first 30 minutes of the game, that one's really painful to watch.
Well, we're going to have to move on as well as this game is continuing to be played out, and it's a 3,000 gold lead now for VP. DY going to be wrapped around on by Kaka. There's the hook shot in.
Radiant's
Split
bottom
out.
tower
The
is under
turnaround.
attack.
Emo shows up as well. Needs to get out with at least one of these Panda. Invis one away. And with that, DY dodges the gank.
Interesting tactic. I mean, utilizing the split for essentially a free lane push, right? Like,
Yeah.
it's pretty difficult to get all the pandas or to just like chase down the Earth Panda if that's your strategy. Maybe getting some earlier farm and some other items here. Hoping for works the clockwork as well.
Radiant's
Now on
bottom
Ori,
tower is under
and they're going to
attack.
pressure this bottom tier 2
Radiant
tower,
structures
but there
are fortified.
is a glyph out, and IG. We'll see if they come to defend this or not. But with it fully surrounded,
Dire's
it feels
top
unlikely.
tower is under
And Doom
attack.
has an Aegis, so no.
Radiant's bottom
Still
tower
another 2
has
minutes
fallen.
left on that one.
All in.
They find Ollie, old 11, and Ori combined together for
Dire's
the
top
kill.
tower
And
has been denied.
hook shot after play. DY caught again. And they will be able to kill off the Panda. So IG
Radiant's
trying
bottom
to
tower
pull
is under
things back
attack.
together a little bit.
Kaga's rallying the troops, and this is a great hero to be on to do it because it can be very difficult from the support role 5 or 4 to get these great initiations, but that's one thing that's so important about how Kaga plays the Lion. I feel like he goes for those initial jumps more than other Lion players. A lot of Lions, like, sure, you go for the Hex on like the Storm or the Ember or something, but he's only going to jump on any who plays that hero. So putting it onto a Clockwork, it gives him even more power in that same role without the need for as many items.
True.
Radiant are scanning.
So much of that tempo that can just be set by position is incredibly useful in these games, and not a huge loss if it ends up dying when there's an overextension. A Lincoln Sphere done for Ember now, but the smoke up comes.
Dire
Everybody
are
with the
scanning.
exception of Phoenix. And Emo, who does he find? Well, it's there.
He has an Aegis.
That's true. Oh my god, are they going to kill him with the Aegis? Hooks up afterwards. Fly jumps to the backside, finds Ori. That's not a bad one. But he gets the BKB in the walkaway. Emo, slow down, killing him and dead. He's coming back though. Round 2. And Vici, they're all in the area. Do they want to fight this? Well, BKB. Chase this. Eventually RP to kill. IG, they're back.
Stokes the furnace.
They need that. Right, again, just mentality-wise, finding that kill. Maybe not the best part of the map, and so close to getting Ori too. That would have been huge. They actually missed the hook shot, unfortunately, there from Kaka for the follow-up. So not able to
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
into the tower they go, right? This is still a Wraith King with Deso is the blink. He also has the
Dire's middle
couple
tower has
swings
fallen.
on some of these heroes, you're just gonna get melted.
Polio gonna pressure out these side lanes, and again, everything to try and slow down this timing that's coming from IG.
Kaka's on him again here.
Yeah, got him in vision. DY caught. Does he use the split this time or giving up his life? Yeah, he's dead.
The best part is
Radiant's
that
top
was even
tower
without the
is
hook
under
shot.
attack.
He just flared and then force staffs his way in there too. Did leave a pretty sneaky ward behind there from DY though. See if that'll help them later on some potential ganks. And you know who we haven't seen much of this game is Poyo.
That's true.
1, 1, and 2. Just kind of hanging out this game. Still has the max BKB. I feel like he might be ready to party.
Well, Vici smoked up now as 4 without DY. And they want to make a fight happen. Who do they get? Fly's there. Ooh, looks away. Instead, they run to Ollie. Everybody piling on. LSA connects. Trying to keep a this one. JT trying to buy a little bit of space for his team, but after comes out finger dead. IG losing hero after hero. They now, but DY was in a position.
He just respawned.
Gets the cogs pushed back for the moment. DY still looking for the chase, and ooh, thought about going for more.
Yeah, very interesting there from Vici, right? Smoking out there while the Brewmaster was still dead, so perhaps catching him a little bit off guard, and also finding a fight before the RP was ready. The horn toss was there, but JT couldn't quite figure out the right play for it in that moment. And that will send Vici back, but the main goal that they got, I suppose, would have been the reincarnation. Unfortunately for them, it is level 18 on the Wraith King, so
Dire's bottom
just that
tower
made it
is
cooldown
under
much
attack.
harder to punish at this point in the game.
They are at least able to stay pretty far out there on the map. They took back over the outpost. It's going to be reclaimed by IG before that 25-minute mark.
Gotta keep limber.
But still, you can see this lead growing for Vici as the game goes on. This is just what Doom does. Though there is still a very farmed Wraith King. How do you feel each team is kind of feeling about the state of the game right now?
I think for IG, it's I would guess hollow would be the word, where like you're still playing, but it's got to be itchy. Just like, oh, we should be so much further up right now. Like,
right.
It's so hard to put that away and just like pack it up and move on. But all they can do is try and keep going for these plays and try and keep this tempo moving forward for them. The next big items probably they're just hoping for, like they have the Lincolns, the Maelstrom on this Ember, so should be more confident jumping to these spikes, watching out for that Doom.
Oh, against the split off there. A couple other heroes in the area, but you have to assume that DY is just going to try and get out of here. With these pandas. Earth 1 running. They got eyes on him though. The slow, steady run down, lift up afterwards from the
Radiant's
Storm
top
Panda,
tower
and
is
I
under
think
attack.
that DY's teammates are going to leave him for dead.
So if you're new to Brewmaster, you always respawn on the Earth Panda if it's still alive before the Agnums comes out. We won't get into
Radiant's
that.
top tower
But
is under
so they
attack.
can basically just hunt that one down and guarantee they'll catch him. Sometimes you'll see them kind of leave it alive for a bit because they don't want to kill the Earth Panda and thus transfer the ownership to the next Panda and then miss out on the kill when Brewmaster leaves the ulti form.
Well, try 2 here. I have a feeling IG are going to pick it up this time.
I think so. They just leave it just for a second.
He's got it. Emo's ready. Aegis, Shard, good to go.
mentally, they could recover if they had have just left it, though.
That's true.
That would really show something. But no, they're back in the game. All right, everything's fine this time. Emo heads down the bottom. They're going to grab a gem onto Ollie. Something that's becoming more and more common in the international as we move forward is these earlier gems, just to get rid of this vision that your opponent's going to have on your side of the map.
Lincolns is ready, and that's going to be enough to stop Vici from going for the big jump and instead fly. Avalanche toss from Poyo, backs out for Staff. Getting a little bit of separation there. DY is behind him. Gonna pop that BKB and run away. Shadow Blades out.
They need JT here. Let's play
DY doesn't have ulti for another 20. So they'll find themselves another kill on the support brew.
He's following the creeps.
Tries to get him. Old 11 could blink away. And they won't quite be able to catch him there. Nicely done.
Yeah, pretty much a 50-50. That's how they could have gotten him. And look what Ori does. TP to the top lane and pushes in the tower. Nice play there.
Dyer's
that egg. That could have actually turned into something, but unfortunately, the one hero they need, right? Like, when that egg forces the entire enemy team to just run away, you're hoping JT's there in time, right? He can get a pierce to the BKB. He can get whatever target they want, draw it back towards the egg, and guarantee the pickoff for the team. Already know what they wanted.
Kaka, again, doing a great job of trying to catch this Lina. Gonna TP away afterwards. That's enough. Oh, no! That wasn't long enough. TP caught and killed Kaka. Pulling his team back.
And that is why you stay.
Yeah.
Every time, right, as the support. You double check, you click on there just to make sure. Yeah, surprising you get caught there, though. Rare misplay on the main stage when it comes to the BKB TPs and finally get the punish.
I guess he just thought that there was a chance that JT was nearby or something and wanted to get that little separation first, but ends up getting punished for it. But this is now a smoke up again from IG as they're going to run down that mid lane. Aegis in hand for another 3 minutes. They want to get active. Looking for an opening with that horn toss. Beaten away, or down. Jump right at the start. Old 11's there. They're going to go for the split. And going to get that lift up. Emo afterwards. DD could use the spell. Lifeline there afterwards. They miss on the horn toss. Jump forward. Old 11 looking for a target once again. As the respawn happens for Flyfly. Emo's still alive here. What else do they have left in the tank? They don't have Doom available, but IG gonna respect the high ground defense.
Oh, they're trying so hard here from IG just to get that one mistake from Vici and get the punish with the Magnus, but unable to find it. A strong high ground defense here, and sure, you still have Aegis for another 2 minutes. Maybe you can go once again, but every time that misses, the game just gets harder and harder for IG, and Vici just gained more and more confidence.
And Ori, in the meantime, looking to find somebody on the bottom side that steps just a bit too far out.
Needs the help there from PYW, running in the smoke too, just to get through this Lincolns. And all right, free hit
Indeed. Just down. Do they have a round 2 now? About to expire. Oh, he gets away. The last second, it was about to expire there.
Very close. Oh, good. All right, so now main issue, though, of course, don't have the Aegis for continuing to push the high ground. They, I guess, do have reincarnation, though, right? And keep pressuring that tower just with the Wraith King here, but they're actually going to try and find their opponents in the river.
Under attack. Radiant
there. He's Blink and Force Staff, though. This is a hard grab. Link first.
A little bit separated. Who do they find? Vici supports, backing away. PYW walks back into the flare vision. And DY, just barely outside of it.
How many times? Old 11 getting away, now DY there too. IG's been chasing ghosts for a lot of this one, and then you just have heroes staying on their side of the map and pushing out waves like Poyo on the bottom right now.
He's keeping that one pressured, yeah. Every single time one of these does not connect, but IG, when they make the big 5-man smoke rotations, something else falls apart there.
I mean, we can talk about the game like looking hard and stuff going late for IG, which it definitely does, but they also have some heroes that can still make the turning plays, right?
That's
in particular, that Magnus. So.
Yeah, that's the biggest one.
Yes, you'd rather win early and everything, but they're not completely doomed here.
BKB out. They have enough to bring him down. The rest of the heroes wrapping around. Old 11 tries to back out, but it won't happen. IG now looking for a bit more, but they won't be able to find it. In fact, it's just going to be a lift up for the moment. But 60 seconds, no Doom. This is a huge window for IG here. Buyback, how much is he away? 400 gold.
Yeah, they still have some creeps with them here too, so they have to go for the glyph. They're going to counter glyph as well. Trying to keep this creep up as long as they can.
Radiant's top tower
No
is under
Bruce
attack.
is available. Poyo trying to protect DY. But with Ori out on the other side of the map, he has the potential to cut those waves. Vici will, at least for the moment, hold that high ground.
Yeah, it's they moved into the slow game now from IG.
BKB TP out. Any hook shots? No.
Was getting pretty close though, that's for sure.
Fly TP's on that home. The boot.
So we got hook shots, we have an Abyssal being worked on for Fly. We have RP. If they want to keep going for these plays in the side lane, there is a punish, right? For these BKB TPs, it's not just going to be this free guarantee for them. PYW also trying to find some safety here with a potential Aeon Disc, much like DY. So both supports looking to try and get out of the chain stun that is available from IG, because they certainly have a lot of it, right? Pretty much everyone's got some way to control you if you count the Phoenix Egg.
And for now, at least, Vici back to what they've been doing before, pushing out these lanes and dodging fights whenever possible. But with Roche capable of respawning again, that's going to be about a minute and a half. We'll see how this one works out, but it's a move with 4, Poyo bottom. Ready TP in a moment's notice.
All right, we have a sentry down here for Ori pops on the smoke.
Careful, there's the jump in. Stuns up the Lion. Down low, Kaka almost dead. Ends up getting the shot away, but not sooner. On the beat, and the finish afterwards. Brilliant play right now from Ori. He's able to dodge the stun. T-Shark gets all the shit again. Just getting decimated. Up on the high ground, JT. Just did so much in that fight. Kaka back again. Do they have enough to kill him off afterwards? Ali also in this, trying to make something happen. Poyo and 11 combo together to bring down the bird again. These buybacks IG, as they're going to lose
They know, and they can feel this game and how it's going, and what a fantastic fight there, especially from Old 11 jumping in there with the stun and the Doom.
God, so much damage out from that freaking Tiny and the Lena that whole time.
It's always the bottled DD, right?
Right.
The bottled illusion at 33 minutes making the big play. Very nice stuff there from Vici, and here it is again.
Goodness gracious. Yeah, I thought that it was looking pretty good for a moment, but when they just couldn't bring her down. Look at this, how low freaking Ori gets in that illusion.
And he bashes the illusion.
Yes.
That can change so much there in that
Radiant's
engagement if he gets the
middle
right one
tower
there on
is
that
under
first
attack.
swing. But certainly the start of the fight's going to be the one with the initial stun there too.
Radiant's middle tower
What to do on
has
IG.
fallen.
What could have been and what's to come.
JT's got to find the big plays, right? I mean, he's there, you can see him, and he's checking out, what do I got to do here? But this is not the frightening Magnus we've seen, right? But to be fair, he hasn't got to play near his own pace. You know, you think about all those mag highlights, that's kind of where most of them are. But he's had the horn toss for a long time, and I feel like I haven't really seen the massive horn toss breaking plays that we're used to. Just playing very tight on the side of EG.
If he can pull it back here as we get towards the later stages of this one, 35 minutes in, and Vici taking control of his map. It's going to be a minute until Aegis is up. Most likely, the vision from this clockwork will be the big turning point if they're able to make a good fight happen for IG and, of course, JT's plays.
Yeah, and that is a hard thing to even figure out right now for IG. What is a good fight for them at this point, right? It feels like it just has to be trying to blow up on the Ori. Like, that's the most likely scenario to me. You know, he's got Satanic, he's got BKB, but they certainly have the heroes where you could chain stun and kill him very quickly if there's not a fast response from Vici.
Oh, this game, you can see the differences between them. Both mid laners doing so much damage, getting involved in the kills. A couple more deaths for Ori, but they need to be absolutely perfect here from IG to finish this one off.
And they've recognized what IG need to do on the side of Vici. So you've got Old 11 with the locked up Aeon Disc, right? He's ready. Yeah. DY gonna buy it next. You have PYW working just about towards that as well too. So They know it's one big fight that IG really needs to get back in this game, like one big buyback crazy Roche fight, and they don't want to give that one burst of a hero away. And you know, as Doom, you don't really care if you're dooming people with your Aeon going, right? You just want to doom them. You just want to remove them from the engagement.
Exactly. So, will they be able to make that work? We've got the standoff across the river from each other. And Kaka and the Skeletons hanging out. Roche is up. Fly. Does he decide to go in?
We actually just got a late tome delivered to Emo here, too.
Okay.
So that's going to put him to 25, I believe.
DY face checks the Roche pit. Sees that it's up now.
That's 25. What a timing. So 2 more slate of fist charges.
This is big. Fly. Trying to take this down. Smoke's going to break. They throw out the Cinder Brew.
Boom, there it goes.
Moves on in here. Ori coming to join his team as they get ready to fight around the bridge. Jump forward.
Double damage empowers me.
Out. DY walking for the backline. Gets the lift up onto the Phoenix. So Bruce's foot has been committed at this point.
Yeah, he's pushing them back, but they're not jumping into this fight right now.
Oh, good discipline by IG to hold off for the moment. DY looks for another lift up, has it there on the bird. Emo gonna push out mid as Vici smoke up. Look to find an opening here. This could be huge for them. But that double slight and then the remnant away is gonna keep Emo surviving.
Oh, jeez, Kaka just staying in front, trying to pop smokes. Trying to be the sacrifice here. Does not have buyback on that clockwork, and gotta expect he's the one to make that big turnaround play.
Only a couple of them there. Yeah, he's got one opening right now. Only the Ember and the Mag have buyback on the Radiant. Jump in. Hortos finds TY. Has buyback. They kill him here. On that little cliff, and they will bring him down.
That's a huge kill. Right? Just Hortos. That's exactly what you're looking for right now. See if you can force that buyback.
Yo. They're waiting. They have that buyback ready. Looking forward to that potential there. Hortos down the toss up in the air. Let's say afterwards. Radiant's top tower. Up in the end. IG win the fight. There's still 2 buybacks left on Vici, but they might have to give up this Roche.
They had so much vision in that fight there too from IG. Even when the play was coming back at the end with Old 11, they saw him coming back trying to make a save on Party, but they were fully confident they were going to get the kill in time here. Absolutely fantastic egg in this fight. Ollie has carried them through the majors on this Phoenix before, and just finding that perfect spot where there's just no fight. He's abusing the cogs that were laid out there from Kaka to ensure that he was going to be safe. That Sunray's doing so much work for your team in this fight.
Unbelievably impressive showing. And of course, you talked about that 25 being done for Emo right before the start. I mean, in that fight, he did 9 sleight of fists throughout the whole course of it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They're not done yet.
Dire's structures
JT
are
finding those plays, right? This is what you need in the late game. Doesn't matter what happens early, as long as you get the win in the end. Doesn't matter if you're taking
Dire's
Aegis or
middle
2.
tower has fallen.
Well, they're up now onto the high ground, taking down these tier 3 towers and hoping to get some buybacks or maybe more out of this. Smoke up from 3, they have buyback on the Doom and the Tiny.
It's not often you see this with an 11k lead that someone's just aiming for the main.
Jumping in Hex. They get some separation. PYW in trouble. Aeon disc afterwards. Lift up now onto the Doom. He didn't get that BKB off. They take down the Lion. 10%. They have that much left now. Emo turned upon. They also have the control onto Kaka. He falls. No buyback. Seconds wide by. He walked into the sentry though, but all the weapon did. Separation is dead. Coming back in a moment. Wanting to chase and find themselves a couple more kills. In some trouble. It's about to go. 2 minutes, no buyback. Emo trying to salvage this for his team as JT also heads away. VG Gaming respond emphatically with that one.
Was it a high cost though, for sure, right? That was a lot in terms of losing your base. You have a buyback there on 11, which can turn to, well, a dieback in the end. Can turn into something in the next fight there too. There, maybe you get Poyoyo as well. He did buyback during that mess too. So some dangers here.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this game on a knife's edge at this point.
The scary thing is I don't want to go anywhere near their base right now. Potential for just like dead heroes for 2 minutes, you know, on the
Radiant's
side of
top tower
You
is
don't
under
want to be the
attack.
one who gets horn tossed back to the tier 4s and dies.
And we've seen that happen time and again throughout this TI. 4,000 gold lead is all it separates, but really, like you're talking about, it's those buybacks that really determine how this is going to end up going. You can see the big swing back afterwards. The buyback only being on the Phoenix and the Clockwork for the moment. Everybody else except for Ori pretty much on the... He does have that
This game.
Yeah.
And they could wait the 4 minutes here too, and of course they'd have a 2-minute window where they would actually have the buybacks on all 3 of their cores for IG, and you'll still have that 2 minutes or so where you won't have it on the Doom and the Time Use. So that's sort of the ideal scenario here for IG.
Trying to get into that AC himself on Poyoyo. You can see IG playing very defensively, staying inside their base. A Daedalus done for the Ember. So he's going to be dealing out some serious damage in these fights. So he swaps that one out for the bottle.
They have so much right-click damage there too. I mean, several times you're seeing this this Wraith King empowered, has the 25% cleave talent. Mortals right now has the -2 second cooldown. So the swings are most certainly big. You just need a little bit of control there.
Right.
And imagine that Kaka would love to have found that that Aghanims this game, but just needing too many defensive items, unfortunately, because keeping the chain stun going is a bit rough for them right now. A lot of that pressure onto JT, delivered in the late game for sure. But 1 fight, 2 fights, still not enough.
Needs a lot.
Are scanning.
Need to keep it going here on IG to continue to build that momentum. And for now, at least, Vici
A tool to
waiting
teach.
for, of course, the next Roche, but also that next big set of items with the AC done on Poyoyo. It does help to mitigate that physical damage quite significantly.
And this is the stage of the game where Dota gets a little bit weird because you have to run around as a unit a lot of the time. It's very difficult to actually separate unless you have like very good escape mechanics and like TP boots and everything. So this is where the vision really starts to suffer when you don't have dedicated vision heroes as a support player, because you can't just like flare all the way around. You can only really ward where you're following your team. So they are going for some pretty defensive wards on the side of EG, staying up on their own side, but they're going to have a very hard time figuring out what angle IG is coming from.
Right. You can see playing with not a ton of vision right now. Emo thinking about going in to start this fight onto DY. Is there. Aeon Disc going to proc. So increasing that cooldown, definitely valuable.
And immediate D wards here. You know, they're just going to check the common spots.
Players here.
That's what you want to do if you're IG. Look to suffocate Vici with the vision. And queuing up the rapier next
scanning.
Emo.
Look at this barrier down bottom too. It's just sitting there waiting.
Yeah.
Just wants to finish off that refresher here for Old 11, and that will be masterful. Get the double doom out in these fights.
I mean, double hook stomp, double everything, BKB. It's all good.
Speaking of which, though, it's also done for JT. All these fights are gonna get mad.
I mean, it's either very simple or very complicated.
Yeah, depends how many heroes get RP'd.
And who gets
that can make it really easy.
Yeah. Likewise, who gets Doom?
Yeah.
But bottom lane gonna get pressured in again by Vici. So IG will hold this side of the map because that Aegis got reclaimed so quickly after they finished it. It's just this long window where if anybody steps too far forward and gets caught, could be the end of the game.
Yeah, there's just so much burst damage on both sides.
Definitely. Oh, and Ollie also going for a refresher.
Yeah, that's right. Ollie actually still not having a real saving item here. Just has the Yules, so this positioning of Ollie perhaps the most important.
Right, if he gets doomed at the start of the fight, that just changes everything.
He's just gonna hope
Double damage empowers me.
Shows DY. Lost high ground. shot afterwards. They find a good one. That's all it's going to pop the ulti and try and go in for more. Breaking the Lincolns on Emo. Now Old 11 has an opening. That's going to send him back. Trying to find it. Old 11 gets the catch there. On to Kaka now. Also zoning out JT, who's looking for a big jump in. Now the Eagles have to lift up onto that Tiny. Egg is down. Fight getting very weird as they what else do they have left now? Oh, gotta be careful, Fly. They throw out the stun. Toyo looking to cover. JT doesn't get the skewer back. The retreat together from Vici. They still have that buyback on the line. IG fully commit.
PYW is just holding on to that. Nice play from Emo. Just BKB'd and dove the back lines. Went for the big hunt there onto the line. And again, just utilizing that vision there too, right? Makes your fight so much easier. I feel like every time we have a team fight, the vision is just all IG. And that makes it so much easier for him to play with the Ember Spirit.
Yeah, opens up his game like crazy. And PYW just doesn't really have a way to save with the exception of an Aeon Disc. As soon as that's down, it's over.
Has an Ascetics now, though, so there you go.
Now, Fly.
Oh, man, it was crazy. That's the kind of territory where you see, I mean, just like Shamil, right? Of course, he was on the Tiny as well, but like that's where the Horn Toss could just get you.
Yeah, and they still have a minute until those buybacks are back up. Old 11 still some amount of gold away, but he's going to regain that super fast. Because almost everybody has buyback up. IG do. And by the time this Roche fight happens, I think everybody in the game will.
10 heroes, maybe, you know? Can we get another one of those?
There's a chance.
Yeah. I feel like this time there would be diebacks, though. I think this fight might be it. It's all culminating here.
Looking for it. Polio pops the BKB. And now the back out. Wrapping as well. They've got that vision on favor of IG. DY spinning in a
He's
circle.
still playing loose, this guy.
Yeah, just now came back up. But they proc it, and then the runaway. Really nicely done there by Emo. So important in those fights, having that Aeon Disc done.
And that Roche, it's about to be back up here. IG gonna know right away between the flares, just leaving a health creep in there. They're essentially destined every time to know first.
Yes.
But VG, it's a bit more of a question. And there it is, and Fly gonna go right in. They don't see any of this right now for Vici.
They're
just
in the middle,
Ember zoning them back.
With the Hex afterwards. Two buybacks so far.
Is just not here. He's running.
The rest of them are nearby. They turn to get the kill, and they'll get him. PYW down and dead, but that's BKB's also down. Gem on the ground, and DY will go and pick that one up.
Back in the pit, Fly working away at Roche.
They have to know about this.
Got some buddies helping.
This is scary times. They have that rapier done for Emo. Now the turn. Doom almost loses it out there. Doesn't get it onto the Lotus Sword. They have 2 rounds of it.
The Phoenix.
Rapier's still there. They're looking for that opening. Trying to take him down. He gets the Evil Scepter afterwards. They have no control at all. IG, bring them all down.
Was he doomed? Because it doesn't really look like it, does it? He's walking at you and swinging. And Ali, this Phoenix, excellent coverage there from JT. Can't do it by himself, but he's got a couple of friends to help out there. And yeah, that big old damage with
the BKB out, or does he have enough in this game? The Ember up on the high ground. Pull back in, brought down dead. Everybody playing out, but isn't it enough? They might not JT on the side of the coming in from that Tiny. He is so large and hard
than walls.
Didn't go down in that fight one little bit.
Balance in all
I don't even
things.
understand how many slights he just did in that engagement. That was unbelievable from Emo. What a play from IG. IG from losing and leaving an Aegis.
Who needs it?
I told you, they were fine. They were never concerned.
Unreal.
They played that last fight so well. I mean, you can honestly just go back and only watch Emo through that fight, and it was absolutely thrilling the way he just like spaced perfectly the entire time through that engagement. Remember, we're dealing with a double Doom, and it didn't feel like it, right? No. Early game felt like Old 11 was hitting everything. Late game, things just switched. The 3 from IG there, JT doing a fantastic job of controlling.
बहुत गंदा है
फ्रैक्चर ही चूतिया मैप है जानते हैं
that Magnus improving once again by the
हाँ भैया
it's looking really strong.
And I mean, we said
दूसरा मैच स्टार्ट हो गया भैया
भैया ये वाला क्या बोलते हैं सस्ते नशे
we have a rapier ember with all those
दूसरा मैच
सस्ते नशे डिस्कॉर्ड वाला
keep on going, eventually
क्या
it's
करें?
gonna fall apart.
I mean,
चालू हुआ कि नहीं हम पूछ रहे हैं
everyone had their A on disc. I mean,
अच्छा रुकिए लिंक भेज देते हैं आपको रशियन लिंक देना तो
पहला मैच तो
सस्ते
ये
वाला
available and it comes down to just like
अबे वहीं से ऐड ये कर दो ना
I really do think that Vision plays such a
अभी तो पहला मैच कंप्लीट
every time I look, it just feels like IG
हाँ तो इसीलिए तो पूछ रहे
लिंक सेंड करना मेरे को
मैच चालू हुआ क्या
Ollie with this Phoenix.
पहला मैच ही
We always talk about
ओए लोड़ा ये मैप खेलने का मन नहीं कर रहा F5 दाबो ना भाई खत्म करो
he looks like so masterful all the time. But then JT
अरे
with the RP.
Oh, so
Amazing
good.
stuff.
Amazing plays and a
हाँ
lot
हेलो
of amazing action to come after this. Gonna have
पहला मैच ही अभी खत्म हुआ है
Thank you so much, guys. You look absolutely
First round.
today, by the way. But we've got to talk about things.
राउंड नहीं
पहला मैच
in the first half.
पहला मैच का पहला मैच समझ रहे
G and IG, because
रुको भैया सेंड करता हूँ आपको
there's a whoops moment, isn't there? And we've kind of been waiting for that one to come along. So I think
मत आना
we should relive it in
नहीं
all
यार।
its glory right now. Hopefully. I think we're still feeling slightly awkward about it, to be perfectly honest with you. Do you want to introduce?
to actually.
Yeah, I was like, are you just looking at me? Am I supposed to?
Is
I
Kyle
was,
the team?
yeah, I was looking for you to pluck.
ये क्या रिटर्न 120 चाटा मार रही
He made a spot.
Sometimes
ड्रीम पीक लेना होगा तुमको
ground, right, Kyle?
Yeah, I thought Frankie was about to slam Kyle for sure. Kyle's had it.
20
He's been one of those on the stage.
Okay, look,
कुछ नहीं आ सकता ये मैच
Learned map है, literally learned map है भाई.
To pick it up.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't
Literally learned map है.
There was a
मैप तो लैंड है ही
गेम ही बकवास.
नहीं गेम ठीक है मैप थोड़ा सा
ये भी बकवास है.
गेम ठीक नहीं है गेम इधर इतना जीएल पीकिंग होता है ना इस
एपेक्स का परेशानी बोल रहे थे जॉइस से देखा है एलसीक्यू का कंडीशन
हम देखे ना
प्रो मैचेस में गेम्स लैग कर रहे हैं
How does that not break you?
अच्छा रुको.
It feels
तो जी आ गया
Discord hello.
they thrive.
ठीक है और
And this ages.
अच्छा रुक अबे कस्टम लगा ना इसको साला ये केजे पे ट्रिक्स दिखाएगा.
The top
हेलो एडी केजे ई में आओ डिस्कॉर्ड में आओ.
stolen by 11 horribly for them. I thought they were
अगर वो डिस्कॉर्ड में आया उसको ब्रिटिश
because you could listen to their coach.
क्या है ब्रिटिश
Their team is extremely creative.
ब्रिटिश क्यों नहीं भैया वो तो बंगाली हो जाएगा ब्रिटिश
That ages if you hand it over.
ब्रिटिश नहीं
अरे हम क्लोज पार्टी रखे कैसा इनवाइट हो रहा है
Just like, yeah, them
ठीक है ठीक
अच्छा रुक जाओ हेलो
भेजते
अच्छा रुक जाओ मैं इसको नहीं केजे का थोड़ा टिप्स एंड ट्रिक्स दे के आता हूँ.
makes me feel better about
ठीक
them
है
by trying to,
ये प्रेस जी को
give me an out.
अरे
Like, this man is too
अरे तुम भाई ड्रीम किक करो ना अभी भैया को बोलो नहीं खेल रहे हम लोग मैच
IG potentially did look a bit shaky, actually, even before he got the Aegis. In
Hello,
the
hello.
game. I mean, Purge, was that something?
भाई तुम करो दवा वो नहीं कर सकते
The early part they looked
सीनियर है मेरा
साला
then things
हम ही लीव कर दे चलो वो क्या
and there was a big
Cause-
advantage on the Vichy gaming side for
नहीं भाई तुम लोग क्यों लीव कर दिए भाई हम भी लीव
कुछ बोलो बे हेलो एडी
बिलीव करने को
मेरे को रिक्वेस्ट है भाई
हम भी आ रहे थे कस्टम में
सब लोग इधर उधर क्यों हो रहा है इतना
their base.
अबे मजा आ रहा है ऐसे करने में
Use the extreme power
कितना बार तुम्हें रिक्वेस्ट भेजा था भाई
in the
been, but
4 बार
they eventually come back and make it work.
भाई क्यों आया अभी लौड़ा ये अरे भाई सफी हैक्स ऑन अच्छा ये मैप का तुमको देखना है हेलो एशेंट मैप का तुम हेलो
क्या हो रहा है
लगा अरे बोल ना इसको थोड़ा ये कर रहा है करना स्टार्ट कुछ नहीं होगा
अभी को रुक हम अटैकर तरफ जा रहे हैं
अटैकर में बोल दो भैया कुछ सीधा बात उससे क्या है वही ना
अरे तो वॉइस चैट भी ऑफ है
अरे लिंक दे ना भाई मेरे को सस्ते नशे का आलो को ये दो ना भैया तुम केजे ले हम दिखा रहा हूँ अच्छा हम भी केजे
लेते हैं हम लोग खुद मेंबर है लाइट है हमारा नेता
केजे ले लाइट प्रेस जी लाइट
क्या हुआ
केजे लो ना केजे तुमने शेयर किया था ना एक बार डिस्कॉर्ड में अरे हम ये कुछ नहीं कर रहे ये वाला तुमको दिखा रहा स्वॉर्म ग्रेनेड सब कहाँ से फेंकने वाला प्री प्लान
लाइनअप
हाँ लाइनअप दिखा रहा
अच्छा ठीक है
व्हाट इज दिस मैं व्हाट्सएप में भेज दो ना नहीं तो डिस्कॉर्ड अच्छा बोल दो ना उसको कि ये
को वाइपर का लाइनअप सीखना वाइपर
करो किससे खेलता है भैया ये है ना रशियन है ना प्रेजी को है ना सिखा रहा है लाइनअप सिखा रहा था उसका अभी 2 मिनट में हो जाएगा 2 मिनट नहीं होगा भाई सेंड कर रहे हैं
हाँ व्हाट्सएप में डाल
भाई कुछ तो बोलना था ला भाई अलाउ चीट
है
हम लोग क्यों आए
तो वही ना तुम लोग कर लो अपना पोस्ट प्लान सब सीखो
गन चलाने तो सीखो ना पहले पोस्ट प्लान क्या है
हम ना थोड़ा मोड़ा जानते हैं पता है इधर आइए एक बार
लोग एडी को बुली कर सब फ्लैश करो
नहीं
क्या वाला जानता है
यहाँ पे
का जानता है
बॉक्स वाला जानता है कंटेनर वाला
डॉक्स कौन सा दिखा
यहाँ से ऐसा भी फेंका जाता है रुकिए खोलिए ना वाई फ्रेश खत्म करिए जल्दी
रुको भैया सेंड कर दिए दीजिए
हाँ अब यहाँ पे ऐसा खड़ा के यहाँ से फेंकते ये वाला
रुक जाओ टाइम कैसे बंद करते ऑन
ये वाला
व्हाट्सएप में कौन सा
और यहाँ पे बॉक्स वाला जो रहेगा ना कंटेनर
ये तो ऊपर में गिरा है तुमको नीचे गिराना है ये इतना डैमेज नहीं करता है नहीं ये कम लगता है आओ लोग बहुत मेहनत किया था ये क्या है बे यहाँ ये वाला देख रहा है ये जगह यहाँ पे हाँ यहाँ ये वाला ये जगह से मैं प्लांट करता ना आओ दिखा रहा हूँ देख इसका ये टावर दिख रहा है एंटीना ऊपर
हाँ
अभी कौन
ओ नो
अच्छा ठीक है दोनों कीजिए
अभी पॉज मत करिए
मैं पॉज तो हटाओ
अरे रुको ना कौन पॉज कर रहा है रुको तो करने तो दो भाई चलो दो भाई
ये वाला तो ऊपर का था तुम ये वाला देखो
हाँ ये ला उठा वाला बॉक्स वाला
यही जगह गिरना चाहिए आता है कहाँ है तुम पीछे आओ
साइड में
अरे लड़का को देखो
जनो सर और
फिर यहाँ से
फर्स्ट टाइम
कर दिया
ये एंटीना दिख रहा है अरे एंटीना का सेकंड वाला का ये वाला में
एंटीना यहाँ पे है
ये
बीच वाला में
हाँ ये जगह एकदम सेकंड का कोना वाला रुको ना
क्या हो रहा है
दिख रहा है अरे सेकंड का कोना ये वाला यहाँ से अरे इसका साइड से ऐसे फेंकना सीधा वहाँ गिरता है कहाँ गिरता है
मर गया
कितना ब्लाइंड करेगा बे
मत ना करिए आप लोग रुकिए
रुक चला
ब्लाइंड
मेरे को क्यों मार रहा है
कल कल मेरे को मारना कल
सिखाइए
कल बेटे कल
यहाँ से कैसे
अरे सेकेंड एंटीना पहले मार्क कर लेना, देखा दिख रहा है, और ऊपर सेकेंड एंटीना मार्क कर लेना। अरे ये कोना वाला को मार्क करना, ये वाला ऊपर का। हाँ उसका ये साइकिल का यहाँ से लेके ऐसी लगा के फेंक दो। अबे रुको, तुम लोग वो बी का तरफ भागो तो। और दे गिरा।
हाँ हो गया।
कहाँ गिरा? देख मेरा यहाँ गिरता है।
मेरा लाइनअप्स देखो, मेरा लाइनअप जाएगा।
और एक
ये देखा लॉकडाउन वाला लाइनअप देखा ना?
कौन सा वाला?
लॉकडाउन बोल रहा है, बोलने भी ले आ रहा है इसको।
अबे यही
अरे देख लॉकडाउन करता है ना,
हो गया। देखो यहाँ पे सब बंद कर देता ना, ये वाला यहाँ मार दो, ये वाला देख खाली यही देता है और ये देता है। अबे रुको ना बे,
टूटा ही नहीं भाई।
नहीं सीखने
अरे टूटा नहीं भी लॉकडाउन।
चोर वाला थोड़ी ना है बे।
ये बार लगा तो लॉकडाउन है, देखते सुबह तोड़ पाता है कि नहीं।
जैसे सबको वहां से पुश करता है ना।
अच्छा
एक तुम डिफेंस में सबको आता है, देख यहाँ लगा देना, और यहाँ देख इसका यहाँ पे।
वो टूट गया।
अबे रुक ना बे, ए लौड़ा ये सबको हटाओ, लेडी को भगाओ ये सबको। यहाँ बस इजी एरिया में आ जा रहा, मार।
क्या हो रहा है क्यों हो रहा है ऐसा? क्यों बहुत
अबे सिखाने दो ना बे, लौड़ू चौदह जैसी खेलता है।
कैमोफ्लेज।
हाँ देखा वो वाला हो गया ना। और यहाँ पे आओ, यहाँ पे एकदम यहाँ पे देखना, एक जगह पेड़ का नीचे पे दे, यहाँ कैसी बताए, यहाँ छेद देखो, और देख पेड़ का ऊपर देख। अरे एकदम कोना में रहो, एकदम कोना में रहो यहाँ का।
ठीक है, कोना में रह के
यहाँ छेद है ना, गैप है ना वहाँ।
कौन सा छेद में?
हाँ
छेदा छेदा
देख गया।
ओ अच्छा ये वाला
यहाँ से ना।
अरे यहाँ से देखिएगा तब पता चलेगा कैसी बड़का सा छेद कैसी बताए इसको।
अरे ये वाला छेद,
ये वाला छेद कैसी बताए इसको हम, ये वाला
कैसे?
पेड़ में देखो तो एक ट्रायंगल जैसे दिख रहा है, इन्वर्टेड।
हाँ ट्रायंगल जैसी दिखेगा, उल्टा ट्रायंगल। यहाँ से देखने से दब दिखेगा,
यहाँ
वहाँ का लपक रहा है, बट यहाँ से बस इसमें फेंक दो, वो एरिया पूरा वाइन खा जाता है। बस इसका लंबा में खड़ा रहे, उल्टा ट्रायंगल है एक जगह ऊपर में,
इसमें
फेंको तो वो एरिया पूरा ले लेता। देखो यहाँ तुम प्लांट करेगा ना, देखता वो यही जगह या फिर यही जगह रहता है, ये पूरा एरिया ले लेता है।
चल आँख खराब हो जाएगा रे बाबा।
क्या फिर से कर रहा है, वहाँ पे खड़ा रहिए। ठीक है खड़ा रहिए।
देख ट्रायंगल, ये डंडा का ये मेरा
जॉगी स्टाइल। ओनिचा
हाँ आ गया, ये पूरा एरिया ले लेता है।
कौन सा एरिया? रेड लाइट एरिया।
यस
बहन की फुदी। अरे क्या कर रहा है रावी वाला? नहीं नहीं नहीं
तेरा गेम में क्रैश करवा दूंगा देख।
मत कर बे FPS मत कर।
सब एक दूसरे को bully।
अरे हट बे मत कर।
जाओ सार
कैरेक्टर लगा दो ढेर सारा।
वही
हम जा रहे हैं
एक करके लगते जाएगा। जाओ साला
मतलब ये पे बकचोदी करते रहो। हम जा रहे हैं एक पे।
अच्छा ठीक है चलो गेम खेल लेते हैं।
जा साला कौन प्लांट कर दिया?
अरे ये क्या है? ओडिन आदमी नहीं है देखो।
What the fuck?
क्या हो रहा है?
भाई गन अलग उड़ रहा है और आदमी कहीं और है। अच्छा ठीक है हो गया। खेलते गेम खेलते।
पॉल्यूशन हो गया था आज भाई बहुत ज्यादा।
चलो हम एग्जिट मार रहे हैं।
हम बिलीव कर रहे हैं।
अब जाके इम्प्लीमेंट करो।
What is this? सब निकल गया। What the fuck?
हाँ भाई हम निकल गए।
कस्टम खेलेंगे वही इसमें पार्टी में खेलेंगे। अनरेटेड खेलेंगे कस्टम क्या?
अनरेटेड खेलते चलो।
आजा बे
मैं प्लांट करता बम लगा।
सब निकल गया। तुम क्या कर रहा बूम बम साला।
सेकंड मैच शुरू हो रहा है अगर देखो।
हाँ हम उधर ही जा रहे हैं।
रुको हम भी आ रहा हूँ।
15 मिनट लगेगा।
डोटा प्रेडिक्शन करने का
पैसा मिलता है उसमें पैसा।
They got to the portion of the game that they wanted to get to. IG kind of handed them that portion of the game, honestly. Would you agree?
I would say so. It's just that IG outfought and out-executed them for sure.
ये लोग आएगा क्या?
I think just played
आएगा।
maybe not Lena.
पूछो।
I was gonna say maybe not Lena because Lena is a mid laner that has to win the lane. That's why people pick her. She
रशिया
हाँ तो है तो VC में।
आएगा तुम लोग।
We saw Lena against Ember.
वो आप बोलो 500 रुपीस मेरा रिफंड आ जाएगा। कितना घंटे में आ जाएगा?
अच्छा ठीक है चलो तब तक ये खेलते हैं।
ठीक है 500 रुपए का
क्या बोलते हैं?
ना तुम लोग
स्टैंड इसका खराब है।
फ्रैक्चर में
स्टैंड इसका थोड़ा लूज है।
टाइम लगेगा 15 मिनट लगेगा।
भाई क्या कर रहा है?
पहले वाला तो मिस हो गया।
बैक को मत भाग।
अभी कर लेते हैं।
It did do a lot too in setting up the fights and just like.
इसमें बैक को मत इसमें बैक इसका स्टैंड थोड़ा लूज है।
Throws a wrench in the equation. Your positioning falters, and the RP just becomes that much more.
तुम
बोले थे ना बीच
We're not gonna see that this game, though. Thank you. I was really hoping one of the teams
The
would
hacks.
go Magnus, as I've seen enough of that.
मैच बहुत
I was
क्लोज
surprised
था।
they banned out Mars over the Magnus last game. I asked you and you were like, I don't know why. There we go. And now they start out with picks that we saw very
कल तो तुम
prominent in the
चला
group
गया
stage, and that they've
था
still been picking, which
फैंटेसी
is
वाला
similar.
प्रेडिक्शंस करने में
How's this
वो
open
खराब
orders?
हो गया था।
To start with, I just
Oh
think
shit,
that
आज का तो हम किया ही नहीं।
mainly IG value Phoenix because I
fuck.
don't think we've seen another team place such high priority on this hero. And if you think back to Singapore, they actually just won with this hero in almost every game in the finals too. So not only is it a comfort pick for them, but it's a really creative way to approach the more durable tinies of this meta. So it's nice to see a different team with a different style of taking on.
Seems like a nice alternative to IO, right? Because it doesn't get punished by the AoE. Like, it is a heal support that you're scary to go on those beefy frontline cores because of that sun ray. But instead of having to be
बाप रे बाप अभी कौन आएगा?
getting caught by these RPs, these disruptor ultis, you're back at a safe distance, and you also draw a lot of attention to yourself.
Underestimate the value of early points in Sunray, especially if you have a spirit player like Emo on your team.
You can't use that.
Kills and always going for fights. Suddenly
मेरा
you go
stream
up in
चल रहा
value
है,
as a Phoenix just
copyright आ
because of the
जाएगा।
damage that you can provide to the spirit hero.
गलत गाना बजा दिया। I'm sorry।
म्यूट कर दो भैया।
Just probably the best counter in the game.
It's a knife fight, knife fight.
Right click the egg and it dies. Of course, there are play arounds to it, but it makes sense that it was included.
भैया आपके पास स्टिकर कैसा आपके पास नाइट्रो है क्या?
Provides and how useful it is and his flexibility.
भैया
नाइट्रो
गिफ्ट कर दीजिए
मेरे पास
Touch on that.
हाँ
पैसा तो नहीं
आप ये तो देखो ना आप SUP सब फुल लिखे ना व्हाट्सएप लिखे तो नाइट्रो वाला इमोजी है स्टिकर है मतलब
IG definitely saw this opening coming as they've picked Monkey King on the side of Vici.
I don't know.
Pretty much any time it's been left in the pool, I see it out of their 8 main event games. They've first rounded it 5 times. And also, the fact that JT is such a well-known Mars player for IG, the fact that they passed up on the Phoenix Mars combo says a lot about how highly they prioritize this Storm Spirit, that long-range catch. It's nice for the tree destruction on top of the Mars. Both heroes will catch that Monkey King, but I think it's the fact that the Snapfire
किधर में आ रहे तुम लोग?
जहाँ पे first fight चल रहा है.
I think that's going to be a big part of their team fights.
That's a really good point because if you look at these
B side चल रहा.
Storm should not be in killing them, or they shouldn't pose much kill threat to him. Also, if you want to think about Storm's gameplay,
आप Discord में online तो आओ तो
these two
दिखता
are
है
not going to be much of a threat in terms of just like smoking mid and killing him.
हाँ
If you like to play,
अगर ऑफलाइन रहते हो तो नहीं दिखाता है कि आपके पास
हेलो आडी
नाइट्रो है
I don't think Storm should have too much of a
डांस रेडी रखना
Also, one more thing to note about IG Storm Spirit is they are so confident in first using it for emo.
जॉयस भी नाचेगा लड़का तो
इस शादी
अरे हेलो जॉयस दिसंबर में आ रहा पूरा लैपटॉप है लैपटॉप सब जगह एडी भी लेके आ जाना 4 प्लेयर हो जाएगा एक बार पीसी भी है मेरा लैपटॉप भी है पूरा रूम है कहीं तो गेमिंग रूम बना देगा बाप रे
हमारा नेट नहीं हैंडल कर पाएगा
क्या
नेट नहीं हैंडल कर पाएगा
क्या कलकत्ता
ओ हाँ ना राउटर
ये ISP तुम्हारा ISP नहीं हैंडल कर पाएगा 4 लैपटॉप
कर पाएगा ब्रो हम मेरा 8 काम किया था
4 लैपटॉप मजाक है
Touch me. Fuck me. Fuck me.
Increasing the efficiency of their other items. And we see Earthshaker. That gives them the instant stun that they need.
आईडी नारुतो कहाँ तक देखा?
Monkey King's boundless is okay.
बढ़ नहीं रहा भी आ गया हम रुक गए चल.
तो देखना छोड़ देगा तब इंटरेस्ट नहीं है.
I would imagine some like silencer to break up this combo that they're representing.
ड्रीम अनरेटेड ही खेल लेते हैं अगर आपको नहीं आ रहा है तो.
हाँ भैया आ जाओ.
हम ना हेलो भैया आज हम मंकी किंग खेलेगा मंकी किंग हमको 8 से हमको उतना मजा नहीं आया कहे हमको
रोल तो कल
आप लोग खेल लो एक मैच
हमको कहे ना मजा हमको कहे मजा नहीं आ रहा
10 मिनट जैसा क्या खेले बाकी ओह ऐसा क्या आया तो एप्लीकेशन खेल लेते हैं
और अच्छा रोल खेल रहा था वो तो सही था फिर तुम आर्ट स्टेटस नहीं
He can't play like it doesn't matter how many stuns you have in your abilities if you can't cast them and do
ड्रीम तुम ऑफलाइन चले गया
from doing so he's going to need the Lincoln's BKB ads maybe like a Scotty in order to operate these fights.
So there is going to be a timing in this game
लीव कर दिया सब
where they're actually much stronger.
आजा हम लॉबी में हैं
Get overwhelmed at any point in the game.
एक रेप्लिकेशन खेल लेते हैं
अनरेटेड कर लो
अनरेटेड मत चालू करो हम लोग आ रहे हैं 5 मिनट
वो लोग 5 मिनट में
हमको भी देखना है आओ लो देखो लो
अच्छा ठीक है
लो स्ट्रीम कर रहा
ठीक है हम मोबाइल पे देख रहे हैं चल
बताना प्रेडिक्शन देना कौन क्या है
सेंड लॉरे
मॉर्फोलिन हमको खेलने का मन है इससे हमको पता है उसका
What are we looking for? What do we need to fix here for HC's draft? What could complement the Morphling shape here enough?
Just a momentum mid-game hero. You need this 8 to 20 minute mark to not be game losing for you. You need to not let.
आज फ्रैक्चर ही मिलेगा क्या?
They want on the side of IG to get 1 or 2 pickoffs with Finger and Doom, back far for 2 or 3 minutes, and then go again. And that can be crucial to just blowing the game wide open in this mid-game portion. And because Morphling Shaker, that's where it's most fragile. That's the kind of hero I'm looking for. So I want to see a mid-lane matchup that's in his favor. But we kind of talked about that last series, or last game. It felt like Emo was the better mid laner.
Absolutely, and you can see that IG actually thought the same way that BSJ just did, because look what they ban out. They ban out the Puck, there's a momentum mid laner, and the SF. And they actually had great success with the SF. It's interesting to see Respect.
Mommy.
We really haven't seen that much during this tournament. And I suppose it would have had a lot of synergy with the Snapfire, and it would have just given them Roche.
Strong spirit.
So, the Dragon Knight also fits the bill, so I think the bans on IG's side cover it quite well.
So you're looking for also a consistent mid laner, because you've been talking about Ori just needs to be able to do decently in that mid lane. SF and DK kind of fit that bill. There are any heroes you can think of that fit that as well. Against Storm as well.
Against the Storm. Well, what's left in the pool right now?
We got like an IG's pick first.
Well,
Alright, sure.
I think they might just go Void Spirit here.
Okay.
But Ori has, I don't want to call any specific player out, but Ori has been underperforming on his Spirit heroes compared to the other ones in this tournament. So it feels like they're shying away from them a little bit, which could explain why they wanted to go for that Lena draft.
I would love to see Spectre or TV for IG. Spectre makes their teamfight execution way better. The chaos against combos is always nice, and then TV's just, he's not the best individually against Morphling, but they needed a lot of tower hitting and a lot of wave clear, so they go for the Spectre. They either could play for the team fights or play for the map navigation. The TB would have been better for lanes, but Spectre just makes these single target heroes like Lion. If you see a Lion walking through a ward with the lineup they have so far, it wasn't all that scary unless Storm was nearby, but now every single hero on the side of IG represents solo kill threat as long as that Ags on Spectre comes up.
Yeah, BSJ the Prophet. Just to add on a couple of points to this, Spectre is one of the best carries in the game versus Blink Dagger initiators, just because you press Haunt and she just stops it. So that makes the Shaker come down a little bit in value, and also she can scout out the Monkey King in the trees.
So, yeah, I was thinking that too, but it's also one of Fly's like, signature, right? We always talk about he wants to carry the game, but also wants a team fight. Spectre does exactly that. TB, much more of a farming-oriented hero. But yeah, I actually like the Leshrac pick. I was thinking the same thing.
Lesh or TA, something like that.
But Lesh against Spectre is really bad, though, is the problem.
Yeah.
I think Leshrac would die a lot here. There's not really any kind of synergy or hero to save him. If he gets struck down by the Storm, followed up by Haunt, he's just dead.
Yeah,
so I don't want to
On dream.
The thing is, it looks like they should go for Void Spirit, but not only has Ori
nice.
not doing too hot on it, they might lack some damage.
Left में hit करे.
In the early mid game if they do go for Void here, so they're taking their time thinking about this one.
We're seeing they're taking their time here. Partially, perhaps they are considering the idea that like we need a consistent mid laner as well, something that can't go badly, but also a tempo. It doesn't feel like there's anything that really fits this bill for them just yet.
Do something that makes early moves, and the only reason I mentioned Lesh, it's not the best for Spectre, but you need a tower hitter as well. Like Morphling can't reliably building siege for a long time.
Is DP possible here?
Yeah, DP. Actually, yeah, I like that a lot. Against the Storm, it's a good matchup.
That's a good suggestion.
Yeah, they go for the
Let's go
Lesh.
Sheesh.
If he dies once or twice in the early game,
नहीं Taco Bell फालतू है.
they have a lot of burst. But if he can get to like that Sanju Kaya, Eternal Shroud, sustain through the Doom, if he's got his ultimate on, they could absolutely buy enough time for this Morphling Shaker combo to come online.
I will agree to that, but just to reiterate a little bit, I think
watch in game कर दो.
हम वही watching game में ही हैं.
And Spectre has her ads and whatever items she chooses to go after.
Last race tunnel के अंदर.
Do you think it's going to be an Ags, like the Ags hunting Spectre game as well?
I do think so, because she's playing with Storm in lane.
Well, we're going to have to hear from the coaches themselves, as this time Reaction Slacks has met up with Vichi's coach Fenrir to ask him about their draft.
Ooh la la. चुरा लिया है तुमने जो
वाह
नहीं चुराना सनम वाह बेरे
तो भूख लग रहा है
Prepare for battle.
That's the spirit.
Thank you so much, Slack.
The first bracket kill
before we go into the game.
क्या है? Barrage kill क्या होगा भैया?
I feel like he's trying to pit them against
Hello?
each other here. Like eventually, I don't know if we don't settle things down here, he might just play a 1v1.
I like that idea a lot. But let's get into the
First वो वाला क्या team with the first barrage kill क्या होता है?
That's fair enough. Support players though, right? Yeah. That's the way it goes. But we're already into the game now. As you can see, both teams heading out across the map. None of those big 5-man smoke up movements that we've been seeing pretty consistently. But IG is all sitting right in the river by the tier 1 tower and going to try and get some vision down. Let's see if they get any of those early decoys. Morph Shaker. That feels like it's sort of the thing that we need to address, right? Do we have what it takes to get to that unstoppable phase that we've seen from them?
I will tell you who addressed it, and that was IG, because they saw the Shaker, and they went, okay, well, they could Morph Shaker after this, so why don't we just so they don't Morph Shaker, and then they Morph Shaker, and they're like, oh, cool. So you have Hex, you have Doom. I mean, you know that they're playing for basically this single hero overwhelming you at some point in the game, and they have excellent abilities versus that sort of a strategy.
Well, we're going to see here the bounty was picked up. 2 for IG.
Invite,
as
please.
Vici are going to head back to their side and also pick up a couple of them. Yeah, it's going to be something interesting to watch for. And of course, you know, as Effie was talking about, there's that potential to blow up the Lesh later on when you have either that Storm jump or the Spectre jump later on, and just a heck of a lot of things. So it's going to be a tough one for Ori and needing to build into a lot of survivability items as this game goes later.
Yeah, I was pretty surprised by the Lesh pick, because I thought they listed some really good reasons why it was a very risky one to go for here from Ori. I thought maybe they'd lean back to one of the spirits or like the Kunkka or just something that was a little bit more, I don't know, like two-dimensional, yeah, survival. And that's great. I almost feel like they actually want to up their tempo a little bit, just like maybe bring in the Morph a little bit more, maybe not play so hard towards the Morph Shaker and just try and play this out, because I really think just going like all in on Morph is very dangerous this game.
Going all in on any hero when you have a Doom is pretty scary, as early on, Emo 3-1, Lesh 2-0, Emo getting the better of them. I think that we saw a stat from the stats group that we're in that it was the most damage done by a hero, at least throughout the entire tournament, by his Ember Spirit, and maybe potentially one of the ones of all time as well. He was absolutely shredded on that physical damage Ember build.
Yeah, when those fights get later in the game and the talents start coming out, get a couple of those engagements in and you can start topping some charts. So I'm sure he's feeling great coming into this game, now moving from the Ember to the Storm. So a bit different, a little bit more pressure on the actual initiation and all of the Ember Spirit, whereas Ember, he definitely moved into more of a like dancing around the map and the team fight sort of game. But I do think there were some good answers here from Vici in this draft. I think that consistently the theme of vision just seemed like a serious problem for Vici in the last match, and so just kicking things off with the Monkey King already making things a bit better. But I really think that IG, you know, like they go back for that Spectre at the end, and it makes your fight so much easier to play when you have that haunt. So to me, Vici taking fights during haunt is going to be a serious problem.
Pressure comes out right there. Going to get clapped by that boundless strike, so we'll be able to get out of there the last second. Yeah, I think that the lack of clockwork is going to be a big win. Most likely, the vision that he provided, of course, like you mentioned, the haunt, if you do go for it, gives you that full reveal of everybody. But
actually मेरा right click scroll से होता है ना, तो scroll down से मेरा right click होता है.
Continue his impressive spree so far.
It is ridiculous though that you have haunt and then you have like it gives Storm the zip, it gives Lion the blink hex, and it gives Doom the blink stomp Doom.
Yeah, it's everything.
It is so fight winning if they catch a haunt near your team.
In the meantime, at the same time, we're seeing
तुमने आ रहे
हो हम टीम देख रहे हैं
actually gonna get ran at Cookie afterwards, changes target, switches over to GG.
अरे भाई ड्रिल तेरा 192 पहुंच गया भाई, टाइम प्ले बहुत लॉकडाउन में तो बहुत साला हम मेरे से डबल भी नहीं भाई, डबल से भी ज्यादा, हम 95 है तो 192 है.
Look across the lanes right now, they're crushing it across all
डबल से ज्यादा.
And that's part of what that pressure does, right? Driving back Ollie, giving more freedom to Old 11 right there. The 1-1 at level 3. has quite a few tools here in the lane.
क्या कर लेगा?
So far, so good for Vici.
200 तो हो जाएगा
So
भाई, यही
often, I
है
feel like have been sort of identified by their potential and consistent desire to go into the later stages of the game. But if you get to a hot start like this, it can be really solid for them.
हाँ प्रेजी चल गया
Changing things up a little bit here in this game number 2.
Yeah, that's one of the best heroes to have, of course, in those situations, since you can take the objective so easily. So, VG, there's no reason they need to sit back. You know, like we talk about this, like eventual timing with the morph and the shaker. You don't want to take it too hard and just play for that and not try and grow your advantage if you get one out of this laning stage. But in the river there, DY caught, but a very tanky hero, so it's not going to amount to very much.
Yeah. Kaka gonna zone him back a little bit afterwards, after taking that water rune. And at least for now, JT not really able to put that much pressure onto that morph lane. It's gonna be something that we see a little bit later on in this game, and depending upon what build the morph goes for as well. Keyword there, blocking out the camps. There won't be any side pull action either. Nice from DY.
Just a very relaxed laning stage here, right? You know, it's TI. Sometimes you leave mages behind or something. Everyone's just sort of getting zen and focused here.
JT.
Simultaneous in the top lane as well. They're jumping out of Fly and a lot of damage.
One Spectre in some trouble. Ends up going down. 11 picks up the kill. So only 11 last hits at this point for that Spectre. Fly is not having a great time.
Yeah, and it's not like it's a mystery that they're going to be trying to pick up this Phoenix for Ollie too, so it feels like maybe trying to find some sort of a solution in that laning stage here, right? The way the PYW is playing this for Monkey King, just putting the pressure on, forcing him off from the wave there, and trying to punish one of the weaker parts of the game from a Phoenix.
Well, this is exactly what they were hoping to do on Vici. PYW starting to rotate towards this mid lane. Obviously, the 6-minute mark is incredibly important for rune potential, but having just hit level 6 on the Storm, this is going to be a tough kill if they try and go Boundless Strike into the stun. Do they have enough?
Over here!
The comes afterwards.
Let the fun begin!
Need some last hits.
And getting the tower hits also onto PYW. Dude, Emo is not afraid in a little bit.
Yeah, dude, just got all of those.
Turn that one to DY. Get the kill. Not bad from JT.
But as you said, like, yeah, you don't get the kill because he's level 6, but it's still a lot of pressure. And of course, we're moving on to 6 minutes now. So moving to that top rune, PYW going to battle out with Ollie, but Kaka has to come and get the coverage on the bottom lane. Unfortunately for them, though, it is top, so unable to give it to the Lesh, unfortunately, but DY is going to put the TP in after that death in the bottom lane. Come fill up his mid bottle.
So a slight lead all across the lanes. The main one that's hurting right now is Fly. And obviously without a Magnus or anything, there's no catch-up potential necessarily.
Man, that is rough. They've done an amazing job in this top lane.
Yeah.
Dyer's middle
Really
tower
put
is
that
under
pressure on
attack.
as Emo farming in the jungle, no bottle, and is going to have to walk home after clearing out that stack.
Yeah, and Fly, you know, on the Spectre, not the hero you really want to be heading to the jungle to on the earlier end, right? You cross your fingers for the chip vest at this point, hoping for a comeback mechanic. And look at old 11, just feeling so confident, dragging the wave with them too. Just like, yeah, you want to turn and fight me? I'm level 6.
Yeah, he's got that Echo ready. If anybody shows up, they get blown up. Fly will get a couple of these CS here. Misses on the catapult, but regardless, not where the Fly Spectre wants to be, but these other heroes having an okay time.
Look at this. TPing top lane now from Emo, the turnaround play.
This is big. 11 pulled back in, has that Echo. It's their own 2, but it's not enough. That's a bait.
Every time. Every Earthshaker, you know, you gotta know, you have that feeling when you play Shaker, you're like, I know this won't kill them, but maybe this time, you know, you've tried it like 50 games in a row in that same scenario, but early on it just doesn't quite have the oomph.
Well, just like that. They brought a couple heroes down bottom. We're hoping to find a pick there onto the Doom, but he headed back to the jungle, played it safe. Still Vici with a 2K gold lead at 7 minutes. They're having a nice start.
Yeah, the kill did also go to Emo, he said there, so not the biggest help for Fly to get a little bit of space on the lane, but Emo looking for some more plays towards that mid lane. There's the coverage there from PYW with the Boundless Strike, as well as DY here. This could be Kaka dead.
This would be a nice pickup. There it is. Immediately to the stun, but Emo shows up there. Look at that. ride the ledge for a second, but only a second longer. And as everybody else comes in from IG,
I thought Ori was away for a second, and then JT just comes. The music starts playing, slays him from behind. So nice stuff there to get the coverage. All for a kill on a Lion. Obviously not very worth it there for VG.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Now these past couple moves, VG getting caught out. But still, the slight gold lead that they're hanging on to. You have to imagine if they get this kill up top, though.
All right, he's got to live, though, right? I mean, they had the obs in the jungle. Did he leave too late?
Oh, no. He was right underneath the observer ward as he tried to head away.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
But it might be too late.
No. Barely.
Barely getting out of there. Zip lane. They find a cleanup onto Ollie and also starting to pressure this tower.
All right, so that is the price of that ward, right? Like, that's all because of that ward on the top outpost. Because he saw the rotation coming up top, so Shaker plays tight for a little bit, then starts backing away, so they're still going to try the gank. And then, knowing this, VG say, okay, let's attack mid lane, right? Yeah. Obviously, they're rotating on top of the Storm Spear. We can get a great trade here. And what a costly trade, too, losing that mid tower.
Bottom tower
Flash track 3 points in the Edict. Immediately comes to the bottom lane behind JT with the wraparound.
I don't even know if he's here. They know he's here.
Yeah, they don't even know. He was thinking about doing some tree plays with the Edict.
And instead, they're going to back out to their own jungle, get down that good observer ward.
Dude, that ward is just killing them. It's spotting Kaka and Ollie moving through here again to that top lane.
Yeah, all those movements, giving some good vision.
And look how PYW is playing mid here too, right? With Emo being so close to Ori, PYW, not only can he be there for defensive boundless strikes, but perhaps you can even get a good aggro initiation.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
All 11. A little scared up there.
Yeah, and actually that's around now.
Oh, that's a creep too far, my friend.
Yeah, this ward is very prepared for the kill. Throws out the head. It's not even going to be there in time. 11 throws the fissure. Flyfly kills him.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And now JT underneath the monkey. PYW backs out again, but you can see the tempo that Ulchi want to play. They want to make this a little different here as they force
Dire's bottom tower has
They're setting the tempo.
They really are. This is looking fantastic for them. Falcon Blade as well as some early perseverance here for PoYo. So tons of sustain to stay out on the map right now as a Morphling. It can start playing a little bit solo as they want to group up around this flash track and push parts of the map. Meanwhile, you still have 11 just back up top. I'm just going to keep going here. I'm going to keep trying to slow down your Spectre. She's still the poorest core in the game. And you know, Flyfly just not able to get that big jungle acceleration that a lot of carries can do.
And we have a smoke up now. 3 heroes in the mid lane. They're going to run right at that storm. Emo caught, stunned, but the heal is out. Needs a little bit more.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Dodging, trying to get out of it.
And
afterwards, he best kill happen with the egg. Looking good. Emo with it. Dude is absolutely wrecking.
That was some nice plays. They were so focused on finishing off the storm, they're just dying, right? Yeah. As the other heroes rotate in, all they can cling to is that attempted kill on the enemy mid. Those are the kind of plays you're gonna make here. Not something you see so often from like a storm at this point, right? You think it was more as like the you know, mid and late game, not so much like 11 minutes making the zips. Well done, and Storm, one of the best parts of this hero, 0 cooldowns, right? You're just ready to go again. You know, no big long ones whatsoever, so they're going to smoke up. They're going to lurk behind their Spectre here.
Radiant's middle tower is under
she's a big
attack.
target on that hero, right? You know, you really want to take down
Dire's
the old
top tower
Spec, knowing
is
that she's the
under
one who's being
attack.
bullied, and instead, VG just go towers again.
That's right. Focus the objectives. And
there's a blink from 11, of course.
Yeah, they're looking for this. Smoke is going to something. It's not going to be enough. The boundless strike won't be enough to keep alive 11. It's T1 also going to get ran down.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Just covering all their bases.
So JT tried to blink, sorry, not JT, obviously.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Got the line this time since IG have it. Manages to catch him with the Hex right there. Beautiful stuff. And then finished off there as it's, I believe, JT who picked up the kill there too. So once again, we have another very rich Doom. Not the richest this game though, as that is still going to be our Morphling. Something that VG can hold on to. They're pushing these towers still, getting that done. They are moving IG around the map a lot, but they're still succeeding in a lot of these kills, so they're not the most punishing rotations.
Under attack.
It's 10-4, but it's still a gold lead right now for VG.
bringing in the Shaker. Old 11 looks for the opening, finds an angle, fissure, combo, Ollie is there again. And Evo just gets out and walks back in again.
Where's the party?
This guy doesn't care at all. Supernova down, they just have to walk away from him. No fear.
I mean, when you have Ollie backing you up like that, why should you?
Right now, only the 2 points in Sunray, but still getting so much done on this Phoenix. Now, there is still a Morphlane. Farmed, getting towards that Lincoln Sphere.
All right, well, if we're going to follow the trend of last game, what's going to start to happen soon is that, Old 11, he's popping off so far, or sorry, he's not doing well so far. Having a pretty rough game. Last game, he popped off early, and it didn't quite finish out the game. Meanwhile, JT, he had a pretty bad start. He finished really well. So, as the game goes later, I mean, 11's going to find his mojo here. He's going to try to motivate a little bit here with the chat lines, but JT and 11 comparison here, yeah, you can see that GPM a little bit easier on the old Doom.
Very fast bomber. And in the meantime, Emo could just play right up in their base and has nothing really to worry about.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
some
attack.
heroes nearby to keep them safe.
Scanning.
Need the full commitment for the save.
Oh, they're committed to keeping Fly safe, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Hanging out nearby
Dyer's
in the
middle
trees.
tower is under attack.
I'm just going to allow Fly to freely take this tower. And I say that, now they're going to smoke. They're coming through under this ward from IG, so perhaps a false sense of security. Took a long time to push this. JT's going to help out a bit. What is the initiation of this duel, though?
Spot him right away. Has to jump out. They don't have Old 11 here, though.
Dyer's
this is the
tower
only
is under
Shaker.
attack.
Kaka, waveform in, turns over,
Radiant's
able to get
middle
the
tower is
right
under
Lincoln's
attack.
reveal. And now Old 11 showing up, jumps in, catches the ball, and they got the combo coming in from the Sapphire afterwards. Flashlight in trouble. They played it perfect.
Phase of your
Very
journey.
well done. The time taken to actually finish off that tower, really hurting them there. On the side of IG, they just throw everything they had at them. The way they perform that fight, too, right? PYW sitting in the trees, giving them the general idea of what's up, and then he almost like baited them to the left. As he starts running away, they're like, oh, can we get a catch on this Monkey King? And suddenly, out of the smoke comes Ori, and that's when the panic set in.
Well,
over
7-10. Gold lead, and Emo getting closer to that Orchid.
Yeah.
Has the 2 Oblivion staffs done.
Part of the reason he wasn't down there, right? He's farming that up, trying to get that first big item for himself. And being a Storm, he'd also love this 16-minute room, but they can't find that, unfortunately. Huge for Storms to try and play around that, and it's going to be an invis for Ori.
Dyer's middle tower
That
is under
Orchid
attack.
coming out. Where do IG want to go? You've still got, obviously, a long time until the Morph Shaker combos are going to start coming out. He is building into the Aghanims right away. They're not opting for a BKB first.
That invis room. Ori wants to make a play here, but that's JT. He's pretty tanky. Oh, he went for the instant.
And Cookie afterwards. JT slowed down. JT dead.
To the 7 hells.
Good catch for that kill.
Didn't end up mattering.
Yeah. King's scouting around that area as well. Cosplaying as a courier for a moment. But yeah, IG, it feels like they've kind of got a weird timing, right? Because on the one hand, you've got that Orchid ready, but Aghanim's still
ready in the mid lane.
There's a nice one for him. Finger him down. You can use the Hawk for that.
You a storm was
just
coming.
doubling up and making sure there wasn't any like support nearby, I'm sure, or like hoping there obviously was, because maybe then Emo can extend the fight into a second kill. Tower still pretty healthy. The actual tower push very weak right now from IG. It's never really going to get much better with these heroes either. That is perhaps one slight issue here for IG in this game. Obviously that's what punished them in the bottom lane, and without a catapult, it's pretty tough for them to keep this pressure up. Emo's going to do his best, but Poyo just trying to pull the wave, and now
looks for it. He doesn't hit on the stun. Oh, what a great combo. They back out of there just in time, and Kaka didn't have vision for that stun. Ori dodging back into the trees, and now they're going to find Kaka for a follow-up kill afterwards. Very well played by VG. By pride.
It's tough because you see Emo playing so well, but part of that's because he's taking so many risks, right? And eventually he's going to get caught in the mess trap. And that time, he most certainly did. Very well done here,
Radiant's
but it's that
bottom
lack of
tower
push
is under
that
attack.
I feel like they're not even respecting their own lack of push, like still just trying to force that tower and just I mean, this is why Monkey King has looked so good at the International, just helping to set up in those really long-range boundless strikes, helps combo anything. And a great catch there from Ori in the trees.
And now, with the tier 1 towers taken, this is always the big testing point, right? Like, you can find these kills on Vici, you can turn them into the tier 1 towers very easily, but getting that second tier objective has been real test of, you know, if the teams can kind of push themselves to that next level. And it's not easy. And instead, for the moment, they find the jump now onto Morph. Not going to be able to get anything afterwards.
Got the shift off, so
desolation.
Huge panic. That was a smoke used here. So in order to get those tier 2 towers, what do? We take road.
Oh, blink back. Kaka almost gets him.
Nicely done. But that tends to be the focus after, right? So you see the vision already being laid down there up top here from Vici. DY pushing out that lane. Some Oz. The sneaky ward that Vici views quite a bit near that pit as well, where it's kind of like hanging on the cliff there. All right, well done. Looking down into the river.
Always so important to be able to scout out those fights before they break out.
For now, IG just waiting for that haunt, though. Got the Ags, but it was still 90 seconds away from the haunt, so after that, Firefly has just been farming it up here.
Radiant's
imagine
bottom
that
tower is under
JT probably
attack.
really wishing he had that Blink Dagger here, too. Has the BKB, so if it's an aggressive fight from Vici, can maybe just like get in there with the best possible Doom target up top, though. Contrast. He gets aggroed on. It's the Morph. Oh, that's beautiful. Very nice, Kaka. How do you like it?
Keeps on catching him with that one. And this is, you know, a big problem. The Lion needs to be that one initiating on top of them.
And the worst part is you don't have a
Radiant's
recourse.
middle
Like, what are you
tower
gonna do?
is
Like, the
under
timing's
attack.
just not going to be there for you to get through the Lincolns and cast a spell.
Yeah.
Dire's
Have to
top
be like
tower
instant
is
on
under
it or
attack.
preempt it to some extent, which is incredibly difficult. But in the meantime, Vici continue to hold this area. They've got some pretty solid minus armor and DY heading into the pit. Are they actually going to try and take this? Doesn't look like it.
Seems like Poyo is not quite as confident here, and also a wave near their mid tower. Luckily, don't want to make that trade for free.
He's 500 gold away at this point from getting that Aghanim Scepter on the Morph, which can open up the game that much more quickly. And they do still have some really good control on IG. You know, you've got that Orchid ready, you've got Doom still, even though he's still a little ways away from that Blink Dagger on JT.
Look at that scan from Old 11 too, though. He actually just scanned the trees near himself up top there, so not a great idea from Vici as to what IG are actually doing. They're just wondering, like, surely they're coming for someone, but who is it? And well, the answer is the mid lane. Don't want to go into that Lincoln's. Ori has the fresh BKB and the Yules.
They break the smoke. Hawk comes out. They jump immediately onto Morph. Not going to catch. Old 11 now backing away. They catch Ori. But maybe the counter initiation play with the BKB out. They could have this. Supernova used. Vici, do they want to chase? Old 11, he's got Blink Fissure in 7, but it's too far away. And now they have that Ags done and also a Tome coming out for Poyoyo. So he's going to also have 18 most likely.
Ollie using that egg, probably saving Emo as he did get stunned up in the middle of that there, and no real defensive item to help other than this Essence Ring.
And here we go. So often,
this is the combo that
feels impossible to deal with. You get the double Avenger, double Enchant Totem, amping up the damage from Poyoyo, and the amount of control, counter-strike that you get on they gotta get some of that.
I feel like this is I've seen quite a few more Shaker games. Be ready at like 21 minutes like this is terrifying, especially because Shaker has the BKB, and at least for us, when we were casting all these matches, it's been the 4 Shaker, and you're struggling to get even just the Blink Dagger, and that makes this combo not nearly as impactful. But with Old 11 being on the core Shaker this game, having the Blink, having the BKB, this is a frightening scene for IG, and gotta imagine there's a lot of pressure on JT, but he has that Blink, he has the BKB, so perhaps JT can do it again here with the Dooms.
It's going to be important that they make that happen. But the tier 2 tower, they're going to have to give up in the top lane, which looks to be claimed here in just a moment. Because that is one thing that you can sometimes do, right? Is we've seen teams go for, like, you know, a hot play or something like that, and then kill the Shaker, and then there's no longer that combo. But in this instance of the BKB,
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Becomes a lot harder, or Shaker a lot harder.
You might see some of the plays that they've been trying here too from BG. The last time that Haunt came out, they tried to pop a smoke in the backline for the support, so trying to almost like force the Haunt in from Blabba, just be like, all right, well, you know, what's going on here? So they've already thought about a couple of counter plays, and now we have the Force Staff done for DY as well. Help it break up any of the chain sends, also just disengage Poyo in certain engagements too, I'm sure. But they're just going to keep knocking on your towers. We've talked about this. The lack of push here.
Solo, why not? That was huge. They blow him up there with that fake grenade.
Has fallen.
That's the combo you need, and given the tip, that's a huge kill.
Mean, they said Spectre was going for a chip vest earlier, but you're always hoping for the fade grenade here with the morph and the shaker combo. The shaker absolutely loving this thing. You get the totem damage on the throw.
Moving on in, trying to hold this high ground. They put their hopes into Poyo, and hold it up in. There's going to be the cookie afterwards. Do they have enough? Wait for him through, bring it down, JT. Has to pop the DKB.
That was so sick. The Boundless to stop the initial cast of the Doom, and then Poyo throws the Lincolns on top of Ori, and so JT's just like, okay, well, I guess I just keep
out of here now.
Yeah, at least he didn't waste it, right? Yeah. But excellent. Just like, they know the stack of how the fight's supposed to go, right? They can see all the spells in the order that IG want to go for, and you're just trying to disrupt that.
Well, this is one of those moments where, you put the game into Poyo's hands and hope that he's going to be able to hang on to it.
Are scanning.
Well, there's that. I also just think that Ori's also having a totally game too.
Can they break the Lincolns though? Doesn't matter. The double fissure, and now the chase on the chance on him. JT pops it, turns. Do they have enough though?
Radiant's bottom tower
with the Aegis, they just don't want to go for it. Poyo waveform tries to get him. Adaptive strike, not quite going to be on the mark. So JT gets away. They've got to wait out that Aegis.
And meanwhile, Emo is still just down here. I'm sure feeling a little nervous hiding here. Doesn't have a TP right now. Nighttime, gonna try and use the lack of vision to escape. This is some dangerous stuff.
That was very close to death. I mean, again, it feels like right now IG are kind of trying to wait this out, at least until the Aegis comes down. They still got a minute and a half. VG, do they try and push that tempo that much further with two tier 2 towers down?
And look at them, they're just camping.
They're ready.
Hiding near this outpost.
Kaka,
he's not even one shot once.
It happened so quick.
Oh, meanwhile, Emo gonna show on this wave down here. Is there any real punish zone now? Just DY with a 4-minute cookie. Teammates. Okay, well, unless he's
over here.
With the zips, but
he's out. Well played.
This whole map now belonging to VG. Game 2. This is a whole new one for them. And I mean, really, all you can do is just kind of lie and wait for Fly to help find that one big fight. Try and set up the plays, set up the initiation for Kaka, for JT. See if they can catch this form play before you really easy. Jumps in, finds the Spectre in trouble. Going to fall soon. Almost able to get out of the hill.
Again by Ollie. Old 11 went for that dunk, but it wasn't enough.
Oh, once again proving why they like Phoenix. Sunray save there.
They've waited out the Aegis. It's going to expire now, 15 seconds. If you're IG, do you kind of have to go now, or is it still too dangerous to fight into Morph Shaker?
I think you smoke out and go, and you try and find a fight with Haunt before the potential timing for the Roche, right? Because you want to have the Haunt back up when the Aegis fight could occur. So push out your waves, find the smoke play. There's not the best vision right now, like really deep from VG, so there's a chance they can get away with this smoke. Meanwhile, unfortunately though, IG, they also don't really see that much of the map. Not entirely sure where VG Gaming have gone.
PYW shows for a second with that boundless strike in the mid lane. But IG looking to hold their own high ground for the moment. The other thing here is just like the XP lead is going to start to stagger way into the favor of Vici. Those outposts being taken as well. This entire game swinging into their favor. The back of this Morph Shaker combo.
They have hit a big item now, though. They do have a BKB for Emo, so he's been working on that for a while. And combined, yes, this ring has a lot of survivability. Can try and disrupt some of these plays, and as you said, like maybe try and find the initiation on Old 11, as can get that finishing damage.
Smoke up.
They're looking to find him first.
Ori shows with the Lincolns on him, and Vici look ready. Jump in. Emo wants to get a target for the kill. Wait a minute, what? for IG.
Man, I don't know. JT and Cog are just quick on that. I feel like we see this all the time, but placing that ward down and just jumping into Mana Drain, into the Hex, into the Chain Stun disable, into the Doom there too, just absolutely no chance. And then on top of that, to find the non-shifting Morphling was just like a massive bonus. You know, he's got a lot of tools here, but he does not have a Dispel. So getting pulled and orchided there for the kill.
Wow. Trying to find a little bit of retribution. Will go for the TP out. Does manage to escape after that shadow step.
That is a frightening amount of damage, though. The Manta being ready there from Flyfly.
Double
I would say impressive,
damage.
How Flyfly's game has gone. Like, think about where you've seen Flyfly in this match. It's basically like the safest possible farm. Oh, nice solo pick there. Emo, you like
Blew the man
rune to keep him in the game here.
Mm.
But Flyfly, I mean, lowest score in the game for sure, but I think recognizing just how important it is to number one, not drop any further by just getting like, you know, picked off and feeding, but number two, always be ready and set for that haunt, because it's so crucial to how they want to find these engagements and eliminate this double threat of the Morph Shaker.
And you saw in that last one, I think how important it is still to get the BKB on Morph. You know, the fact that Toyo could just die to those two disables. And the fact that it's all on him, right? Like, you need this BKB to make sure you don't get chain stunned and to make sure you're constantly keeping on top of them. So a little bit away from it. Probably won't go for another fight until Aegis, or rather another high ground push until Aegis.
Hold 11 drawing a sort of like stalking wraparound play here, but it's like they're not sure if they want to commit to that.
Arcane energies.
Arcane, but just going to keep that pressure on. Has that Aghanim Scepter done.
To the impurities.
Going for the Lotus next. So the gold lead, as it has felt throughout this series, consistently into Vici's favor, but IG are the ones that were winning that last big fight. And Emo, the one that's setting the tempo.
Oh, it's going to be a tension-filled couple of minutes here. It's a really long respawn.
Got him. Quick and easy.
You had your warning.
You know, they're actually pinging like, oh, they have a ward up here, but I don't even see a ward. I'm not sure if that was just a, like, you know, they always do this sort of play.
Yeah.
Radiant are scanning.
Just understanding inside the heads a little bit right now. 2 minutes away from Roche. Emo going in to check it. And in the meantime, for Vici, it feels like they've really stalled out. You know, they got this big item timing combo very early on, took down some tier 2 towers, but these last couple of fights, things starting to feel a little bit scary for Vici here.
Yeah, their team fight's pretty empty if they don't have the Morph and the Shaker together. So Morph also doesn't want to be like on the other side of the map right now farming up this BKB. So everyone, it's like a giant gravitational pull towards the Roche pit in these moments, particularly at TI, it feels, you know. No one wants to make that mistake, miss that crucial engagement. And so the farm speed's going to slow. They have to give everything available to Poyo here to try and get that BKB before that fight starts. And they're going to be very fortunate that it's still another minute away, because this BKB can be the massive difference here, especially if they go for the Doom onto the Leshrac again.
You're also getting towards some of these other big items that can make a big difference. Shiva's pretty soon on the Doom, as well as Scotty being worked on for Flyfly to help mitigate that regen that you get from the Morph when you're swapping between the two forms. So it's going to start to become more likely that they can kill Poyo.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
The more and more of these items that get picked up.
Well, IG once more going to try and control the vision game here, though, by having that gem onto Kaka. So they can clear up and just ensure that, like right now, we know there's no wards, obviously, on that side, but this is giving them the confidence, too.
Smoke.
And especially if something gets dropped down here when they want to look for that high ground play.
Flyfly, they got vision. They want to go on him, though. Killing that Spectre is so difficult. Level 11 revealed for a moment. Flyfly sees him, aiming the fight, the jump in. They decide to take the bait, but do they have enough to save? But dead. Flyfly goes down. And now looking for more. Up on the high ground. They catch Kaka. That BKB, it's not going to be enough. And tries to get... The chase down now, looking for more. Old 11, nowhere left to go. Unreal.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
You knew it. IG knew it. That's bait. You know, Strixer's going left and right, just swinging, dangling there with the chum, and you know the buyback haunt's coming, but they thought they could get enough kills, they would be worth it.
And
but putting like all in on the BKB.
Now, no buyback. 60 seconds with no morph. I mean, we'll see if this is enough to stop IG from going in for the Roche. But with Roche up now and no morph lane, that's like almost all of their team fight.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Not part of that problem, though, of course. You know, they did use the Haunt, they used the Egg, they used the Doom, so there's not a lot of incentive for IG to fight there either, but we also recognize just how crucial the Morphling is. I'm a little surprised they're not going to push for something. Feels like maybe they'll just smoke in for kills. Zap! That seems to be the plan here. The scan hits. They know there are heroes. Emo, they're going to die. Has buyback 80 seconds away. Ori hoping to get a little bit of help there on his Emo. Chased down by the combo. Emo low on there. It's done. 11 now wanting to chase this one down. What else do they have left in the tank? Morphling's back up in 2 seconds. Emo went in so deep and ends up getting punished for it. Great fight and looking for Kaka. No! Chase is there. Morph is there for the finish. And now they're forced out these couple of buybacks. Kaka is coming back, but can they take down Lucian time? They're actually just going to stick around for this one. He has to walk back out.
Hello, Russia.
They're getting the big damage on really fast here.
Hello.
Yeah, he's gonna run in on 11. Aegis on Poyo. Still in Earthshaker form. Retreats back again. And that is enough. Man, Beachy got away with one there. Old 11 just throwing his body on the line.
Yeah, dangerous fight there.
Tries to salvage this with Ori dead. Can he do it all on his own right now for Poyo? Fly walks away and then through it. Vici decided to go back in on this. And we'll see if that ends up being punished now as JT walks in, hooks up afterwards, switching down. Aegis gonna be reclaimed, and do they have a second round? Is it still to cool down? They get the duel off, the chase down is there, and Poyo to fall. 3 dead for Vici. IG, they waited it out.
It's half a hero there without the Shaker. Excellent idea from IG. It's very scary, obviously, fighting to anyone who has the Aegis, but more Shaker, no Shaker, you know, you're not built the same as a normal morph, right? You're not going to have that same tools available to you, and you've invested so much in utilizing this combo. Find a very big punish here from IG. Bold to go for it, but they sort of had an idea of what was happening through a lot of team because they played that really deep ward as well up on that high ground. After the, the previous round was kind of poorly and they lost Emo.
But again, the decision to go back in for that quick pickoff, like it felt like a bit too greedy in the end as they eventually run down Poyo.
And then he like having everything ready after the Aegis there too.
Right. There was just nothing left in the tank, and that Lincoln's coming back off cooldown. You can see JT feeling himself. And Vici,
not so much. Ooh. Now time for them to regroup here. Morph Shaker, still terrifying.
Invisibility.
The shard sitting at the fountain right now, so that will be on the Morphling once the respawn is there.
20 seconds.
No whining now.
Tried to look for more afterwards, but there was nothing else doing.
That ward from so long ago paying off big time.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And that's going to keep them offset too, right? Like that's actually a massive loss for Vici because that's another 70 seconds. And IG, no, that was a dieback again from the Shaker. So they can just go for these tier 2s. So that means that Vici, they got to improvise here. They got to find some sort of a solution with this Morphling without the Shaker. I don't think they want to just give these up for free here, especially when the Doom's not up.
It's just so difficult. And they also just picked up something else, a rarely seen item on Spectre, the BKB. Everybody else is buying it that's a core nowadays, so why not? But you see, it's speaking to a problem in Vici's draft. Without that Shaker there, Morphling really doesn't have that much damage.
No, IG, they're not going to rush anything here, though. Just going to relax it back.
Just
going to hang out in the river and keep controlling these runes. Now Emo has an arcane ready for the next one there too, and also eyeing up the site. So, you know, you're talking about these BKBs and looking to catch and punish, particularly the Ori as well as Old 11.
Ori actually decides to take the shard instead,
Yeah.
so they're going to have the split earth.
After all that, I like that considering the game state, right? That is definitely a very defensive shard when they try and come high ground. Perhaps a worrying sign for how VG are feeling about this game.
And just look at the vision that you have right now from IG. Like those 3 observer wards scouting all of the movements that VG might want to make.
So they have smoked and they're following Ori. Trying not to let their presence be known here, but you know, the bait of the Spectre was successful. Very much down to this one, Wolby, and whoopsie.
Oh.
Just a simple shadow step, yeah, caused the BKB to come out. Oh, maybe that is the biggest bait. I'll just pop my BKB at the shadow step.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what's so scary about it, though, right? Just like any vision, you know, you don't know what's coming in. Like jumped on by the storm or something, so he's sort of panic BKB.
Or doomed or what have you, any of those things. Like if he can get the Pulse Nova off and then BKB, that's maybe going to be enough damage dealt out by him to make it worth it. But 40 seconds. And in that time, IG don't have an Aegis themselves.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Play around their high ground vision.
JT just to make sure he doesn't make a misstep here again. I would be so scared if I was him, trying to ensure that I'm not going to hamper my morph in another engagement.
Oh, you mean Earthshaker, yeah.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Jeez, man.
Old 11.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
JT Shaker. Like, can't get it in my head.
Nonetheless.
But JT as well.
Yeah.
You know, on this dude.
I've been wanting
It's only like
this.
the 6th time I've done this game. I'm sure it's fine. Telescope picked up here.
Okay.
All right. And that's not bad. It's not really great, this game, for any of them. Particularly. It's pretty nice for Snap, actually. Give me some neutrals here. We got any saving neutral items this game.
Radiant are scanning.
Do IG group together.
Okay, we're a little busy with the game deciding fight. Okay, I gotcha.
They're
That's
showing.
cool.
And speaking of neutrals, that ninja gear, that's pretty clutch for the Doom.
Oh, that's actually so frustrating to play against.
You can see that IG, like Fly just has no interest in doing anything but haunting in for a fight.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like this is kind of the same mentality that you need on the 11 in terms of just...
Like that, it happens. And is there anything else left in the monster. He's gonna get ran down by Fly, and at this point the TP out, he ends up not even getting out of there indeed. Lose 3. IG are just too good.
Radiant's middle tower
Ease of
is under
execution
attack.
in Dota, and you can just see it there, how easy these fights look for IG because of that haunt. And the confidence that Emo has in the team to back him up.
I think that was like, Emo saw him walk back into the trees and is like, there are so many people that just hide in those trees and wait for a fight, and just started it. No fear from Emo.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is
Around there too, which helps make them more like over, which got the Doom out.
Radiant structures
And now on the
are
high ground they go.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Masterful game plan here. And Vici, you know, again, they kind of this lead.
That's the spirit!
IG, they wait for their moment, they
Radiant's middle
strike.
tower has fallen.
Unbelievable performance so far, and with 40 seconds left before the heroes start showing back up again, they've
Radiant's
got 30
middle
until
has
Taker.
fallen. Radiant's
IG
middle
might just be able to go for it all. They turn their sights now onto these tier 4 towers.
Radiant's middle
try and
tower is
close
under
this
attack.
one out and secure themselves further battle. In TI-10, knocking out Vici Gaming. Can they do it though? Last couple of seconds.
Radiant's
Tier 4's hard
middle
to go
tower
through.
has fallen.
They don't have a ton of tower
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
little ways away. Haven't gone around too far here. BKB out. And just like that, they're going to TP away. The game continues as IG respecting that danger coming from their opponents.
Yeah, I mean, they were tier 2s up on the other lanes anyway, so like, might as well push and pressure. Maybe you can force out that like 10-second left buyback on the board.
Regeneration.
Really end this one. But they at least get the shaker, so Old 11 under threat once
Stupendous.
more. They're going to move into the base. They've gone for the smoke.
Trying to find somebody. You have to imagine that they know about this on IG.
But now the scythe is there too.
Oh, it's so scary.
Down.
Maybe an opportunity. Wait for him through death. That's one. Kaka breaks the Lincolns. Now looking for more. Jumps through. Tries to catch for the kill on the Kaka. Switching back into the other form. Snapfire ultimate coming down to Zemo. Shots now on to Old 11. Trying to kill him. Force out to the Logra. And gets away. KP out. Whoa. Fissure not enough to keep him alive.
Radiant's bottom tower.
JT catches them again. The Doom is out. And they try and stop this. Ori runs into the last, but he just doesn't have enough. Kaka actually.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Don't want to do it. Same guy.
गेम चला गया.
IG this game, but to me, part of that also just comes down to like fly, and the way that he's enabling his team in these fights, always holding up those perfect haunts and the shadow steps. He's not getting through. You know how hard this is for core players?
Radiant
Think about how long this guy was like the absolute poorest core in the entire game. Just understanding how crucial he is to them getting back into this one with that use of vision.
There to play cleanup. So many sick plays as he was going for that arcade room and gets punished. Unbelievable play from IG here, who come back from leaving an Aegis in the pit in game number 1 and managed to win it still. And now in game number 2, coming back again.
It's so good. It's such a huge lead right now here too. Like, there's no buyback on this one. Like, everything is on the table for this.
बेकार prices हम देख के आ
one of these tier 2s.
क्या monster event
done.
क्या वही सब.
They're gonna come
बेकार prices हम देख के आ गए.
That could be the end. Like VG, you're sitting there right now in that booth. You're just thinking like the next fight. That's the end of our TI run.
It might just happen right now if they're not careful. JT spots them both there. Wait for him. Two cores are dead. All the damage is gone.
I've caught my breath.
Come out immediately afterwards. And IG with 100 seconds left. Roche is gonna spawn again in a second.
Wow.
They're still gonna play it that safe.
They really respect Earthshaker.
Money
I guess. It's like, guys, we have 100 seconds. We can go kill Roche shortly and come back to the base.
There's ruling spawn right there. You know, they want to get another shot. They gotta practice the Aegis pickup.
You know, he's actually have enough doom that he can doom all the remaining heroes on VG.
That's right.
I'd say we give him the triple, guys. I think IG can do it. I love how they're still scamming here too. Like,
yeah, they are not wanting to give this
Radiant's top tower.
Immortality is mine.
Double refresh, dude. Ready to go with that arcane blink as well.
They still look so serious right now from IG.
Told you a storm was coming.
Can't afford to throw anything away here. So they run it down the middle. They got a date with Spirit.
Good luck next year.
Radiant's unfit.
Michi Gaming eliminated. Spirit versus IG.
भैया
हाँ.
It was like flashes.
चारों का चारों स्पिरिट बहुत ओपी है.
There was always sort of this like overarching just like theme of IG just looks so
खेलने आता है तो.
Yeah, and I think.
हाँ.
once the Lincoln's is broken and you're doomed, Morphling's job, it's over. Track. So once it gets refresher, the game just got a lot easier for IG to find those perfect fights.
And if you go a little bit deeper into IG and how their lineup works and activates each other, when it comes to the heroes, Fly, he pops that ulti, he gives vision for the Doom, JT suddenly looks like a god. Why? Because he has all the info that he needs. Also, Emo on that Storm Spirit just follows up. However, I have to say that the game did look a little bit scary for IG. That mid lane fight, I really think this team is under a lot of pressure, a lot of emotions at the moment. You don't necessarily see a team try to get the fight before your Doom even has a blade. He was on 1900 gold, and they're engaging. That's why they lost that first rush. That's why they almost lost the control of the game completely.
They were one mistake. I agree.
We totally got time.
They're one mistake away from losing after that play. Like, you can't give Morph teams, like a Morph Shaker, especially when they have their combination online, like, they need Aegis to win the game because you're playing against Doom. So how do you prevent getting deleted? Well, have that extra life. But Gaben was even trying to help Vici, giving Fey Grenade to the Shaker. Like, how is it even balanced? Like, he blinks bottom, like a Fisher, Fey Grenade, Enchant, dead. Like, nuts.
There's a lot of damage.
Hello.
But, for me, coming from the draft, I felt that IG definitely had an advantage, looking at the way the heroes matched. But you can never forget about Morph Shaker. It's just way too strong. And Vici Gaming almost managed to pull that one off, but...
Well, sadly, they did not. And so we have Avo standing by with Fly. I believe not Fly, apologies. He, of course, is standing by with a member from Vici Gaming.
Thank you. I'm actually here with DY. So we're going to be asking him a couple of questions. DY, your team has been regarded as one of the strongest late game teams. You make 2 impressive comebacks in the lower brackets. Can you give me a bit of insight on the communication in the late game for your team?
想问一下 DY， 就 VG 变成了一支后期令人很敬佩的队伍，然后在回顾整个 TI 时，你们有2次都是让1追2。然后可以跟我们分享一下队内的后期的吗？
因为我们队打到现在失误会比较多嘛，但是说实话，我们已经习以为常了。相比于自己失误，我们更擅长的就是说，对面抓到我们失误而沾沾自喜的时候，我们在想怎么去给对面来个颜色看看。
Well, we make a lot of mistakes and we realize that early mistakes. However, we try to catch our opponent's mistakes and we'll show them.
Do you have any message for the Vici Gaming supporters?
有没有任何话想跟 VG 的支持者说的？
今年倒在6强挺可惜的吧，但是我觉得并不遗憾，对于我们队伍来说，也希望支持危机的队伍后面也能为剩下2支中国队加油，希望他们能够把冠军队捧回国。
Stopping at top 6 is a bit unfortunate. However, we have no regrets. Hopefully, VG will cheer on the other Chinese teams and will take the Aegis home back to China.
Our journey for TI10 ends here, but still a top 6 finish is beyond impressive. Back to you, Frankie.
Thank you very much, Avo. Thank you to DY for talking to us, and thank you for Helen for her fantastic translations as well. And you know what? DY's got a point. This is a very, very strong year for China, and there is a likelihood of the Aegis heading back to his home country. Purge, why is this region so strong at the moment?
It's kind of hard to say. It feels like almost every year they're a strong region. That's almost always the case. This is probably the strongest they've looked in recent memory, and they have really shown those results. I mean, if it wasn't like secret upsetting in the upper bracket, it would just be like, oh, it's all Chinese teams up there, for example. So the fact that they have now been forced to knock each other out is going to be really tough for the region, because it really could have been like 3 out of the 4 top teams are Chinese this tournament.
Well, I have a feeling that Invictus Gaming are in the mood for celebration, because they are in the top 4 of TI, but they still have a challenge on their hands, of course, to make their way to the grand final. So we said Insurrection Slacks.
Absolutely, we are feeling good. I am here with Ollie. Congratulations, what a fantastic series, sir.
BG is a very good team.
Yeah, I can tell. I mean, you guys have faced off against each other so many times. Does it feel like you two know exactly what each other's gonna do?
Yep, I think so. Because we know them very well, and I think they know what we are gonna do.
So how do you prepare for something like that?
Age experience different.
Like just playing, like we know how they gonna play, so we just want to counter them.
Yep.
Yeah, and play. If we can play like 50-50 on the lane, I think we are good at the late game.
Well, you guys played a lot more than 50-50. In fact, you have, by the way, every other team 26% win rate with Phoenix across the entire international. You have never lost a game with Phoenix here. What makes you so much different than everyone else?
Not sure, maybe my team is better. My teammate is better. The Phoenix is maybe not a good hero, but my team is better.
हाँ देखे ना अभी तो खेला ये OG लोग.
Phoenix Egg with the Magnus save. But I do have one final question for you, and this is very important. What happened to the Aegis in Game 1? I need you to tell me. Walk me through the whole thing. Like, go ahead.
Yeah.
उसके आगे दिन भी और एक नीक सूट है था कोई. नहीं उठाएंगे हमको पता है आप इनविजिबल होके घूमते रहोगे 400 घंटा तक.
The roach and we go out. And we keep talking, and we didn't know he didn't pick up the Aegis.
नहीं तो invisible होके सब चीज वही करोगे ना invisible होके.
Pick up.
Yeah. What was your reaction when they stole it?
Like when we going to push the tier 2, and we say, Doom has the Aegis. we are shocking.
Well, not a shocking victory coming out of you guys. Congratulations as you move on, have another match later today, I believe. But thank you for your time, Ollie. A fantastic series, and we'll get ready for our next one. Let's head back to the panel.
Thank you, Slaxon, Ollie. It's Ollie's first TI, you know? I don't think that mistake with the Aegis is on him, to be perfectly honest, especially as it was a 2-0. And as you can see, we only have 4 teams remaining in the bracket there. We've nearly completed our lower bracket as well. We've just got one more, well, technically 2 more matches to play out. But do we see the consolidation final as a lower bracket match? Not really. It's for second place. Okay, fine. It's how esports works. Kyle's just looking at me like, Frankie, come on.
No. I'm just still like thinking about the interview, to be honest. Like the upper bracket, I didn't believe in team spirit at all. And now they've I've just got the vibes, you know, when you get momentum in this tournament and you're just playing Dota, like, that's when you look the best. But Secret LGD, like these are the best 2 teams here. But are they going to be the best 2 teams today and tomorrow? That's what matters.
All right, well, you're going to be seeing Spirit face off against IG at the end of the day, but coming up very shortly indeed, it's going to be Secret versus LGD. This could be a preview of our grand final. We don't know, but we do know it's going to be an absolute blinder. So stick with us. We're going to take one of those trips down memory lane, and when we come back, Sumi will be here with a fresh gang, and we've got an extra special guest you do not want to miss on the draft panel. So keep yourselves locked in.
मैच के एंड में वो किसी का इंटरव्यू ले रही थी या कुछ ऐसे ही पैनल में वहाँ पे बोलती है कि टीम स्पिरिट का कोच को अपना ड्राफ्ट में विश्वास नहीं था तो मतलब ये तो अजम्पशन था वो तो पैसा का बारे कॉन्टेक्स्ट ही चेंज कर दी पूरा
The icon for the game itself is the map.
और ऊपर से वो कोच है मतलब एक तरह से एक्यूजेशन ही हुआ ना कि कोच अपना लीडर में विश्वास नहीं है जर्नलिस्ट
वो जर्नलिस्ट है या एनालिस्ट है वो
कुछ नहीं है वो बस
कास्टर है बस बड़बड़ करती है
CS:GO में बहुत पॉपुलर है ये इसीलिए उसको वाल्व डोटा में भी बुलाया और सब लोग यही बोल रहे हैं कि और भी टैलेंट है जैसे टीरियन फ्लैक्स करके है काइल है ये सब मतलब ये लोग को बुलाया गया था लेकिन ये लोग उतना काम नहीं कर रहे ऑन कैमरा पैनलिस्ट होस्ट नहीं कर रहे हैं कुछ वही बोल रहे हैं कि ये लोग को क्यों नहीं ला रहा है जबकि वो लेडी को रखा है जिसको कुछ नहीं आता। ऊपर से जो पैनलिस्ट टेबल में जो 4 जन बैठ के डिस्कशन करते हैं उसमें जबरदस्ती वो क्या बोलते हैं ड्रामा और वो कोई ओपिनियन था तो उसको तो आता नहीं है गेम, लेकिन फिर भी वो अपना ओपिनियन को मतलब कोई एनालिस्ट ऐसा किया उसको कोई गलत ओपिनियन दे दी और फिर वो एनालिस्ट को डिफेंड करवाई जो बोल रहा है वो प्रूव करो डिफेंड
Not because they're being
है
protected, quite the opposite in fact.
unnecessary
We obliterated them. Oh, side shops. As depressing as their inventory was, at least I remember them.
हर ड्रामा बहुत अच्छा होता है, अच्छा है ना, उसी से व्यूज आता है।
लेकिन इस
हेट आ रहा है, ठीक है, कुछ नहीं कर सकते, हेट आएगी।
मेन क्या बोलते हैं, फोकस होना चाहिए कि गेम पे। अब तुम ड्रामा में फोकस कर रहे हो तो एक्चुअल मेन ऑब्जेक्टिव से नजर हट जाएगा, गेम को प्रमोट करना है। मतलब पूरा कम्युनिटी इसी से घुसा है भाई कि अरे मेन फोकस तो गेम पे होना चाहिए।
कम्युनिटी घुसाने से क्या होगा? पहले सुनता है क्या? पहले बताइए, सुनता है तो बोलो वेल्फ को कि हटाओ इसको।
He was a nice guy. He was chill. Yeah, I don't know what he did to deserve getting removed, to be honest.
बोलो कुछ नहीं, और तो कुछ ऑप्शन ही नहीं है। नहीं पसंद है कम्युनिटी को, बोलो हटाओ।
In days gone by, that single courier shared by all caused lanes to be lost, friendships to be ended, and mid-players to incessantly whine. But now, with couriers for all, we can breathe a collective sigh
यहाँ
of
पे
relief.
टीम लोग का मेन फोकस है टीआई को जीतने का, पैसा का बारे सेकेंडरी आता है। मेन है कि डोटा का सबसे बड़ा इवेंट यही है, तो सब तो वही चाहेगा ना।
हाँ, वर्ल्ड चैंपियन कहलाएगा,
नंबर 1 टीम के वो टाइटल बस है।
हाँ एक्चुअली वो मेन
द लार्जेस्ट हर चीज में
बट वो सेकेंडरी है।
प्राइस पूल को लाना
नहीं होता है। हाँ
ये फ्रैंकी का जितना भी प्लेयर इंटरव्यू या कोच इंटरव्यू किए ना, सबने वो पैसा मेंशन की है कि ये हमारा दिमाग में था। अरे तो हर बार बोलने का क्या है, ठीक है।
ओ ये रॉन्ग चीज है, क्योंकि देखिए ये लोग ई स्पोर्ट्स टीम है, लोग ट्रॉफी के लिए लड़ता है, पैसे के लिए नहीं।
It's like taxes. You just have to do them. No one likes doing them. They're there. Like you shouldn't have to file taxes in Dota, right?
ऊपर से उसको प्रमोट करके क्या फायदा, कम्युनिटी के थ्रू ही तो आया है। कम्युनिटी प्राइस पूल ही तो 40 वाल्व इनिशियली कुछ स्पॉट डालता है और बैटल पास का सेल, बाकी जो सेल्स होता है उसका 25% कम्युनिटी की तो 40 मिलियन तक इसको बार-बार इंटरव्यू में
an amazing thing for Dota. It's amazing. Whoever created shrines, not amazing. Whoever created 5
टीम सीक्रेट के साथ, टीम सीक्रेट का कोच के साथ ना
अभी कौन निकल गया?
टीम स्पिरिट
आज टीम स्पिरिट निकल गया?
नहीं बीची गेमिंग निकला, अपनी मैच है पीएसजी और
अभी हमको एंटी मेस का स्किन मिला ही।
What's that?
4 घंटा फार्म करेगा एंटी मेस।
The Dota map, much like the game itself, is constantly
रुचियान जल्दी फार्म करो रे बाबा।
क्या
जल्दी फार्म करो,
features you miss, for they shall live forever.
खेलेंगे
तो बोलते ना वैलोरेंट में बोलते ना जल्दी रोटेट करो, हाँ वैसे ही इधर भी जल्दी फार्म करो।
फार्म का मतलब ये नहीं है कि जंगल चलेगा। अरे मैं
चल गाड़ी में।
Oh my god.
Joined us here at TI. Great stuff.
लाया तो 2 प्रकार का तो लाया रे साला खकंदाल। पका के
नहीं भैया अभी नहीं है।
नहीं हम नहीं पकाऊंगा।
खाओ और जिंदा रहो। जाओ ससुरबाड़ी। वाह।
तुम 3:30 बजे खाना लेके आएगी और बोले खाओ। हम बेटा ब्रेकफास्ट भी नहीं खाया।
भैया आपके स्ट्रीम में आ रही है।
You're looking forward to this.
Well, it looks like the teams are ready to hit the stage, so let's give
ड्रामा
them
होगा तो
a
थोड़ा
big
पॉपुलर होगा।
welcome.
भैया पैनल भी चेंज हो गया। अब बताओ
ऊपर गया
ये ठीक है ना? ये कौन है? ये मॉक्सी मैक्स क्या नाम?
हाँ ये
मॉक्सी
ठीक
ना?
है। ये शायद पिछला टीआई में चाइनीज है ना इसमें। पिछला साल शंघाई में हुआ था। पिछला साल नहीं।
Paris Saint-Germain, LGD is a team that needs no introduction. Not only has this team taken fourth and second in one of the most competitive regions in Dota, but they got the Singapore Major and the Annie Major.
हो गया, बंद हो गया भैया, चिल्लाना बंद हो गया। वो कपड़ा काटने के
बाहर तो अंधेरा कर दिया है।
and LGD is here to rise to the challenge and carry on the legacy.
ये मैच बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग और खतरनाक होगा। तो बड़ा
मेरे को क्यों लग रहा है टीम सीक्रेट जीत जाएगा?
हाँ
है ना? अंदर से फीलिंग आ रहा है।
लग रहा है कि लोगों को जीतना चाहिए।
वही
इसीलिए 2 हम खरीदे थे ना सपोर्टर पैक। एक ओजी लिए थे और दूसरा सीक्रेट लिए थे। हमको बीच में लग रहा था कि सीक्रेट ले ले।
फिर से भैया शॉट्स शॉर्ट
नहीं, ये अलग लेवल का कॉन्फिडेंस है। टेम्परेचर तो वहाँ का देखिए।
वही है, अलग लेवल का कॉन्फिडेंस। 8 डिग्री में कौन शॉर्ट्स पहनता है?
Incredibly strong contenders to lift the Aegis. When asked about today's match, Puppy said, LGD are the team we respect the most. They feel like a brother team to us. We learn a lot from them and we enjoy playing against them. May the best team win. And now, let's take a look at some TI memories with Xiaoba.
就是决赛日的前1把都没有输，第一天就直接输了2把，就回家。当时就当时还比较小嘛，然后我们队伍输了比赛都没人说话，然后后面我们进了一个电梯以后，电梯出故障，然后我们
इसको ना सिक्किम चल रहा है।
我们还是活着又好了，以后还有
हेलो है ना भैया, पहाड़ चल रहा है।
想得开很多。在牛逼的时候，TS的时候，我们就是当时状态不是很好，然后每打一场比赛前都要互相打气加油，说一句我们最强。
Vici Gaming, they have it. So let's see if they can execute. This is time for
当时拿下冠军，心情就感觉很激动吧，然后自己梦想就有点像。
ये क्या है पेरिस वाला और PSG
在为我们欢呼，我们出去举起冠军盾的时候，觉得这是真的，不是在做梦。就 TS 决赛打完以后，我们赢了，然后我们去理论的时候被队友和我们队的工作人员就是抱起来往天上跑，就现在还记得。
PSG, LGD, and Team Secret. This is a match that a lot of people have been super excited for. Insania, tell me why that is.
I'm just really excited to see RTZ play up against Emil.
Yeah, I agree.
अच्छा कौन निकल गया अभी? Secret.
PSG versus Secret.
Vici Gaming.
Yeah, I mean this is a clash of two
Vici
titans. I think you have two really interesting play
TI सब निकल गया ना?
Secret and how they usually kind of play reactively and defensively, and LGD likes to take the fight too.
T1.
For me, it's going to be exciting to see like
Vici Gaming निकल गया ना?
the same way they did OG. So for me, that's the most exciting part of the series. Like Secret put up the wall. As usual.
The wall. We hear so much about the wall. Not Insania. I asked you that question already. Jenkins, tell me
रात का हम 3 को अभी खा लिया, अब माँ 2 को खा लेगी, खत्म हो जाएगा.
Tell me about the wall.
Well, Team Secret, the only way that I can describe them is that it looks like all of their heroes are being microed by Puppy sometimes, all the time. I mean, when they're looking
खाना कहाँ माँ सब तो बाहर से खा के आई है, हम भूखा मरता क्या?
They all run in the exact same direction.
ब्रेकफास्ट भी नहीं किया, तभी माँ बेटा खाना लेके आई है, बोलता है कि 3:30 बजे लो.
Drop on a pin. Is that a sank?
ब्रेकफास्ट भी नहीं किया,
I don't know.
मर जाएगा खा
They
के.
turn around
बिना
and they all
खाए.
go on a dime. There it is. Okay. They all turn around at the exact same time. Like, it legit, Puppy, these might just be actors, and Puppy is microing all of them. Because they do that, it means that they can force you to use abilities, and then they take fights when you don't have those abilities up. In other teams, it's like, in those fights where they're trying to disengage, they might lose a hero. And so
1,000 plus था, 1,200 something
so
था.
good at that gives them these openings that a lot of teams
एक
don't
hit
have.
में ना?
Generally, I think the wall that people refer to is like Puppy standing on a high ground in
और एनिमी में टाइमिंग भी नहीं था.
smokes in, and they just kill Puppy, he buys back, and then they take the fight because they're fighting down a low ground where they don't have that missed chance and they don't have the vision disadvantage.
I think that's part of it, but I think it's also just the way that they team fight you. They don't give you anything for free. They're really, like you said, right, quick.
अच्छा अभी जो निकला वो सब दिखा रहा है golden color से.
The time is right, and I think that's like Seeker's biggest strength in the series. They're going to be really patient, and they're going to make sure that they wait.
अच्छा अभी कौन-कौन है? Team Secret.
Patience is legendary. And now tell me just a little bit, Tsunami, about PSG LGD. What do they bring to
कौन final चल गया?
I think
तो
all the teams to have played out throughout the entire group stage and come this far through the main event. LGD have established the meta of this tournament more so than anyone else. I think Secret kind of go to the beat of their own drum. Like you mentioned, Jenkins, it does feel like Puppy's a puppet master to an extent. And LGD, if there is an overlord, it's probably Xiao H. Xiao Ba as the coach, but
the director.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But in terms of individual gameplay, I think LGD, in terms of their drafts, in terms of how they play around their supports and their off lane, all these dynamics within the game, LGD set TI-10 on the right path. And if anyone's in the grand finals, I consider LGD to be my favorite.
Yeah, 100%. My favorite thing about these two teams matching up together is like, I mean,
OG
it's hard to say exactly how important this is because maybe just like, you know, LGD doing everything right is more important than this. But if you name a trend in the last like 6 months that's new and interesting, LGD probably invented it. They made the packs, they did the 3 They did the okay.
Wait.
All right.
Insania says that's not true.
Okay, well I have a list of about 7 things that can go on. Okay.
No tail.
Popularized. Did you do that first or what?
So Mickey did it first, and against 9 in a pub, and then 9 did it, and then they started doing it.
Okay.
So Mickey did it first.
At the Animator, they were doing the dataless, satanic, right-clicking mid thing.
Yeah, Mickey did that too.
Did Mickey do that as well?
क्या?
Does he just invent everything and then LGD?
क्या है? नहीं पता.
IO Lycan, I'm absolutely certain. I've never seen that before. Have you seen that?
True.
The IO Lycan with shared control. I think that shared control is one of the least abused things in Dota. And back when like Beastmaster had all of these summons that you had to control, there were
lamination type वाला.
I mean, I'm sure
12,000 15,000 कौन खर्च
should have been
करेगा?
everyone. It should have been everyone. It should be standard, but it isn't. So they're constantly innovating. The funny thing is, if you name trends the previous 6 months, it's secret.
नहीं एक layer बनता है, layer type का रहता है उसको.
अच्छा भैया वो periods of time, and LGD just happens to be going into this tournament the stronger team, but now Secret's showing up, and so the question is like, who's going to be more innovative when they're both at their peak right now?
Satisfying. I need a conclusion. And at the time during the group stage, I was like, oh, it would kind of be nice to see a definitive winner now, but saving revenge until winners bracket finals, and like I had said before the teams even walked out, I think you're going to see a rematch. This is the grand final matchup.
This is the grand final matchup. Let's go.
PSG LGD versus Team Secret.
यहाँ पे TI देखना black and white देखते हैं तो बहुत सारा
And welcome to the draft. I'm not just excited about this game, but I'm also excited about this draft panel. Together we average 1 TI per person on this draft panel. Isn't that impressive? Yeah. Anyway, I'd like to ask you, Seb, first in this game. What strategy would you use to draft against LGD?
It's a tricky one. I mean, these two teams are absolutely wonderful. I think they brought so much to this tournament, and they have yet a lot to show. I know that from experience. It's going to be tricky. I think LGD, their understanding of the game is unmatched. But Secret have shown so far that they were able to break anything that came their way. Now, to me, the big question is Secret going to be able to break LGD, what they're going to bring to the table? And is LGD going to be able to adapt? Do they have, can they level up? Can Secret force them to level up, and can they follow that?
I know, Al, you're a big fan of Secret's drafting and playstyle as well. Can you tell me some of their strengths when it comes to the draft?
So I think Secret, they're good at identifying, like we saw when they played actually against you guys, sorry. But they're good at identifying when they have a small window of time and they bring 5 heroes to the bottom lane, collapse on that. And what I like about Secret is that after they do these big collapses, they're not impatient about their next play. They're willing to wait for what they think is their highest percentage fight. And I think that's where like the idea of a secret wall comes from. They will sort of split the map in a way that they think is favorable in order to get the next highest percentage fight. They'll never take bad fights, and they never give anything for free, as insane as
the tiny, strongest pick. You guys also value this pick really highly.
Yeah, this is a very big thing. So LGD has started the tiny, actually, in preparation for TI. They found the abuse, and I think they are the best team at enabling it. So this is a big, it's a big save from Puppy. It's like, I can counter this. They're going to have to prove that. LGD saw it coming by banning the Invoker. It's a hero that's considered very good against Tiny. Of course, one of the best heroes in the game at kiting the Tiny with his spells. The early Vessel can also allow you to push timings against the Tiny early and try to, outpace him. And what LGD did with the AA ban is they're threatening the IO second after the Tiny, which is a deadly combo. So now Secret, they have to set up for the Tiny, but they also need to set up for the Tiny into IO potentially. LGD has also the freedom to not go for the IO if they feel like it was addressed properly. And that's one of the things with the Tiny first pick that makes it really strong this tournament. Also, why the Wyvern will be here is a quick counter to IO and to Lycan. We have seen teams do the Tiny into the Lycan, and this is also why the Smag and Wyvern is such a good opener versus Tiny, as we well learned yesterday ourselves, because it covers a lot of angles. It's good heroes versus Tiny. The skewer, force him out of position. You get enough time to burst through him. The Wyvern, the HP burn. The Wyvern curse, of course, if anybody's cursing Tiny, it's just dead. And you cover the IO plus the Lycan angle on it. Very strong opener. So let's see what LGD has to offer to this, because teams so far have been abused by this opener, especially OG, unfortunately.
Were you surprised that Secret burned a little bit of their reserve time in the first phase? Because I would think when I used to prepare for drafts, especially as like the most meta hero.
अभी हम लोग का घर में वही होगा, रुको हम म्यूट कर रहे हैं. बता दीजिएगा बस.
What is LGD gonna pick that's not IO and not Lycan, and is Wyvern Mag good enough against it? And here you see how LGD, they don't go for the IO, they don't go for the Lycan, and it's smart because these heroes are already countered. They go for another Tiny abuse. You want to enhance this Tiny. You want to make him stronger than he already is. We have seen that with the Venge Aura. We have seen that with the Lycan Bite. We have seen that the Eye Overcharge. The Bloodlust is one of these spells. And now probably their approach is, hey, Ogre is going to be very strong on the lane versus Mag and Wyverns that are not very strong. And it's going to push our Tiny to even stronger timings. So very strong opener from LGD. I would say that so far both teams are kind of looking at each other. It's going to be a Tiny strat, well-rounded. From LGD, you always expect very well-rounded strats. And now we're going to see how the second phase is going to develop and if one team is going to get the edge on the other.
I also like the idea of the Ogre Magi, as in, Team Secret, they're already ready to buff up the carry. They have a lot of backup for him in teamfights, but you also have that in power. I feel like in this patch, you don't want your carry to get outscaled by additional, extra heroes helping him.
Exactly.
They match that from LGD. I think LGD
versus Mag, right?
Yeah. They never feel like they're going to get outscaled or out-tempoed or out-timing. It's always ready for it. And I think a lot of that's because of how they view the draft. The enemy picks some teamfight, they will match that. They pick some buffs for laning, they will also match that. They'll try to equal the edge through. I mean, also in the draft, but mostly through individual play and team play.
And Secret, they don't like being on the back foot. They don't like having to. They like scaling into the game too. They don't enjoy being in a position where, they're getting outscaled and they have to make the moves. We talked about the wall, and they know very well how to play defensively, how to hit their own timings. So definitely both teams are in the comfort zone. Now you see with the second phase, LGD is removing heroes that are considered heroes that can take away the scaling of Tiny. Ursa cuts through him no matter the stage of the game. Ursa with Mag even better. Same for Necrophos. It was actually their own answer yesterday, LGD, that they did against, it was VP, I think, that when Tiny LGD went for the Necro. Very strong on the lane, can follow him around. You can put Necro 3 versus Tiny 1. You can put as a 1-1 mid. And you get the Necro Aura plus the Necro ulti versus Tiny throughout the game. Always great. And teams so far have not flexed the Tiny to support position. Which is a trick that hasn't been used yet. But maybe because teams don't believe in it. Or maybe because the Tiny 1 hasn't been broken well enough that teams feel like, hey, we have to adapt.
I feel like it's a weird dynamic that the heroes are considered the strongest. Is that at the end of the day, they're the strongest because they have so much impact and power. You really want them on the core position. But you're saying like there might be value. Do you think in this game in particular, there's value in putting support?
No, and it's also much harder from first pick because on first pick, if you pay close attention to what happens in the second phases, you're gonna get counter picked on the 18 pick and the 24 pick, meaning the last pick of second phase is to second pick, and the ultimate last pick is also to second pick. So it's very hard to keep flexing heroes because you're gonna have to show your cards before second pick reacts, right? Which is also why this Tiny on first pick is strong because you're building such a strong strategy that it cannot really get counterpicked. You're basically putting something on the table. It's like, hey, we're going to play the strategy and we're going to cover the angles early, which is what they're doing now. The Ursa, Necro, Nyx is like, in their heads, they're taking away what they think will beat Tiny 1. Then they're like, beat it, basically, right? And it's going to be up to Secret whether or not they can do that.
They have to beat it with what LGD think is the fourth best strat against Tiny, because they're banning out the best three.
Right.
I was actually thinking, because usually a lot of what I see in this tournament is you'll pick the most imba hero on their first pick, and then your next pick will be the best core that you think is against their two heroes. But because LGD, they're already sort of committed to the Tiny game, they want to focus all their bans on Tiny, they're just picking out Ogre so that they can focus their bans to protect Tiny.
So here, in my opinion, the Snapfire, why it's interesting is it's a very solid hero, it doesn't reveal too much, and keep in mind that second pick, they want to play their cards with the next two picks. Here, they want to build something solid, and they're going to reveal that later. The Ogre 5 in my position, in my opinion, sorry, would have created a problem for Secret to address, whereas like Wyvern 4 versus Ogre 5, you're going to have a big laning problem. This Wyvern is going to get zoned out of the lane, the Mag is going to get very bullied. Now they build this lane that is a very strong, solid one, Mag Snap, lanes into anything, lanes into Ogre 5, lanes into anything. Now LGD should expect this Wyvern to be a 5 and not a 4. So now just, you know, Secret is still not laning, they're trying to stabilize the lane,
पांचों का पांचों हो गया ना सिलेक्ट कॉल करना था एक बार हम वो दूसरा रूम में एक बार जा रहा ठीक है
now they have to start exposing themselves drafting wise with the next two picks.
And they're forced to commit into something. Whereas Secret, you know, you might have Wyvern 5, which is maybe seen as a little bit of a weaker laner, but you do have that core counter pick. Did you feel like second pick sort of
अभी तो तीन और दो हुआ है ना होगा तो
पांच का
आप आम खोल के ही है देख रहा हूँ
the way they cover the tiny angles is just too strong. Then you're not at advantage at all. And here they actually go for the Lycan. It's very interesting because Lycan is considered very cornered by Magnus and Winter Wyvern. But obviously, it isn't about the Lycan summons as much as it is about biting the Tiny. And then the Wyvern ulti doesn't stop that. The Mag RP is not going to stop that. At some point in the game, Tiny has status resistance on level 20. RP doesn't do anything. So here shows how confident LGD is into the Tiny Lycan. And to me, the reason also why they allow themselves to go for the Lycan is because they know now that the Wyvern should be a 5, meaning there's going to be very little pressure from Secret safe lane, and they're going to get away with laning the Lycan. Lycan's going to hit good timings, and they're going to bring the Lycan Tiny. You're looking at mid 20 with Lycan Tiny. You need the shard on Tiny, and you need Lycan with the Overlord and the Dom and the Axe.
This is a Phoenix into Snapfire. I know, like for a lot of people, it's a pretty big counter. You know, you have the little Shredder versus Egg, but I think LGD, they've identified that it's not so simple for Snapfire to just hit that Egg. There's a lot of things just running at them. You have an Ogre in front, some Lycan Wolf scouting you, and two Giant Hounds just running at you. I'm also curious about one thing about whether Secret decide to put this Magnus as carry, just because they've seen the Lycan.
Interesting.
This is when I've seen Magnus as carry. I'm not too sure if it'll scale well enough for his Tiny, maybe a little lack of damage, but I would be curious if they want to go for that.
If they do it, then they have to play on earlier timings because it's definitely not going to scale into the Tiny Lycan. They will lose, and I think from experience, Secret don't like to play on the, as I said, you know, they want to be the ones kind of driving the car and having kind of LGD mess with them. But both teams like that. This is when, you know, one team is going to end up having to play maybe out of their comfort zone. And that's why drafting is so important. But now when I see the Weaver, to me this really looks like a I talked about how the Wyvern Fire is very weak on lane. Weaver is very strong. Right. Weaver 1 is super strong. Weaver 1 can, do really well against the Lycan lane by herself. And now Wyvern actually isn't griefing the lane anymore. He's even helping.
You actually a good kill threat in that lane, right? Completely. Weaver plus Wyvern.
So they're taking another approach. Weaver also kind of interesting versus the, this tiny, hasted, bitten. Like Weaver also Sukuchi's around. She doesn't suffer as much. I don't know how well it's going to scale into it. It's going to be a Weaver with Empower, buying Skyly versus Tiny, all of that. The scaling to me is still on LGD's part. But Secret, they have some very good things going for them. They have this immense team fight, a lot of lockdown. But this is when the Phoenix also, of course it's not good versus Snap, but it's one of the best heroes in the game against both Magnus and Wyvern. The way Phoenix fights, start the fight, plays the egg. Magnus and Wyvern, they have no counterplay to that.
I am honestly a bit surprised that they went for a Weaver. Like, in terms of stylistic choice, I think you're completely right that Secret sort of want to be able to wait for their timing, form that wall. I think this game, maybe they've identified something, how they think they can break LGD. I think when LGD lost to Tundra in whatever tournament it was, sorry, I forgot. Part of what Tundra did was they would actually abuse LGD's offlane. I think Faithgon and Jinkyu, they're really good at laning, but they always sort of play to get what they want instead of pressuring their opponent. If you go overboard, like, Fado would play these gyrocopters, something insanely aggressive, you can actually shut down their offlane and sort of snowball off that. Like, I think that's what contributed to Tundra beating them. Maybe Secret seen that and they're going for sort of a similar thing here.
It's possible, very possible. And you see how, again, the last pick from LGD, it's a tricky one. They have to try to cover some angles and pick blindly again. And this is the power of second pick, whereas, there's a lot of counter picking happening with the Weaver and the last pick too. And you can't really stop that. What LGD brought to the table, which in my opinion is the proper way to drive on first pick, is, hey, it's a tiny Lycan strat. It is hella strong. We got to ban the Ursa, we got to ban the Necro. Whatever we think would get in the way of this, counter it. This is when I think there's actually much more balance between first pick and second pick if you use them properly. But if you're trying to play how Secret is drafting from first pick, you're gonna end up in a big trouble. Now the puck gets countered by the DK, classic counter. DK Breathfire, damage reduction versus Tiny, very effective. Damage reduction versus Lycan, very effective. Now it's gonna come down to certain things. I think Secret have a play of going to Tiny's lane with the Weaver and the Snap and pressuring him and playing the Magnus versus Lycan one-on-one. They might actually win 3 lanes and they can snowball. Secret know how to push their timings when they win lanes. I think that's one of the angles that LGD might not be ready for. But I would say that both teams are really happy in my opinion, and I feel like LGD scales better, so we'll see.
So the idea here for LGD would be to prevent that early timing, try to win that mid game with their team fight and outscale the enemy team, whereas Secret is just trying to snowball.
Yeah, I think Secret's draft, they have to take some towers and take away farm for opponents, steal their camps. Right. Honestly, it's a bit different than the Secret I usually see, but I think they're more than capable of it, and I think they've shown that in the past too. I'm very excited to see this game because I feel like it's two sort of opposing views coming into this game. It's just like some puppy.
See how hard they can hit Secret with it. Right? And finally, if I were to ask you, I don't like asking this question usually, but usually I ask, what draft do you favor or something? This is just two completely different ideas. There is no framing draft.
अरे आ गया हेलो हेलो आ गया
I think Secret is going for they want half in my
Puck से खेलूंगा Puck
that can go really well for them and they're good enough to win the game, right? But they start with Magnus Wyvern trying to scale and then they end up going Weaver DK. Now they're taking a different approach, you know what I mean? I don't think we have no Puppy Anch with TA taking Roche minute 7. Now we're like, they try to play LGD's game and then they revert to something faster. I don't know if it's going to be off, but Puppy has proven, being one of the greatest minds of Dota.
Well, have to see the coach themselves as we have Frankie on the sidelines with Heen, Secret's coach.
A player who plays more observant one in array bhai. Player who get the longest kill streak. कौन होगा भैया? निशा. Tiny. हम निशा दे दिया. Player with the first triple kill. Triple kill किसका होगा?
Thank you very much, Frankie. Best
Tiny, Puck, Weaver भी हो सकता है.
Secret versus PSG LGD.
Tiny दे दिया. Total number of teleport cancelled by stun 0. 2 1.
player who places most observer ward उधर fire या फिर ogre
ऑब्जर्वर वांड क्या होगा, कौन लगाएगा? वीवर
ogre को देते हैं
वो छिपकली तो लगा सकता है, वो मकड़ी टाइप। हम पहला वाला को मकड़ी को दे दिया, सेकंड को ड्रैगन नाइट, थर्ड को टाइनी और फोर्थ का हम 0 कर दिया। एक टाइम पे चलो नहीं किया।
वीवर मोस्ट ऑब्जर्वर वार्ड ओगर कर दो, लास्ट वाला PSGLGD वाई।
Yep, it's only fitting for sure as Ame is going to be playing that Tiny.
सही था
स्टार्टिंग में।
And I do want to talk about Tiny for a bit.
अरे हम सेकंड वाला प्लेयर हु गेट द लॉन्गेस्ट किल स्ट्रीक हम ओवर कर दिया। हाय रे हाय,
पहला वाला को ओवर करना।
अरे
stage for whatever reason, even though they're extremely powerful, but I think the difference for me, I might be biased.
एक सेकंड, ये सपोर्ट वीवर है क्या? नहीं, कैरी वीवर है।
अच्छा रुकिए, आता हूँ, ये के लिए आया था।
Happy to see that this time around.
Yeah, for sure. There's a how to say, they just make plays, right? That's what makes them so exciting to watch, is that they make moments. Tiny with the insane cleave damage and the single target burst potential, and Magnus we've seen Horn Toss make many a play already, and of course the team fight potential here. So yeah, should be good to watch. In the off lane, we are actually going to see the lane that Seb was talking about would be problematic here for Secret, so we'll see how it goes. He predicted that Rely on the Ogre would be able to just shut the Winter Wyvern of the Yapsor out of the lane, and as a result that Secret might put the Wyvern flying, but they have still opted for putting Puppey in the safe lane on that Snapfire. So, yeah, if Seb is right here, this should mean a great start for Ame, as he would effectively be playing more or less one-on-one against the Magnus in lane while rolling away Yapsor.
Okay, so he's Shockwave not able to connect there for Zai. He's going to be playing the Magnus this time around. And Matsu playing the position 1 Weaver.
GTA.
So things kind of going as expected. Faith Beyond on the Lycan this time around. So are we expecting the Aghanim Scepter into the bite of Tiny, turning him into a rock wolf hybrid?
We are very much expecting that.
जब
Seems to be the clear-cut
GTA का
plan
trilogy वाला
PSG showed Secret immediately on their third pick. They're like, this is what we're going to do.
Liberty City, Vice City और San Andreas
Secret
का
with
जो
some decent solutions.
बोला था
Winter's Curse is OP. You've got the instant
मतलब इवेंट आएगा।
He is destroying. Now Nisha is 12-4. 3-2.
That is kind of unheard. I mean, nothing to say has been owning so hard. We talk about how he's the one dominating his lanes usually. But you're right, this is not remotely close. It is still early, but it's a DK.
It is a DK favored matchup. I don't think it generally goes this well for the Dragon Knights. Nisha must have done something really good in the first few waves here.
Gets another Dragon Tail. More nice to come, just continuing to dominate. I mean, we typically don't spend too much time talking about the CS, but this is very one-sided so far in mid lane.
Good news for LGD is, of course, Ame is the current farm leader by quite a margin. More or less just getting everything he wants in this top lane. The only thing he needs to truly worry about is the Arctic Burn, just chipping away at him. But, fortunately for them, Y can expend as much gold as needed on buying extra regen for the Tiny to stay safe in the lane, as Ogre Magi is very item independent. Even in the laning stage, isn't too important to get those boots, for example. Can just act as effectively a wall with his spells.
And nothing to say. I mean, he spent so much time trying to go get that bounty rune, and Yapsor just denies it essentially by taking it himself. He is finding like, let's see if they end up trying to rotate somebody over to help him out in a couple minutes here with probably the 6-minute rune, I would assume. But not so good so far for nothing to say. But, I mean, in terms of comeback potential, what kind of options does Puck have in this specific game?
It's okay. I think, obviously, Puck thrives if it wins its lane, but I don't think for PSG LGD's lineup that it's integral that nothing to say is owning. That's the good news, is that if you were to lose a lane here for LGD by a bit, I honestly think losing the Puck lane is almost the best, right? You want the Lycan to get the gold for the wolf fight like we talked about, and you want Tiny to be the shining carrier of this game. Puck is not going to truly carry, he's going to be utility. Nisha?
Yeah, Illusory Orb with the Fire Spirits of Jin Q. He's burning down, nice body block for nothing to say. Not going to be enough for him. Forces Nisha out for now. In fact, they're actually going to With the first blood, and Team Secret actually get another kill. Matu kills Faith Beyond in the bot lane. So Crimson witnesses for everybody. So just kidding. Only a small percentage of people. Check your inventory, guys.
Except if you're Falk, then you get one.
My God, how can you be so?
It's the luckiest person.
11 Crimson witnesses.
So yeah, if you get left alone as Lycan against Weaver, Snapfire, this is a really rough lane. Lycan fares pretty poorly in a lot of 1v2s. You don't have any mobility, your defensive capabilities. You're okay with the Helm of Iron Will, but it's not nearly enough against the overwhelming damage of the minus armor that these two heroes have together in lane. So it does pay the price there for Xinq's rotation. This Puppey is very much laying into him here. Xinq will have to back off, use the salve. Yeah, Secret absolutely up to a great start in this game, number one. I think if they could just see the game state right now, the exact farm, they would feel very comfortable. Yeah, all of their heroes are getting what they want for the most part.
But of course, you are playing against a tiny similar. We've seen this so many times before. It's Faith Beyond. Oh, nice cookie from Puppey. Stunning Faith Beyond has to kill the bots. It looks like he's just barely going to live. Matu doesn't have another Shikuchi for a little bit here. Might be pursuing though. Not worth the trouble as more rotations came in from PSG LGD. You can see Nothing to Say getting harassed out of lane again. As Nisha's Dragon Form comes out to some corrosive breath damage to that tower.
Nisha will get his level 6 here, so there is some play potential mid with a Drain Coil, but the good news for Secret in that sense is that the supporting cast of PSG LGD doesn't really gank Dragon Knight very well right now. Ogre as well as Phoenix don't have burst damage. It's damage over time, and Dragon Knight's regen works very well against this type of damage, so he should be completely fine. Keep pushing that out there.
His first coil is only onto the Wyvern, though. Dragon kill, not able to dodge. That's going to be an easy kill for Team Secret. Looks like the sacrifice will be Yamsor for a 1-for-1, and Nisha's still looking for a high five. Dragon form right now. Why? Ticking away slowly.
Okay.
Looks like he will survive though. They got pretty good value out of that dragon form. Getting a kill, getting a bunch of damage to that tier 1 tower. And obviously the kill being on Nothing to Say is huge.
And Team Secret clearly understand that the position that their Dragon Knight is in. I'm sure Nisha communicated, you know, my game is great right now. Let's play around me. Let's put some pressure mid, and both teams make big rotations here to try to continue this pressure onto that mid lane and the puck. Nothing to Say will, at the very least here, be able to get a full wave with double range creeps, so getting a little bit of comeback, but as it stands right now is 400 net worth behind that Dragon Knight with 2 deaths. Honestly, thought it might have been worse than that, right? Like when we saw the start, he's keeping up somewhat okay here, and the bigger lane that Secret has the biggest win in is, as a matter of fact, the bottom lane with that Weaver massively out-farming Lycan.
Yeah, Matu already has Treads, Falcon Blade, so gonna do some damage to Xinq, forcing out that dive. But yeah, just early laning stage advantage for Team Secret. They can see the Avatos from Ame, tossing Secret away. Is this a lineup from Secret that you feel like can really take advantage of just like an early lead like this? Like, is it an easy to execute lineup?
I think when Magnus gets the Blink Dagger, I think you have a lot of options with both Dragon Knight and Magnus Blinks. You have a clear-cut stun, you have a repositioning ability against a team with 0 saves, except Sunray. So I definitely think Secret can turn this into a potentially snowball the game at around minute 15, while PSG might still be building up a little bit on their Lycan. But I'm with Seb on the logic here that in a way, Secret are a bit on a timer, right? Like, LGD's lineups feels like it can scale better, but they also do have that weak spot. And Secret has been very good at executing in specific points of the game this tournament. So if they identify when they need to get stuff done with their DK and Magnus, they definitely have like a 5 to 10 minute power play where I feel like they're just gonna be stronger. So, Nisha's back onto mid. Bloodlust to the tower here does Y.
Not going to be much of a defense other than pulling that wave, like you said. Nisha will be perfectly happy with that. Just continues to right-click away. There's Nothing to Say, being pursued a bit by Matu, but
is under attack.
Not wanting to get Waning Rifted and potentially taken out.
And it looks like PSG are making the decision to not even try to defend mid. They're actually just going to trade for bot. This is widely considered a bad trade. The mid priority and being more difficult
difficult to siege in general, but they've only parked wide there, and now, well, CQ's gonna arrive, but it's too late.
Dyer's
Tower's
middle
gone, so
has fallen.
1-for-1 tower. I think Secret's again happy with this.
Yeah, 4-person smoke from Secret as Ame is in the jungle. Let's see who they actually try to pursue.
Dyer's
Gonna run into Ame. Avalanche has already been expended.
Matu did steal the Centaur creep though.
I try to go for this tier 1, but
small wins.
Yeah. Secret basically all in the top lane for the most part.
Dyer's structures are
minus Puppy.
fortified. Radiant's middle tower is
so
under attack.
a little bit of value dragon form up top, but not much. It
Radiant
expires
are
now.
scanning.
And Zai will make sure that Secret don't end up trading 2-for-2 on towers here, but rather that they hold their mid while
Dyer's
taking
top
top. So
tower
really good
is
stuff
under
here.
attack.
I think rotating Magnus mid is probably the best choice. It was either him or the Wyvern, but I think Wyvern is a bit concerned with just getting dove, as that is going to happen to Puppy
Dyer's
instead.
top tower
We'll get the
has
cookie
fallen.
off.
Yeah.
But
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
In the vicinity gets the cold embrace on it. Rethinking his decisions here. We'll just have to walk away. The Puppy dying to just these creeps. Very, very. I mean, that's death of 1,000 bites, Cinderin.
Yep.
Does not feel good, but PSG LGD get what they want there.
Funny situation, you know, there was a really good choice from Puppy. I think this is how he buys the most time, but also how he puts himself in the worst position. And the follow-up. And Secret do spend 2 TPs rotating down there with Wyvern and Dragon Knight to effectively not do anything much with it. So I think in hindsight, you know, sometimes you just cut your hero. It's not like this was going to turn into a tower push from PSG LGD. I think they were just going to grab that 1 kill. And they will be very happy to also get those 2 rotations out. Pushing Q in the top lane.
Yeah, Coil has to be expended. Nothing to say. Trying to get these little bugs off. Jin-Q helps out a bit as well, but still being forced out completely by Matu. So Matu working on the Maelstrom, so about 1,200 away from finishing that.
I feel like Weaver is the single and that's an item that's been gaining a lot of popularity in this recent patch after the extra buffs in 730. Even at the times when Falcon Blade was a rarer purchase, we would still sometimes see it on this specific hero, and it's because Weaver is a very much tempo-based carry, and all of the stats are just incredible. You want the mana regions, you can spam Shikuchi for the farm, you need health because you inherently have pretty atrocious strength gain on this hero and bad base stats, and you want the damage because you're a carry. So obviously has been a feel-good item for a lot of carries here, but we've seen it fade a little bit in popularity, but it's remained the pickup for Weaver through the entire tournament as a carry. And you're seeing there, right? He feels very confident up here, just pressuring the Puck and the Phoenix in the lane. They don't have enough to take him down.
Yeah. Well, in terms of item pickups, Zai, is that a... Yeah, Blink Dagger just got delivered to him, so that's obviously a big deal for the Initium base hero. That is... Finds life for now. Yapzor not able to catch up. They're going to take an Ignite for their troubles here. Nothing to say. Finished Veil of Discord, by the way, and actually bottled the Arcane Rune as well.
Very interesting to see him get a single point in phase shift against Dragon Knight. It is a dodgeable stun if you're playing on distance, but going for the full-on damage approach here, nothing to say. And this is an important smoke for them. They're going to try to collapse with Shapeshift onto the mid tower. If they could find a pick, they could get this tower, but Secret with a good read are all moving top toward Ame. And he will probably TP away. He's going to go bottom and play the triangle instead.
Oh my god,
that was
very
close.
From a half second away, but gets away nonetheless.
And Secret probably, they're going to rep back to mid.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Probably just scatter blasting this way, backing off, and just pulling it with Shredder. Well, Secret needs to do something more than this if they want to hold it. Just the summons of Lycan are doing it on their own, and Snapfire can't kill these off without using ulti. In which case, you could just pull them away for a second
Radiant's
and go back
middle tower is under attack.
This is a really good push from LGD, by the way. They're giving Secret no opening, essentially, by doing it this way, but at the same time also forcing heroes to be in position and ready. But this is such a low commitment play. You just have a Lycan with the creeps there and the Vlads.
Yeah, they're just farming the jungle, poking at the tower.
Yep.
Forcing Secret to be kind of in an awkward spot. And yep, now the smoke comes out from PSG LGD. Let's see what they want to do here. Nothing to say. Still working on his Blink Dagger. 1,000 away from that. As got off to a slightly rough start, but fully based on his performances so far this tournament, I expect him to definitely bounce back in the mid game.
Under attack.
Wrapping back around
Radiant's middle
top of the
tower
Roche
has
pit.
been denied.
And you can see that Matu is in the general area.
Oh, he's in trouble here. He's not
Radiant's
expecting this
bottom
move.
tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Still stunned and brought down. Big kill from LGD, but Nietzsche really want to get some on top of the dragon tail. Why taking some damage? It looks like he's taking eventually. RP gets died by nothing to say. It is enough to bring him down, so a 2-for-1. As the first death was, of course, Matu, but now the chase with Faith Beyond, popping that ultimate. Puppy just getting decimated by this Sun Ray. And with this, I believe PSG LGD will back away.
Really
Wolf
clutch.
versus Dragon.
Really clutch face shift dodge on the RP, but still can't get out, and they get on top of him with the Dragon Knight and get the kill. And the curse next to the Lycan summons. This is something you need to keep in mind all game as Faith Beyond is. A lot of the time on Lycan, you can try to play around the curse so you don't get your hero stuck to your own creeps, but you also need to play them around your teammates. And in like these clutch positions on the map on high grounds, it can be difficult to find an attack without exposing someone. And YapzOr very quick to identify that, all right, there's going to be an illusory orb coming into this spaceship. You're going to just curse it next to the wolves, and he's going to die. So very nice.
Into the Roach Pit secret goes now. Nisha, of course, does not have his ultimate to work with. Zai, no RP. But they know a lot of ultra down from LGD as well. The coil is online, but it's orb. Already at half HP. Looks like this is just going to get out. Mighty Cars are aware this is happening.
I think that's a pretty good idea. On the nose to go, they're just too there.
Can they get the deny on Matu gets the Aegis secret, gets Roche.
Well, against some of the teams in the tournament, they would have been able to deny the Aegis there with
Radiant's
the Wolf
middle
because
tower
nobody would
is
have
under
picked it
attack.
up.
That's true.
Secret has watched the replays and have identified that Aegis of the Immortal does give you an advantage and is worth taking on a hero.
Yes.
So they will grab it there onto Matu. Very happy that he did his research there. Very new element to the game, Aegis of the Immortal.
I mean, it's one of those things where the pressure is so high
Radiant's
you can't emulate
bottom
this,
tower is under attack.
And sometimes you're just thinking about other stuff, Cinder, and you know this all the time casting. I mean, you literally don't listen to anything. Well, you don't listen to anything either.
That's true.
I don't know how you get by in life, to be perfectly honest. Ame has the Shadow Blade with the Echo Saber in tow, going for the Blink Dagger next, and then into the Silver Edge. So pretty standard build for the Tiny here. And how close are we to... I mean, Helm of the Overlord was finished now for Faith Beyond, and Ags will be next. So we're seeing basically the same build. Quelling Blade, no boots.
Now, what creep do you want on the Helm of the Overlord? Do you want
Radiant are scanning.
the Dragon or do you want the Golem? I'm not sure,
Radiant's
actually.
bottom
Even the
tower is under
Thunderhide
attack.
is super good for Tiny with that attack speed. Yeah, right? So he's going to get a Golem this time around. Of course, doesn't get to choose. He gets whatever
Radiant's
spawns
middle
here.
tower
The
is
max
under
health
attack.
is nice, but at the same time, Wyvern does a decent
The
job.
Golem synergizes really nicely with Tiny Cinder. Maybe they'll confuse that for the real hero.
Yes.
See? Anything's possible with TI. The pressure really gets to you. Sometimes you see things. Basically an even game, though, in terms of net worth right now. Still 3 minutes to go with the Aegis for Matu. Let's see what Secret can do to try to take advantage of this second life.
And it is worth keeping in mind, this is a 17.5-minute game that has 9 kills, and Ame has been in 0. He's 0-0-0. He's playing the Merlina Medusa of old. Literally just farming side lanes, hoping his team wins the game until it's over. It's a very memorable game for me. It's all the way back from Dota 1, but when Merlina, I believe he was playing for King
Dire's top tower is under
he had
attack.
a game, he ended 0-0-0 and won as Medusa.
Man, what a boss.
All game.
What a boss.
But Ame is going to get involved now, has Dagger and Shadow Blade, so now the farm is going to, the net worth is going to be put to use, so to speak.
Right.
As they are making an invasive play here into the enemy triangle. Going to be farming it up.
Radiant's
One of the nice
bottom
things about
tower
Helm of
is
the
under
Overlord, they
attack.
can just farm ancient camps very easily. So as long as Secret aren't willing to take the risk of going there, there's some extra income for Faith Beyond. Naturally, they might find Matumba again.
Matu has a good idea that they're here, though, based on how he's playing.
Keep in mind, by the way, the two carries, Tiny level 15, Weaver level 12. Weaver won his lane. Like, this is just...
Using his ult for defensive purposes. And down goes the Aegis. Meantime, still has his RP to work with, but it's the Golem that's beating the crap out of him. Will have to back away, and now Nietzsche in his Dragon But here comes Puck. He has to force out the BKB. Nothing to say. He's going to get stunned. He gets the coil out. It's all the way out to one to the backside. You see the Matu. Time lapses. Okay.
Playing it close there.
Absolutely.
That's one of those high-risk, low-reward plays where you could get one attack in on the Ogre, not even close to killing him.
It looked awesome.
It did.
Flashy Matu. I love it. It's Ame. Yeah, he is this hero. It's so insane right now. It's so hard to, I mean, late game it feels like it's like a 1v4. Like, okay, surely they'll kill Tiny and just beats the crap out of everybody. Everybody just run away.
Yeah, so we're going to see immediate burst here. Look at how much collateral damage he did to Zai there with just the combo and the tree throw, but the Cold Embrace does keep him alive against the Ancient Granite Golem, who, you know, you shouldn't underestimate this. When we talk about Helm of the Overlord, a lot of the time we focus on, okay, is it the dragon can split push waves? Is it the golem that gives AoE health to the team? But it hits for 250.
Yeah, they all do. They're all
there. It is actually an extra hero that you get as Lycan. I think Faith Beyond didn't even attack anything with his hero that fight. It's literally just the golem and the wolves doing the work.
As we're going to see an Orchid pickup by Yapzor. Generation. Going for
somewhat late by his standards. Minute 20 here. Is very good against Puck for a while. But ultimately it will fall off as Puck starts getting a good defensive counter item such as Yule's, Lincoln's, Disc. Currently looks like he will go straight for the Disc, has the recipe and the Arcane Boots, so nothing to say. Wants that solution to Dragon Tail Orchid immediately. And if you want to be clutch as Secret against that, you kind of need to force out the Disc reset and then make another go. It's hard to play where they can one-shot combo him. Because if you force out the Disc, what's your follow-up? Like, all of the status resist is just going to make it too difficult to take him down before he gets his spells off and resets.
Radiant are
scanning. Smoked up now. I mean, this is so exciting. Every team at this stage of the tournament now, very close in skill. Most people give LGD the advantage, but I don't know. Onto Jin Q. Going to prevent any type of here. Nisha gets credit for that kill.
Yeah, nice pick. It is unfortunate for Secret only onto position 4, but it could start the makings of a push on the bottom tier 1 tower. At least looks like Nisha is planning on getting something done here, but at the same time Matu is showing in mid, so LGD are offered 2 choices here basically. They could try to go and defend their bottom tower knowing there's no Weaver, or making the map read that, okay, they're only showing Dragon Knight here, they could try to invade and kill the Weaver in the triangle. Presented with those 2 choices, they are going to defend bottom tower with Ame's Tiny. And he is now going to Shadow Blade up. Can he actually one-shot combo the Magnus with 2k health?
I'll just say yes.
Armor.
I'll just say yes.
Okay, well, he can one-shot the creep wave. That's confirmed.
Illusion!
Wow, that's shocking at this stage of the game.
Can't believe it.
I mean, I don't want to underestimate Tiny. It's only a Christmas tree, for God's sake. Only a complete sadist would beat the crap out of people with something like that.
If you did have to choose a tree as a weapon, I think it's not the worst choice, but I do think there would be better types of trees as well.
I'm sure we're going to get a lot of tweets about what would be the best tree for destroying somebody on the enemy team. I mean, it does have a pointy end, so.
Yeah.
And the ornaments can really hurt.
A lot of needles.
Plastic is terrible for the environment. Probably terrible for these heroes
Depending on what the ornaments are made out of.
That's true.
They have the same color as the Ancient Granite Golem's eyes, so maybe previous victims of Tiny engraved into that tree.
That would be a great Arcana addition.
Sounds like an episode of Slax's lore show.
Yeah, we're not going to say the name of the show because, you know, we don't want to plug anything.
Yeah, we don't do that.
2k net worth lead here
Radiant's
for PSG,
middle tower is under
Nothing
attack.
to say. Like you said, the Endus is ready to be assembled, basically. Just waiting for the right time here.
Yeah.
As Zai... Haven't really seen like a true initiation with the RP. We've seen like the single RP that basically at the beginning when he got his Blink Dagger initially, but not much since then. There's a Horn Toss. Quick kill on Y and they'll get it. Seeing the power of this Horn Toss, Cinder, and this shard is S tier right now, no doubt about it.
Basically has around the same AoE, I believe a little bit more than Axe. Not only your entire hero, but in the frontal cone, it's bigger than Call, and obviously pulls enemies back so you can skewer, so very strong.
All right, Faith Beyond, Aghanim Scepter online. So,
yeah, Secret
really
managed to put the amount of pressure that I think they would have liked. Yeah. Where this now comes out, because Ame, okay, let's summarize what Ame has buffing him up right now. He has 4k health, by the way, so he has Ancient Granite Golem for the
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
He now has a Christmas tree as a wolf. This is a Early Merry Christmas for them. Puppey does survive the onslaught though. Defensive maneuver. 2 dead for Secret. And no buybacks to work with. The agony. Alright, he should be able to get that. 3 dead and only 1 kill for Secret here. PSG LGD really taking advantage of these timings.
I remember when Dragon was a tanky hero, and those were days. But then the Dire invented the Christmas tree. And that just pierces through all armor you could possibly imagine.
That's right.
Obviously, the Silver Edge factor should be considered DK. I don't even think that was part of that kill right there. Had been using it previously for that Weaver burst, but...
That was unfortunate, and obviously there's no way to know this, but the Avalanche thought Matu actually survived through that. Pop BKB then die. If he had timeline,
I don't know if he could have got the animation off. I think he BKB'd and instantly spammed time-lapse.
Yeah, it might have been too long of a cast. I think so. I mean, either way, that's not a decision that you can really fault him for regardless. But 5K net worth lead now for PSG LGD, and Tiny Ame is looking quite scary.
He has 350 CS minute 25.
Yeah. This is what Santa Claus looks like in hell.
How many CS is that per minute, Sunsfan?
I wasn't listening to a word.
How many CS does he have per minute? 350 in 26 minutes. Do the math quickly.
8 million.
That is very close to the truth. Good guess, good guess. It is more along the lines of, I would guess, about 13 or 14.
Okay.
But 8 million is not a bad guess for a first try.
Appreciate that, Cinderin.
Yeah, very good.
American education at its best again. So, what can Secret do to get back in this game? They have a lot of initiation. Again, we talked about the Zai. They haven't been the ones to really start the fights in a lot of these cases. The PSG LGD smokes have really set the tempo of this game, especially after the online activation of the Alpha Receptor for Faith Beyond. As we're going to see Tiny in wolf form again.
Christmas come early.
Yeah.
Here he comes.
I don't see the Christmas tree anymore.
He doesn't find anyone.
He just has ornaments on his body. There's no... My God.
That's terrifying. It's a wolf that's glowing with lights everywhere. It just throws a tree out of its mouth.
Yeah, it's the thing of nightmares for sure.
Oh my God.
Obviously, shard, as you can see, so unless he throws the Christmas tree, he'll have it up despite what it looks like right now.
When he throws the tree out of his mouth, he loses all of his glimmer because that's from carrying the tree.
Right.
So,
all right. One of the best cosmetics in the game, no doubt. That's the one I agree as well. Matu
brushes up again.
Has his BKB, obviously, but hasn't really found much farm after the fact. Cinderin has the Chrysalis right now.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They need a lot more damage from him. But really the problem is he can't survive a lot of this damage as well.
I think, honestly, that's the key word right now for Secret. Where's the damage? I think that's the biggest problem. How do you kill Tiny with 4K health and 20 armor with these heroes? Weaver doesn't have a Daedalus yet. Your Magnus has gone full utility build. Your Dragon Knight doesn't have AC. Wyvern does good damage. Honestly, I think Yapsor needs to play the key role in killing the Tiny. He needs to somehow get the crossbow to do a lot of damage from Arctic Burn, where they're just not taking him out.
Well, the problem is now, even if you use Orchid on Tiny,
he has Satanic.
He has Satanic to dispel it.
Goodness.
So he is looking pretty. Going for a Moon Shard next. All right.
He has spider legs as well, so now he can cross terrain as a dog.
So he's going to be a wolf, rock, spider, fox with a Christmas tree. But is able to sliver away just fine, Cinderin. PSG LGD only lose 1.
Yeah.
It's basically 3 buybacks for 1.
I wonder what's a play there for Yapsor where he could have got a curse, but I don't know if there's enough in the tank, right? Like, what's going to kill the Tiny in the curse? It's a couple of Lycan summons and probably still gets the Satanic off in the end and finds the kill. So, honestly, Secret did a lot of things right there in order to kill the Tiny, but the numbers just aren't favoring them anymore. You imagine a survive a fight of that kind 10 minutes ago, and Secret probably kill him there. But obviously LGD never presented them the opportunity until now that they feel strong enough that they will come out ahead. Now 8k gold lead for them. In a very good position.
Even with a nice RP on Ame, obviously with the 20 talent giving you extra status resist, it's going to be, I mean, even with all the lockdown in the world, they just don't have the damage still. That's just the main issue.
And you see the confidence from Ame. He's actually confident enough that he doesn't need armor, that he's just going to go for the moon shard. The armor was coming from Lycan getting the AC. A lot of the times you will see the tiny... Oh, actually, they swapped it around. He wasn't confident after all. So they're going to get the shard on Lycan for the split pushing wolves, and then Tiny himself will be carrying the AC. I guess the communication was something along the lines of probably Fate feels like I'm getting AC next, and Ame's like, I kind of need the armor, so I want to get it. That extra 10 is very important for him to stay ahead, basically, because you did see a glimmer of hope there for Secret that, you know, a little bit more damage on their cores and maybe there's a kill there. So Ame wants to stay ahead of the curve with...
Nothing to say is super fine. Can be used, and the curse on top. There's the Avatos in wolf form. Down goes Yapzor to start this fight. 70 seconds, no buyback.
Kind of reminding me a little bit of a Little Red Riding Hood here, just that Wyvern is...
Yes?
Wyvern doesn't really fit into the story so well. Yeah.
Yeah, Age is down. And they got a shard. Faith Beyond.
For now, he might pass it on. He was planning on buying it anyway. I think, okay, they have it on Phoenix already.
Secret do find a kill.
Alright, gave the shard to Puck.
Okay, so Waning Rift, yeah, a little bit of knockback, which synergizes with the ult and gives you a little bit of vision to be able to do ward and whatnot.
Yep.
That's solid.
Some nice fairy dust.
It fits the lore, I think. That's fine.
That does. Fun fact about Puck, inspired by, which play was it again by Shakespeare? A Midsummer Night's Dream, I think.
Sure, I definitely read that one in school.
You don't know books, you only know movies. I don't know either, but I can pretend.
Yeah, I like how you bring up something you have no knowledge of and then rely on me who also has no knowledge of it.
Oh, my entire life is built around pretending.
That's true.
You have no idea.
Fake it till you make it. Yep. That is the best advice you can give anybody.
And then you keep faking after you've made it.
Yes, you keep 6k net worth lead just from Ame and Matu. Just the discrepancy there. That is just pretty gigantic. But if they can find a way, I mean, obviously with the Age it's gonna be difficult, but if they can find a way to kill Tiny, then it's a little bit more it's way more manageable for Secret to actually win a fight here.
Okay, how do they kill him twice? Let's theory craft a little bit here. You're probably looking at a Horn Tusk Skewer into Fountain, and then you need Cookie or Dragon Tail for the first life.
Okay.
But the problem is level 20 exactly. Zai isn't 20, so I don't know.
I think you also need Aghanim Scepter on Yapzor to get the constant burn.
Damage, yeah, could help. Okay, Ame's gonna go ahead and 5-shot this top tower.
Okay.
Fair.
He's looking very nice. It's 25 now.
Radiant's
so
top tower
ends up
is
taking
under
the 2
attack.
toss charges.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
On damage there, Ame. Let's be real.
Yeah.
Okay, that wasn't as impressive as we've seen so far this game.
You gotta step it up. All right.
Maybe if he was a wolf, he could have killed it.
500 CS minute 33.
Dire's bottom tower is under
For
attack.
comparison, Matu with very good farm has 360 on Weaver.
We're gonna see the break onto Nisha. Able to disrupt the Avatos combo though from Ame.
Yeah, Ame has that extra toss charge, so with that level 25 might be able to solo the Dragon Knight even if he gets the full-on combo with Avatos into the secondary toss before Dragon Tail comes out. He's gonna get bit though. And go on the hunt for Matu, who he's expecting might try to poke either the bottom tier 2 tower or farm this area down here that is being scouted by a wolf, but very wisely Matu just hiding off in the side. Now it's going to show with the bugs and hide again. And there's no detection, I believe, on Ame, so can't kill him off, and he's going to TP out. Good read from Matumba Men there.
You just need to do that a million times more. I mean, that does waste a lot of time for Ame, obviously, but they're still sporting a double-digit net worth lead right now. And there's a double damage on the bottom.
He's going to be taken by Puck.
Okay. That's a little bit surprising, I won't lie.
It's pretty good on Tiny, I've heard.
Yeah,
maybe he can start three-shutting towers then.
Yeah, but nothing to say is like, you know what? I had a rough start to this game. I only have 1 kill right now. Tiny's getting all the credit. Time for me to show up here. Has the Octarine core, Boots of Travel, Eon Disc, Blink, and Veil. He has...
You wouldn't think he got stomped in lane, would you?
I know. He's bounced back pretty admirably, I have to say.
Oh, he might see Matsu here. He could coil. Very
so
close.
Already expending the Arctic Burn here. So only a minute left on this Aegis. Okay, we got this. So it's going to be a freebie. He seems to be the only one that Secret can kill pretty reliably without getting baited into a pretty big team fight.
Dragons, the Elder Dragon form is expended for this from Nisha. So once Ogre respawns, they are down that key spell. But the good news for Secret is they're effectively denying the Aegis value, right? There's 40 seconds left on Ami. He has not hit a base tower yet. So good job from them not getting caught out. I think what LGD really wants in this game, their play call, is we want to find any core and then force the buyback with a high ground push. But without finding that core, they just haven't felt confident to just press the issue. That's understandable. You're against Wyvern, you're against Magnus. It can get dicey in the enemy base always. You can get skewered into towers, and then if the enemy team tries to help, there's that curse. And LGD are probably confident as well that, well, guess what? If we're just farming, we still have plenty of room to grow. Tiny will be getting a Swift Blink sometime soon. And wonder what he's going to get last. Actually, here for Ami. He's going to swap into Prince now. Yeah, probably.
I mean, Daedalus plus Silver Edge, I think that's fine still, right? Double crit, but
yeah.
You could eventually, if you kill Roche again, get the Ags, which... I don't know, Ags is interesting on Tiny because it's from a distance, right? It's not exactly how he's playing right now. It's Nisha going to get the Arcane Rune successfully here. But yeah, still room to grow. I mean, we've seen Butterfly, obviously, in the past.
Wonder if there's any point he wants BKB as well.
That's true. You could be that guy and buy BKB.
Then you're only playing into Curse and RP, and you know you're not dying in either of them. And while you're BKB, you're forcing them to use those spells, or their heroes are just going to disappear.
Radiant's bottom
so
tower
Matu did get his shard, so this is going to allow the Swarm to reveal Invis units, which should be pretty helpful against these
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
It gives him a bit more spread damage with the Geminate attack. Pretty common pickup for Weaver. It increases your effective damage output in team fights by quite a lot in the right position.
Yep, and I mean at 25, I'm guessing you can take the Geminate attack talent as well, right? Because that just synergizes even more with the shard.
Probably, yeah. I think you're doing this game at least. You're still starved for damage, right? Like you've pointed out a couple of times, they're killing the Ogre, and that's pretty much it. Yeah.
I mean, I have to say, Secret, despite kind of being stuck in their base, the lead for PSG LGD hasn't really grown by much in the last few minutes. It feels kind of like it's tapered off a bit. They're just kind of at a standstill to some degree. You know, take control of their outposts again and their jungle as a whole. As PSG LGD almost certainly just waiting for the next Roche, which will be Roche number 3.
They're really banking on at some point Secret are going to slip up and get caught, but they haven't for the last 5 minutes. They haven't been able to find a single core kill. They keep using this wolf bite onto Ame and letting him chase, but there's just nothing to be found. Secret are always in the right position, but oh, that's an easy kill on that. And the Overlord Secret will finally make their way into their own triangle to try to reclaim some ground. And I would imagine people will send their Lycan over.
I don't know if he keeps that, but Leveler on Tiny.
Oh my goodness. Well, he's going to hold on to the Ascetics cannon for now.
Yeah, you can just wait for the building hitting, I guess. Just for the extra siege damage, but... yeah, you can't get much better item than that from the jungle for pushing the tower.
Even the Leveler's base stats are kind of nice, right? The 50 attack speed and 5 armor.
Wait, it gets 5 armor?
Yeah.
I didn't even know that.
That's so random. It got changed a while back. I think it used to be 60 attack speed and
nothing else.
How
did a weapon give you armor? Good offense is a good defense? Is that,
I guess so, yeah.
Is that the saying? Or the best offense? You're supposed to correct me when I'm wrong.
Yeah, it's a play by Shakespeare. Look it up.
Yeah, he was really into basketball back then. Pretty sure he invented it. As we can see, the lead is, I mean, it's growing a bit, but I mean, typically in the cases like this where they're getting starved of the map, like at this point I would expect like a 22k or more lead for
very specific.
Yep.
Wonderful.
I'm dead.
Well, I found him.
A golden
finally a pick
I'm
for...
dead. I'm dead.
Nice voice lines there. Let's just keep layering them while Yapsor is still dead.
Can I just keep saying that? Then we don't need to cast. Just keep saying I'm dead until the game's over.
One day it shall take our jobs, no doubt.
Ultimately, we have so many voice lines that can narrate in a Mike forces beat to do the coil. No.
Chewing away. Yeah, not taking the bait.
Interesting. I thought coiling there would feel good for nothing to say. You know, you've got Octarine Core, the cooldown's pretty low, and forcing BKB charges is by no means the least.
Seeing a replay here of 2 hits, as he is actually kind of happy about that. He finds it amusing.
Like, I survived the first hit. Did you guys see it?
We have a sheepstick picked up by Faith Beyond now. He is, he's really farmed himself.
Yep, interesting choice. Obviously goes for something different. Oh, okay.
Double damage again.
Okay, I want to see him kill Roche with this. I think he's not going to. I think he's going to kill it without it, unless Secret try and contest, but he will hit for, what is that, 905 when he's close to everything that he does. Alright, we'll fight double damage. Okay.
Okay, they want to go for a fight. Now he has the Bloodlust applied. Ame. How many shots will it take? He finds
हाँ भैया टाइनी बहुत इजी है अरे वो सिल्वर एज का पैसिव से ना बहुत जोर मारता है चाहे वो प्रो मैच हो या अल्ट्रा प्रो मैच बहुत मारता है
and I believe that Nothing to Say took that if I'm not mistaken here. Yeah, and he consumes it, so...
Let me ask you a question. When is the last time you saw a hero that wasn't PA crit for over 2k without Rapier?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
The buildings, there we
Radiant's
go.
structures are
Putting the leveler in his inventory. Sources the buyback of Denisha.
Radiant's middle tower is falling.
सीक्रेट लगा गलती किया टाइम को कम करना Weaver,
and of course he still has that damage for another 4 minutes.
Super heads up for nothing to say. They're getting it from
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
तेरे वो बाप रे बाप मैं जल्दी मेल्ट हो गया
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom has fallen. Radiant's
Just
bottom
say anything, and it makes sense at this point, Cinder, and that's 2 sets of racks for LGD. Into the top lane.
Tower
That's 1 shot to half HP, has to time lapse it out, won't extend the BKB.
Radiant's top
defend this. There's absolutely
Radiant's
no
top
way.
is falling. Dire now have
him to get a consolation
Radiant's middle tower is falling. LGD victory.
खत्म टाइनी बहुत मार रहा है भैया हम तो पहले मार करेगा उसको मत मार मत मारना लेकिन हम बता रहे हैं ना टाइनी बहुत ज्यादा मार 2 शॉट करना नहीं चाहिए उसको वैसे तो
waiting. All right, we get Scepter, we get Silver Edge. Now let's go. And they're just running over.
Come on, jaldi points do.
Sing fashion.
Jenkins, you were talking about the matchup between PSG LGD and
very inventive with their drafts. LGD, they innovated this Lycan Tiny thing. It seems like they know how to deal with all of the counters. Seb was saying off, when we were talking in the green room that, hypothetically, they're the team that should know how to counter it better than any team. So if they're letting something through after that second ban phase, chances are it's something that they're fairly confident against. And of course, that's something that you test. You can't be absolutely certain of that. It was tested. They know how to play it. They know how to deal with the counters. I think you just get it out. Just get the Tiny out. Don't risk it. Don't risk it.
That Tiny was dominating the match, especially toward the end. Let's check out the stats from that last match.
Oh man, do we have some damage numbers? Oh, okay. These stats. Okay. Yeah, so I feel like LGD, they kind of flowcharted Team Secret. As powerful as the Tiny was, I think this was just like one chain of events that could have happened in the draft. Them opening with the Tiny was more of like, okay, they're gonna pick Mag. We have confidence in our Tiny strategy. We'll pair it with an Ogre. Second phase rolls around, they're like, okay, Lycan's still in the pool. Why not do our Lycan Tiny strategy? But this is just like one of their varieties, because we also mentioned earlier, Jenkins, like the
Tiny plus Lycan alag steroids.
I don't think Nothing to Say has played particularly frequently, but they were like, okay, I think this is a good backup plan to help solidify our game plan, and they picked.
Normally, Tiny both strong, both beefy.
That's insane.
Let's have Lycan
our choose your own adventure draft.
I think something Aoi said on an earlier panel, earlier in the week, is that LGD has such a deep hero pool on all of their roles that they can run a strategy like this where you, like, okay, you have this like an offlane, right? So you're going to inherently lack disable if your offlaner doesn't have disable, or at least like going into TI, like that's what the meta was, just generic stunner offlaner. But because Nothing to Say can play this Puck mid and do so well on it, it means that they can pick Puck, who's like not exactly an exceptional hero currently, but they needed it for the draft. And it's like, it's not just Nothing to Say. They can do this on all of their roles where they just flex a hero, and it means that they can have these strategies that other teams can't necessarily pull out.
So when we were talking about Secret earlier, you mentioned the puppy wall, and you said that PSG LGD they'll need to break through the puppy wall, and it seems like for game one they managed to do that. What do you think Secret can do to
I think Team Secret, I mean, Seb talked about it beautifully on the panel, and I think we saw it play out exactly like you said. Like, Secret opened up their draft with an idea where they could like Mag and Wyvern, which you saw Team Spirit beat OG with, I believe, when OG played their Tiny. And the idea of that is you have the Mag skewered in the Tiny, and the Tiny is no longer Tiny. You can't hit Wyvern, you can't hit these towers. It becomes really difficult to play the game out. LGD just farmed up their items. They sat back on their own side, and Team Secret didn't have the players kind of want to play at a pace. So the support force, they have to commit to one or the other. I think one of the Secret's biggest strengths is that they generally play pretty balanced, and they play pretty balanced drafts that are well-rounded, but LGD seems to just be putting all their eggs into one basket, and if you don't respond in a similar manner, it feels like you get outscaled, or you end up in this point in the game where Tiny's two-shotting your entire draft.
Yeah, speaking of that, we actually have a clip from that last match that kind of showed Tiny just kind of bulldozing through the enemy team.
I know once upon a time, one of the compendium predictions was what is the biggest crit gonna be of the entire tournament. I believe in this one he hits some 2K crits on the Wyvern. Wyvern's the first.
Oh my god!
So first you see her, then you don't. That's a DK. That's a Dragon Knight with an Assault Cuirass as well.
Oh my Gaben!
And that was a Weaver.
Unbelievable.
Being the keyword.
Yeah. I mean, I think LGD just recognized their draft scales up nicer. Like, it doesn't matter. These two cores that Secret have, they're never going to output damage to threaten the Tiny. Because if you think about it, even if you skewer back the Tiny into your base, he's just too tanky. Like, who's going to be killing him? Weaver's damage is way too slow. And if Tiny gets one hit on Weaver, it's time-lapse and run away. So I just feel like the core matchups and the concept that Secret went into this game with is kind of like, it hurt them.
Yeah, it's the well-roundedness that was almost their downfall, because unsurprisingly, we were all picking Seb's brain during the match.
Oh, yeah.
So he was
basically casting the game for us back then. That was great.
So I won't take credit for any of this analysis, but he was saying that Secret basically strayed away from whatever a game plan against LGD would be, which is if you start out with a Mag Wyvern and you see an enemy Lycan, this Lycan is going to be useless for quite a while, because even if the Lycan gets 3,000 gold, the Aghanim Scepter is not finished yet. That's 3,000 gold that's doing nothing for an offlaner right now. So if you're able to take advantage of that, take towers, make the map smaller, then all of a sudden this Lycan and Tiny combination doesn't become as terrifying when you have more map control.
It's funny because Y said in an interview that basically they're really comfortable with just going late, and they think that they make better decisions than other teams, and that they'll just like pick better scaling than you. They're confident in their strategy and that there's going to be some timing that they can beat you at. And it's like, come on, come at me, like try to beat me. And they kind of did that against Secret. Like Secret was, they were trying to play early. They were trying to play to snowball the lanes, but like they just couldn't do it against LGD. And so it just makes you think like what you were saying, maybe what you do is you pick your own strat. You all in on one hero and see how that goes. And maybe you hit some timing that you can actually beat LGD at.
Well, Team Secret they're down one game, but they're not out yet. Let's take a quick look at it behind the scenes with a Secret rapid fire.
Back with more rapid fire questions. I'm stepping in for Casey. I'm here with Nisha. I'm here with the Yapzor. Matu from Team Secret. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Who played in the very first TI Grand Finals?
Navi versus... I don't know.
What? First TI? You were there.
I think it was a Chinese team.
Yes.
But I'm thinking eHome.
That's right.
That's right?
Very good. Can you name all the teams who won TI?
That's a hard one. Navi, IG, Alliance, Newbie, EG, Wings, Liquid, OG, Twice.
All right, I guess it's not so hard. You nailed it in order and everything. Who is the last pro Dota player you talked to that is not on Team Secret?
Artur, I guess.
Boba.
I can't say I remember.
Who cares about them?
Who cares?
We don't need to talk about any of them. What was the last movie you watched?
These questions are something. The last movie.
The Hunt?
The Hunt?
Yeah. I don't watch many movies. I binge watched the entire Ozark. The Death of Stalin.
Death of Stalin?
Mm-hmm.
Do you like violence?
Yeah.
Okay. Who would you say is the worst teammate in interviews?
I have no idea, unfortunately.
If you don't know, then...
But like, I guess me.
Well, I wasn't gonna say it. Who is the worst teammate in interviews?
I would say Nisha.
Nisha.
Poor guy got put on blast by your whole team.
Oh, that was so good. Not only are they great in the game, but they have like the big Dota encyclopedia memory where they can name the winners of TI for all of them in order.
That's because they're looking to put their name at the very end of that list. Matu was this close to saying Secret.
I love that they all struggle. Like, what was the last movie you watched too? It's like, I don't know. I just play Dota. Like, that's all I do. They don't. There's no room in those brains for anything other than Dota.
Do you have the same experience, Insania? Have you watched a movie lately?
I can genuinely say I don't remember the last movie I watched.
Oh my god.
All right, well that's across all Dota professional gamers, I suppose. They don't watch movies because they play a lot of Dota. Now, let's bring the teams out for the next game. All right, so now LGD is taking the stage. They are one game up, and Team Secret is one game down. And neither of these teams have been in the lower bracket at all. Like, they made it out in the upper bracket in group stage, and they've made it all the way out here. So, what is the mindset for these teams coming in? What is the mindset for Team Secret, knowing that they're one game down?
I think Secret has to be thinking about the Tiny, right? They had a planned answer for it, and it didn't quite work out the way they expected it to. So the question here is, do you ban out the Tiny, or do you leave it and try to beat it again? I think Puppy sometimes can be a little bit stubborn when it comes to these things, so I wouldn't be surprised if they had, like, we're going to try it again. We just messed something up either in the draft or in the game, and then they leave the Tiny and try to beat it. But based on what I saw, I think you probably want to ban the Tiny out. LGD seem way too strong and too comfortable playing around it, and maybe try to give them some other draft where you feel like you can outscale the LGD timing, because I think that's really the key thing for Secret. If Secret are allowed to sit back and LGD has to come to them, I think they're very happy playing the game.
I was overhearing Seb, our special draft panelist, talking with Tsunami. Tsunami, tell me a little bit about what Seb said about what he would do if he were in their place.
Okay, I don't know if I can do this verbatim. I also definitely can't do a French accent.
Do it with the French accent.
No, I can't do the French accent.
No, let's leave out the French accent. Let's just do it in Tsunami accent.
So I specifically asked if you could erase all the bans from your mind. He wasn't a big fan of the Weaver. And so I was like, okay, you get rid of the Weaver. Say that that's why Secret are not sticking to their game plan, is because Weaver can't follow up with the timings that the Mag Wyvern was going for.
Mm-hmm.
Then what is the concept? And ultimately it was what I had said earlier, that you have to commit to an earlier idea if you're going against a tiny Lycan. Halfway through your draft, you can't be like, well, actually, maybe we can outscale the Lycan, actually. Maybe we can outscale the tiny. So I want Secret to fully commit to an early idea. I don't think that they should go late to late against LGD, because I think LGD will always win late game. And I do think that maybe let the Magnus go through, even though it's been the hero of yesterday and day before yesterday. I think that Secret have enough of their own independent strategies that they don't need to rely on a tournament meta. They have enough strong heroes of their own. Like Yapzor Rubik was quite popular in their group stage match, and it was a 1-1 split, but I think heroes like that are a little bit more unpredictable would be more successful against a team like LGD.
Jenkins, you were mentioning earlier that you were interested in the picks and the counter picks on the side of Team Secret that didn't really work out that well.
Yeah, so LGD does this really interesting thing where in a vacuum, they're picking heroes that are quite bad. So for example, like the Phoenix versus the Snapfire, you have this counter of instantly killing the egg with the what the hell's that about? I don't play that. I have like 3 games.
Little Shredder.
Little Shredder. You Little Shredder, you insta kill the egg, right? So picking Phoenix into Snapfires are kind of crazy. And then Lycan as well. Traditionally, Lycan is considered to be countered by Winter Wyvern, but it's not really the case anymore.
Yeah.
It's like in practice that doesn't necessarily happen because of how you want to play the game. This Lycan offlane, you're wolf biting somebody. You've got the Necro book. Like, it doesn't matter.
All right, well, let's see how this goes in Game 2 of LGD and Secret.
PSG LGD versus Team Secret. Game 2.
Welcome to Game 2 as we get ready for the draft. The other panel might have someone who can quote Seb, but I have real Seb here. That's a bit more valuable. So let's see what you have to say, because I was interested in what you were talking about at the end of the draft panel with the idea that it went for 2 different strategies. Could you elaborate again for people that might have missed that?
I mean, you either beat the tiny Lycan at what they do best, which is, scaling the minute 20. You saw the late game. You saw this tiny, how he ate the Weaver alive. Even a DK that's considered one of the tankiest heroes in the game just dies in 3 hits. And so you either believe that something is going to fight that, head to head, which in my opinion is a bit ludicrous, or you decide to break, to abuse its weaknesses, like its timings and all of that. But I don't want to talk about it too much because Secret, they took their option and they're like, we're not doing this again. And they banned the tiny, which I think is also nice. A change of pace for the players. You just played against something that was terrifying to play against in a way, And, not having to play that, switching gear a bit, I think it's also a lot of comfort for players. So why not? They banned the tiny, give the monkey, and LGD, they went for the same ban. So LG were hoping they were going to get it again, and they won't.
And Secret this time start with an IO Gyro, a combo that hasn't seen too much success in TI. Do you still have belief in it, Aoi?
I mean, for Team Secret, I don't know, they haven't always been the best IO team in my opinion.
Okay.
But I think they do see that LGD has actually already banned AA for them. I'm not too sure. I want to say that this is some character development for Puppy, banning the tiny, because usually he always just tries to beat it again, he'll believe in his idea. I don't know whether that's good, I don't know whether it's bad, it's just different than what I'm used to seeing out of Puppy.
Yeah, but we also haven't seen Puppy win TI in a while. And I mean that as a positive thing.
Yes.
It means that, he's moving forward and maybe sometimes some of the stubbornness has, hold him back a little bit. And maybe now he's like, I maybe learned from some of my past mistakes and I'm gonna give my team more comfort. We're banning tiny and we're beating something else. So the AA ban that LGD was setting up for the potentially, so you have to think about LGD's first pick, so they're banning first. So they're banning AA, they're banning Invoker. When they ban AA, they don't know that Tiny is gonna get banned or not. It gets banned after. Meaning the IO8 that they were planning for is very strong. It's also strong for Secret to grab. And now they end up going for the IO, first phase. The Gyro, the reason for it is it's a really good hero on lane against Monkey. It's really hard to play Monkey versus Gyro. The homing missile, you don't threaten a Gyro. Meaning that this IO Gyro and LGD has only shown Monkey 4 and Monkey 1. Now they're shutting down the monkey 4 with the gyro, meaning they're going to have to put this monkey on a 1 position. And that is something that Secret has to be ready for. They have an opening of creating 2 really bad side lanes for monkey to play in. And that's something that's quite interesting in this draft, and we're going to see how it's going to plan out. I want to mention the Lycan ban from Secret. I think LGD could have went Lycan 8, they decided not to, and that's also the beauty of the gyro. Once again, this Lycan 8 is a big threat against big Lycan teams. Tiny into Lycan, very scary. Monkey into Lycan, we've seen EG run it, for instance, with a lot of success in the group stage, and that's the beauty of the gyro pick. It's like, are you willing to pick the Lycan into the gyro? It's, good counter in the game, good counter in the lane. LGD is like, no, we're not going to Lycan, and we're going to ET instead. Once again, I think Secret's approach of the first phase is very, very solid. Just like game 1. They're covering all the angles. They came very prepared.
So something I noticed that's interesting is that LGD is actually first pick again, and Secret are Radiant again. This means, I believe in game 1, Secret probably picked Radiant, because in this game, LGD had choice, and they chose first pick.
Yeah.
So I always find it interesting when you have these 2 different opposing ideas. Like, it does seem like in this draft, Secret clearly think Radiant is the best, and LGD are just first pick all the way. I was just curious, like, why do you think that happens?
I mean, Radiant is very favored by teams right now because the Roche is such a big objective. And when you play Radiant and you want to play around the Roche area, you have your triangle to farm with. 2 lanes plus triangle, meaning your economy is doing great. When you're Dire and you have to play around the Roche area, you're playing away from a triangle. And you're playing, in an area that's more exposed, harder to defend, the Dire jungle, and also there's less economy there. Which is why Radiant in the mid game versus Dire has a huge advantage. And which is why teams favor Radiant. Now LGD, the LGD first pick has not been solved by Secret. It's understandable that they want to go first pick again. But as I said in the game 1, it's like LGD have to build some sort of strategy that is too strong for Secret to counter. Else, the 2 last picks of Secret, especially in the hands of Puppy and Heen, they are going to make the most out of it. And it's going to be a really hard game for LGD to play. So this is when Secret, they want to keep their options open right now with this pick. And then they're going to start, countering it, like countering the LGD heroes in a very hurtful way for LGD. And I think the 16 and 17 picks for LGD, the next 2 are going to be the one, it's going to be the do or break, It's going to be very crucial for them to pick right.
I want to mention that I like the Kunkka ban coming off in Secret. We saw that Nothing to Say picked that up in 2 games against VP. And his Kunkka looked insane that game. And not only that, but it's actually very strong versus IO Gyro. Gyro's a hero, you sort of have to stand in front and commit in the fight, and you can't really commit into Kunkka bow.
Exactly. And funny enough, it's a Puppy answer to Gyro. He was the one years ago coming up with the Kunkka versus Gyro, and it is beautiful. And you have the X versus relocate. You have a way to lock down the Gyro. Wisp Gyro is a lot about movement speed abuse. They just run around the team fight, and nobody can stop them. X does it. It's a beautiful ban.
And they pick up the Wind Ranger. We saw Yapster go for some Arcane Boots straight into a shard, and that shard, I'm not gonna lie, it looked like one of the better shards in Dota when they were using that thing. It's positioning in Dota is so much, and that shard, it tends to expose the heroes that don't want to get exposed and just make the fight more chaotic.
No, definitely. Special mention to the Anch ban too. Very good hero to protect the ET with. Puppy has.
Team Secret's turn to pick.
They managed to put 2 side lanes where ET couldn't really lane. You have the Wind Ranger in one, the Enchantress in the other. Do you think that IO Gyro has the same effect for ET? Is the movement speed enough? Because usually when I think of ET, you want either make him so he can't hit you, that's usually stuns, or take off his buff, like Enchantress.
The ET is not good against IO Gyro on the lane. It's not necessarily good in certain scenarios, but it scales great. It means that no matter how big this Gyro is going to get, no matter how big the IO gets, 1 ET Spirit, whether it is magical damage or physical damage, they will die. And this means this is them taking away the scaling from Secret, once again. And to me, with the Wind Ranger and the Beastmaster, now Secret is committing to something. And that's what I want to talk about. It's very interesting. So the Bane pick,
5 seconds remaining.
Bane is about Enfeeble. I think it's the spell that people underrate a bit. And Feeble removes 60% of damage on Gyro. It's really hard to deal with. This Gyro is going to deal no damage, and then Feeble also reduces the healing. It's stronger than Vessel, the spell. And the cast range of it is crazy with Needlance. So this Gyro is going to have a big timing problem versus the Bane. He's going to have to kill the Bane in these fights. Of course, you have the Sleep and the Grip. Very strong laner also. Now what Secret is doing is they're going to play... They should be playing the map with this. Wind Ranger Shard, global spell. Beastmaster Hawks, relocate. Vision advantage. It's going to be really hard for LGD to to pick the right fights. Secret are going to pick fights
कितना
that
दिमाग
they
अपना मैच में लगा लिया होता
fair
तो
for them
अभी
and unfair for LGD. So they're kind of
Finals में होता वही ना
5v5 conference
मैं बोलता है
attack, duo, ET spell. They're taking a different approach, and I like it. I like it a lot because Secret is a smart team. They're great players. If anybody can execute a different style of Dota, it is them.
क्या बोलने तो समझ में नहीं आ रहा है
Read what Secret
मतलब दोनों even though
do they have an answer to that?
EY को समझ में आना चाहिए
That's a bit weird. It seems very hard to something that LA actually mentioned to me, or sorry, it was Insania. He said that Monkey King is a good hero when you can get 4 hits off. I think in the last game that they ran Monkey King on Alme, they had Oracle in that game. That allows you to get the 4 hits off. Legion's the exact same thing. You buff his attack speed, make him maybe magic meal, and take off
the stun from him.
Remove his stun. You get those 4 hits off, and all of a sudden, even though Legion Commander on his own, he's not supposed to be good at team fighting against Aljaro. He has a purpose into this game. It's very clear.
It's a great Monkey King enabler. He also locks down the fight. Duel fight is happening here. You can keep Wukong on top of the duel, and you know it's not going to be a Wukong wasted. Great Monkey enabler, and that's also what LGD excels at. It's like they understand how to make a hero, in this case Monkey King, or how to make, in the other game, a Tiny, really shine. They understand what the weaknesses are of the hero, and they know how to counter, like to make up for these weaknesses. But now Secret is taking a completely different approach. It's like, you want to bring this monkey to critical mass? We're not fighting into this monkey until we decide that it is a good fight. Which is also why, intuitively you can second guess the beast pick. You can be like, why would you pick Roar into plus your attack, into sleep? It doesn't make any sense. Legion counter beast. But it's not about that. They're looking at the map, they're looking at the vision advantage, they're not looking at this terrifying 5-on-5 that LGD has been playing game after game. So now I'm very curious to what the Secret last pick is going to be. I think you can either add up on top of it, but I would also say that there's a route where you already realize with Beast, with Gale Force is called, I think, the winner in the shard. With Relocate, you already have enough tools to cheat the game a little bit in the right way. I don't mean that in a negative way, right? To cheat the game, and then maybe you want Nisha to also be a hero that can kind of stabilize in a way, like at some point you will have to take fights to win the game.
I think definitely some damage, right? You have all these global tools, but I think a hero that really solidifies that, you'll have vision, you have mobility advantage on the map, makes some map presence, which I think is what Secret's good at, like really good at Dota, so I'm glad they're drafting this stuff. So this is damage. Is that, so it's Gyrocopter mid or
yeah, it looks like
Carry looks like?
Definitely. It looks like
बहुत
very interesting. They get really early timings, the Secret heroes. Ursa is going to force the rush fight early. If they consider that this Gyro has a great lane against the Leshrac, and they have the Wisp, super early timings, right?
Gyro
much more useful than a Legion after the laning phase.
Zai,
if this Gyro, they consider he has a really good lane to the Leshrac, I hope so, right? They decided to put him there. Gyro super high level. Wisp might even play with the Gyro instead of the Ursa. They're gonna force the Roche fight. Can the LGD heroes take the Roche fights that early? It's hard for Lesh to play into a Beastmaster that early in the game. You have no items, you have mana boots for going to your Reels or whatever. Very hard for the Monkey, the same. These heroes are slow. I love the Secret route. I think it's much more closer to their identity and what they have shown so far leading up to their matchup against LGD. Yeah, I'm very, very excited about this game. Easily be a one and if Secret get what they, they just showed a great Dota card.
Just in terms of the draft plan, like Ursa, LGD plan for Monkey King with the Legion save on. I think Ursa is actually one of the only carries that can punch through that.
Yeah.
Like Secret, if they find the right engagement now, their damage comes in really quick. It's hard for LGD to get all their heroes there. They're going to be more spread out on the map because Secret will force them around. I think that suits Secret really well.
And you have a great point too. The Ursa can scale into the Monkey.
And now we're going to have to hear from
who's
standing on the sidelines.
पेट भर गया होगा
लेकिन 12 बजे उठा है 12 बजे
team with most kills at game end. Team Secret लग रहा है. Player that's
prepare for battle.
I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead.
5 to 8.
2 8. Player with highest net worth by 10 minutes.
Ursa, obviously.
Game 2
OVSYS.
Secret in this upper bracket finals. Winner
Obviously.
secures himself top 2, Cinderin.
लेकिन आप कुछ और दे रहे हैं.
We're seeing a ton of
Spelling.
great work.
Obviously
Great teamwork. I love this. This is what makes Dota great.
OBVIOUSLY.
Alright, I'm going to try to see what's
Obviously,
most high
spelling
fives.
ABSOLUTELY.
I'm the analyst here. I need to look at the numbers.
Sure.
Looks
Obviously.
like Nisha was on the receiving end of 6.
अच्छा है. अच्छा spelling.
Yapsor was in 6. Alright.
You gotta love the sportsmanship. So this match, this specific game
कितना high fives करेगा ये लोग?
is worth
ये देखो चिंकूगा.
millions.
अरे
I know this.
Finals.
That's
ये वाला
I already
spray
said no.
बहुत ही फनी लगता है.
Secret on the brink of being
अरे ये हम पहले बार
taken down
देखे
to the
बंदर
lower
ऐसे दौड़ रहा है.
bracket. If PSG
Battle begins.
can get
Oh.
this
क्योंकि वो है ना.
अरे
mischievous.
lineups here, Cinderin, do you
हाँ
agree with
courier
the
form बन जाता है.
Yeah, I
नहीं
think
नहीं ये
Secret's
वाला
lineup
courier
is
पहले बार
very-
देखा है.
In a way, it's similar to the last game in the sense of what Secret should be trying to do timing-wise, but the way they get there is totally different. So last
नहीं
game,
भैया courier form.
okay, Secret, you know, you're going to hit
हाँ,
this like, minute
तो वो
15,
कोई
you want to start
एक
taking
existing
fights,
courier
etc.
का
But they never really managed to be able to
replicate
find
करता है.
energy from a team fight perspective.
अच्छा,
This
वो
time
वाला
around,
courier हम
they're
पहले
gonna
बार
try to
देखे.
play fast as well, but they do it in a
लेकिन
different
courier
way.
form
They're
कैसे
gonna
बनते
split
हैं?
the map more.
इस चीज से.
They're gonna try to find sidelines with Beastmaster with Shackle shot into relocates.
Monkey King का है ना
A
वो
really good core matchup in the Ursa against
Mischief.
Monkey King.
गाछ के ऊपर चढ़ सकते हैं.
Killing
नहीं नहीं
Ferocious Radiant with
वो
Beastmaster
तो
Ursa.
ट्री
It's
डांस
just a
है.
lot of
Primal है. Primal spring.
Honestly, when it comes to Secret this term, I think in many ways
ट्री डांस करके वो पेड़ के ऊपर जाता है और जब पेड़ के ऊपर है तब प्राइमल स्प्रिंग कर सकता है मतलब पेड़ से जमीन में कूदेगा. और मिस्चिफ उसका हमेशा enabled रहता है मतलब हमेशा अनलॉक रहता है उससे वो कुछ भी रेप्लिकेट कर सकता है. केला मैंगो टैंगो रून भी बन सकता है.
I think maybe a little element of surprise favoring Secret as well here.
Rune भी बन
LGD's
सकता है.
lineup is very stable, strong team.
जो वाला TI में रिलीज हुआ था
all the things that
उसमें
7
देखे थे वो लोग बेट करता था. गोल्ड रून स्पॉन होगा गोल्ड उठा लेगा और खुद गोल्ड रून बन के खड़ा रहेगा.
हम बॉट्स के साथ करेंगे भाई ये वैसा आएगा ही नहीं बॉट्स.
तो रून लेने आता था सपोर्ट लोग वो लोग को बस इंस्टेंट मार देता था.
versus Lesh. Who wins this lane? Not one we get to see too often.
I would feel like just
Actual match में भी
instinctively that Lesh is favored
top
here,
matches
especially
में
when
भी
he
ऐसा
starts
बहुत
hitting level
होता
3 and level 5 for just the lightning storm harass. Gyro is a short range
हाँ,
character, so in
confusion
order for
होता
him to
था.
go and get CS, he needs to
Rune है
expose himself to taking that
Monkey
damage.
King बैठा हुआ है.
Lesh is
Rune है.
the best though, so Flak Cannon
Rune है कि Rune है?
can make a difference in this lane if Nisha even goes to skill it at all. He might just go max out the other two spells and play this a little bit Thompson style with the more aggressive roaming way of playing here, but yeah, I do overall like Lesh here a bit more, I have to say. But for now, they're pretty even. As a matter of fact, Nisha's actually pulling a bit ahead on the first waves.
Yeah, he's off to a pretty good start. I mean, I guess from his perspective, as long as you just tie the lane, I guess maybe that's the goal. I don't know, but we'll see what the rotations come out in this early game for Team Secret. Although you do have an Io, so that's not really a ganking potential. I guess Yapsor is the one person that could try to set something up on this Wind Ranger.
Nothing to see is.
Nightmare into nothing though. It's just going to be landing, trying to take out this boar. Zai will have to deny it himself. But
क्या बोल रहे? Nothing to say कुछ.
looks like Yapsor's
CS जाना
that one.
CS go.
Something that's worth keeping in mind
Yeah.
with the Bane against Beastmaster matchup in lane is that Bane is actually
What is
relatively
this?
good at killing the boar.
I cannot understand
You have a lot
which
of damage and you trade really well. And killing boars might sound like a small thing, but these they give a lot of experience in gold if you manage to get them. That time around though, Zai did get the deny.
CS को creep score भी
But
बोलते
it is
हैं.
something that Vive will very
मतलब
much
तुम
be looking
कितना
for in the lane.
last
Even if you
hits और
don't
deny
kill the
किया
boars,
है.
as long as you
तो
force
उसका
them
last
out,
hit और deny बहुत low
realistically
है.
that should result in less farm.
किसका? Nothing to say.
हाँ compared to gyrocopter speed में.
Now he could be in a bit of trouble here. Yapsor might find an angle.
इसलिए बोल रहा
Doesn't
होगा.
have shackle shot, so what would he find an angle for? Good question, Suns fan. Angle for the
मतलब
power shot.
10
Angle for the
10-12 चल रहा है कौन सा बहुत ज़्यादा है?
Damage from
हाँ तो gyro का
don't
13-7 है.
misinformation. This is
20
how it
मतलब
starts in
total.
there. And
अच्छा
it's
denies
almost
denies
there.
it.
But bot
हाँ
lane, I
creep
can see
score
Matthew, like you
दोनों
said,
को मिला
playing the
के होता है
Ursa.
last hit.
And I mean, the mid lane still.
जो
I mean,
तुम
I
वो
would say it's relatively
last hit practice
a
करता
lot
है.
more denies going the way of Nisha though. The homing missile coming from
याद मत
the
दिलाओ.
Last
comes
hit
in as well.
and
The homing missile connects to the splitter.
नहीं यार मत याद दिलाओ मत. तू याद दिला रहा है. बहुत
मेरा भी तो
बेकार
गोल्ड
होता है.
नहीं है.
In this early game, nothing to say for
अरे वो नहीं बोले in general. मेरा कभी बहुत बेकार होता है।
Finish him off though, so nothing to say.
अरे मरेगा।
To the high ground successfully, gets off the speed. But he's kind of stuck. He doesn't even have mana.
Okay, deny कर देगा।
It's crazy. They're wasting a lot of time. This
And that might have looked like a really weird gank. This is a level 2 Wind Ranger TPing mid, but even level 1 is very nice for kills like this. The 15% slow for Gyro to just keep running down the Lesh. The extra bit of right-click damage and the power shot was enough to at least force the deny. And like you said, yeah, he doesn't give the gold over to Nisha, but this is like a full free wave plus all the wasted time of the Lesh. Effectively, Nisha is now very far ahead in that mid lane. Closing in on level 5.5. So when he gets level 6, I think we could see Yapsor maybe even move into mid again. Yeah. And that time around, nothing to say will not be able to pull off what he just did.
Now Matu gonna chase Faith Beyond, but Jin-Q with that Elder Titan, very hard to fight into. Echo Stomp ability. I mean, okay, so for Nisha, because I haven't gotten to see a ton of games on him playing this mid Gyro, is the build, is it any different than position 1 Gyro? Do you still, I mean, Io gets a choice, I guess, later game who he wants to actually match to. What about the build overall?
I don't know what he wants to do in this game. I think there's different approaches to it. You can go more of a carry style build with the Dragonlance build up, but you can also either look for something like Diffusal, or you look for even a spellcasting build with Veil E-Blade, which I think we've seen Thompson play sometimes in the past, but yeah. Bottom lane Poppy is just...
Oh my god, first blood goes the way of PSG LGD. Jin-Q with the briefcase, he has definitely come to play, Cinderin. But I mean, you have to give up something, right? We talked about the Tiny and Magnus. Elder Titan has been extremely strong in a lot of games as well.
वो अपने spirit से इतना damage किया है, आराम से right click करके आयु को मार दिया.
Easy kill for him. Onto Puppy. We'll see him refill a little bit here. They're going to try to win against NTS, but almost latching. They will get the haste here. Nice for Nisha. This is a really good Gyro mid. Yeah. With that 3 points in barrage, he has a great amount of chase down potential onto any hero in the game right now.
Nothing to say. About to hit level 6 here with the next creep. As long as it's not denied. But you can see the level advantage on the way of Nisha, of course. With that rotation, kind of has to play it a little bit safe in the bot lane.
वो वाला कार्टून कभी देखा है?
As well.
नहीं कभी नहीं देखा भाई.
हम लोग भी छोटे-छोटे तब
आता था.
फिर बंद हो गया.
Okay. And Nisha with the haste means Puppy also has haste. Fun for the whole family.
That's right.
They're not going to do anything though.
Yeah. You could just try to bait some TPs potentially, but Y is making his rotation over through the river here, level 3 on this Bane Elemental. And, sorry, just Bane now.
Yep.
The Elemental was deleted from his name, sadly. As he's still working on his boots here. Faith Beyond playing the Legion Commander this time around. Have some great dispel options with the homing missile, with the...
Matumba already level 6
dispel Fury swipes
compared to Faith. The level 4 has
a thing in the laning stage, I suppose. Alright, mid lane.
Mid में दोनों 4-4.
Said made his rotation, but Puppy gonna heal up Nisha pretty nicely here. As the 8-minute rune will be up in 40 seconds. Matu in the meantime has to pop his Enrage. Yapsor TP's here as well.
I was just about to say Matsu's doing so great in this lane. He's level 6 against level 4 Legion, but 1v2, they still just absolutely crush him with this Elder Titan. With it's gonna get eyes on each other here. Yapsor will see Jin-Q.
Yep.
And he's running it through 3 heroes here, that Spirit. So would hit very hard if he had a target, but...
I mean, is there a point with Matu just tries to go into the jungle, getting like a morbid
actually पता है अर्सा का against में
उसका spirit hero के थ्रू गया ना, तो अभी उसका damage plus 150 हो गया.
वही ना.
63 plus 150 पर right click वो 213 damage कर रहा है.
Damage कर रहा है वो भी पहले 8 मिनट.
Matchup is obviously very good against the Beastmaster, so...
वही तो बात है, अर्सा इतना high damage hero उसके थ्रू spirit लेके जा रहा है.
Because Yapsor has made these
damage over time
और attack speed comes at a cost.
Fury
is playing Beastmaster against Monkey Bane is absolutely terrifying.
Having said that, when you get to mid to late game as Matu, nothing to say, he's made his transition over.
Normally, right,
level 7 now on that Leshrac, Yapsor in the vicinity as well, but I believe he's here. Diabolic Edict with that pulse going to work.
Strong,
He takes off the shackle. Matu has to take or use his enrage now to just back off. So they've expended quite a few resources, but due to
overpowered था.
अच्छा लेकिन हमको पता है
Beastmaster against Monkey King, especially in Division 1, just axes with the
स्पिरिट को कैसे कंट्रोल करता है
that could have huge implications in this
जैसे
match.
तुम अपना illusion को कंट्रोल करता है
As this tier 1 tower looking to be taken out by PSG LGD. Echo Stomp not going to connect.
ये कॉमन है मतलब
अपना खुद का कैरेक्टर को भी मूव करना स्पिरिट को भी मूव करना
Split Earth is nothing to say, just getting chased now. One more right click will do it. Down he goes, and he just made the transition here as well. So nice 2.
वो जो तुमको मीपो वाला बताया था ना next unit करके
Great like you said,
same way में
that Split Earth doesn't connect, it gives him the confidence to chase them down. And I believe he was tethered the whole time as well, so giving him that little bit of extra attack and move speed that he needs to get that ledge kill completed.
Micro
rotating as well. You do defend the tower. You did a lot of damage to it though, as PSG LGD took down about 85% of it or something like that.
Constantly switch करते और तो instructions दे रहा है
micro management.
Very nicely done. Here comes the call. Here comes the Echo Stomp. Another sidestep from Nisha leads to a kill for Secret. And Nisha working on, I believe that was a Diffusal Blade. So going for the Diffusal Blade into Ags, I would assume. And maybe we'll see a Diffusal Blade on Earth as well. I don't know, but a lot of mana drained against this Leshrac.
Diffusal is a good item against Monkey King in a lot of situations, I think, for Gyro. You know, you get the nice mana and the slowdown, so you can chase him down when you're in a favorable position, and you can create distance when you're not. Then you just diffuse him and run away.
वो लोग constantly अपना सारा units को groups करके हर group को मैं micro adjustment करके रखता हूँ थोड़ा सा इधर या फिर थोड़ा आगे move किया
Did he just solo him?
constantly
He did, indeed. Wait, how did that work for Ame? How did Ame solo him? I didn't see that.
He just right-click him. It was actually pretty simple.
Okay, so Puppy was trying to ward, I'm assuming he had nobody to tether to.
Yep, slightly out of position. Okay. But top lane looking to be taken out now by Secret. As... So it's going to be essentially evened up on towers now. And Matu, yeah, he is working on Diffusal as well, so going to see a lot of mana burn this game. Which means BKB for Nothing to Say is going to be ultra important. One for the Yules first to set up his own Split Earth. It's going to be fun casting these fights with Split Earth and Earth Splitter. I'm sure that won't get screwed up at all.
50% chance every time. 50-50. It's not bad.
Jinq working on a drums. Okay. Not an item we get to see very often anymore, but I love it.
And this was going to happen in this game.
Really?
Secret will get the Roche with Ursa Io. Yeah, so about the drum, I think the way LGD are thinking about this is they need to squeeze every little bit of move speed and attack speed out of this game that they can, because it's going to be like a brawl once fights eventually break out. Like Secret will try to look, as we talked about, they'll try to find these pickoffs around the map, and with any sort of movement speed bonus you can give your team, maybe you can reset away from these dangerous situations, or you can, you know, just reset in general. Creating distance between yourself and the Secret lineup is very, very useful. It's Ursa, it's Gyro, run you down over extended periods of time. And there's multiple heroes in his team that really benefit from the attack speed. Legion Commander in the duel, Monkey King, like Seb and AUI talked about, get those 4 hits, right?
Oh, Zai running into an invisible, nothing to say, but Matu gets the enrage off to try to go for Y instead, but there's the Fiend's Grip. It's not going to last very long thanks to that status resist. Zai was already taken out, so it's a 1-for-1. As you can see, Nisha hooked up with Puppy right now. Trying to create some space in this enemy jungle, so looks like it'll end at a 1-for-1, but definitely in favor of PSG LGD.
And one more thing, just to finish off on the whole drums thing. Jinq is building his Elder Titan as a true, I don't want to call it true position 4, but I think you get what I mean when I say that. Like
he's getting Ags after this, by
he's doing damage, okay? He's not gonna, he hasn't even skilled his aura yet on level 7. He's going 2-4-0, just really wants to get that Astral Spirit in there and get in and deal damage. There's a lot of value to having high level Spirit here, get all that armor and just go in and draw attention away from your Lesh. And I think the way LGD think about it is, well, if we send in all of our heroes in full force, Secret might be able to kill one, but it's going to come at a cost. You can't ignore an Elder Titan that has level 4 Astral Spirit running through your team.
Middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, he's definitely a beast.
Look it up.
That's true, though. A lot of position forwards you can kind of ignore to some degree. There's you see the vault ability used by Y, but you can't jump high enough to get out of this. So down he goes to Matu. And the relocate will likely just bring them back to their original location, which is good. So a little baby blink here into the tier 1 tower. Have the Alpha Wolf available for the extra damage.
They're going to give it up.
And
nice play from Secret.
All right. So very even game to start this. Although last game kind of started the same way, and it was really Ame's Tiny that started to really create the separation as we talked about ad nauseum.
It doesn't feel like there's going to be as much of an unbeatable carry this game for Secret to face, though.
Is that because Tiny's not in the game?
That is a really big part of it. They will, of course, still buff him up with ET, with the drum, with press the attack, with a natural order eventually. But at least for now, Secret are in a pretty good position in this game. Unfortunately for them, not really seeming to be able to get very much value out of the Aegis. At least they got them the mid tier 1, but I bet they would love to be able to get a little bit more with this, like find a fight with Relo or maybe get some top tower damage or even the full tower, but it's not looking very likely right now with the way LGD are pushing out the waves.
A tide to the impurity.
And Matu's defusal on the way. Nisha, his defusal on the way, so they're going to have double defuse to work with Cinderin. And I'm assuming BKBs will be coming right afterwards. And for the side of PSG LGD, I mean, what items are important for them this game? Obviously the Blink Dagger for the Legion is probably one of the most important ones, but I would assume Nothing to Say has to go for, I mean, is it a BKB right after Yules, or do you need to, I mean, once he sees these defusals come out, it's gonna hurt him.
The 2 BKBs are definitely huge. I feel Elder Titan's Ags, something further down the line, will be insanely powerful this game as well. Xingqiu gonna try to stall this tower push with a good stomp.
Yeah, with the overwhelming odds as well, but
they still have to glyph if they want to hold, and they will.
Secret will back up as a result. Only 50 seconds left on the Aegis, so they don't want to overextend here.
Radiant's middle tower is under
despite
attack.
going against the Elder Titan, they will have the Roche advantage for the majority of this game.
Matu's taking some pretty serious damage here. We'll have to back off there a bit. And I wonder if PSG LGD are trying to stall for the Aegis to expire and that they actually want to fight. Like we've talked about, Secret's lineup is more eager to take fights that are a little bit more scrappy, a little more skirmish-like in nature, where they get to split the enemy team apart. And LGD would love to play more tight-knit together around this Elder Titan Leshrac combination. So Secret will yield and not try to force the issue, and they will lose their Aegis here as a result without really getting too much out of it. Well, they're somewhat sticking around. Now, out we go. To the mid lane.
All right. Now that we have a little bit of downtime, Cinderin, trivia time for you.
Oh, no.
What's the active of defusal? We've had this conversation before.
Oh, I have answered this correctly in the past.
Yep. Don't hover over it. Don't do it, Observer. You can do it, Cinderin.
Why can't I remember this?
Diffusal blade slow. What is it?
I forgot.
Inhibit.
Inhibit, yes.
One of the greatest names of all time. One that you would never guess.
I got a quick one for you. What's the active of Trusty Shovel?
Dig.
Good.
Get wrecked. All right, now we can put this.
That was very hard.
Now we can put this terrible segment to bed as this is the upper bracket final, Cinderin. Stop going off topic. For God's sake, we got the BKB now online.
Not bad, I guess.
For Ame as he takes apart his Echo Saber, so we'll likely just finish that again. What is the item for him that really helps him take off?
Oh, that's the BKB.
In his position 1. I mean, past the BKB. What would the next item be after Echo Saber? So we've seen a little bit of variation.
Yeah.
And we don't see ads anymore either on this hero.
There's a couple of approaches. Sometimes I think Deso can be really good. Sometimes AC, sometimes Scotty. I would imagine he gets one of those 3 this game. There is maybe a case to be made for a Butterfly. You're playing against Ursa, Gyro, and Windranger.
Sure.
So maybe, but the Windranger's like flat out full support build. So don't think you consider her too much of a threat.
Why being spotted out here? You can see the Wukong. He's going to force out the enrage from Matu. And Secret on full retreat. So ulti for ulti. One has a considerably lower cooldown. We'll see if Secret can try to take advantage of that or not. And I mean, they have a lot of tree killing capabilities. So being on the trees in general for Ame is pretty risky this game. You got the Windranger, and the axes from Beastmaster as well.
Dire
See
are
now
scanning.
with smoke. All right, Secret looking to get active here.
Doesn't look all that likely that they find a skirmish, though. This is likely going to turn into a 5v5 with the Roar. They are thinking about going for Nothing to Say, who has already put out the wave and is on his way back into the jungle.
Radiant's
if he goes and farms this Arcan, he's probably dead, actually.
Yeah, Michelle, not quite the vision, but they see the Pulse Nova, the Vault from the Horsey. Not enough to catch up, though. The homing missile will end up connecting, but you have reinforcements from PSG LGD. The Nightmare save.
What an insane read from Nothing to Say that was. It's one thing that he avoids the gank, but he even started a little bit on the big camp before he backed off. And ran back through small.
Now we have a
Secret
full team smoke from PSG LGD.
Yeah, because now they know where Secret are. So now
they're scanned.
Yep, they're
Secret
scanned
does
out.
scan them successfully. The courier apparently didn't get the memo, but is going to be left alive, apparently.
They can follow it on the way to Zai, though.
Yeah, all right. They actually auto-attack at once, and Zai doesn't really know it. Fabian jumps in with that blade mill and the duel. This is going to lead to his first victory of the game. As the Echo Stomp does connect, but not sure if PSG LG want to pursue any further on the trees.
Radiant structures are fortified.
And a power shot again, scaring him away. So nice dual victory there for Faith Beyond.
Yeah, that looked kind of strange. It looked like Secret with that scan had figured out exactly what was coming, and they all backed off, and they still ended up having Zai a little bit stranded.
Yeah, Nothing to Say has been inhibited, but another save on the homing missile. So another Blink Dagger being built here from YapzOr, still pretty far away, but we're starting to see a lot of these core items come online.
Shannon, I gotta say,
yes,
Nightmare, one of the most satisfying abilities to use in the game.
Really?
It is so
Do you have
nice.
like a quota that like once per day you have to say that?
I'm hired by Valve.
Okay,
to make
that's
the
actually
game
a fair
look good,
point.
and
You know,
it's a good spell. I gotta say,
one of the most satisfying passives in the game is Philosopher's Stone. Boy, every second just feels so good. Nothing to Say getting some jungle time right now, but he's gonna get healed though for the meantime. Popsy and Rage. You can see the duel go off, but not a whole lot of damage to follow. It's Faith Beyond. He's able to scurry away in his pick form. They're gonna stop the Fiend's Grip in its tracks. Ame's already popped his BKB. Roche at half health.
Nice reset out from Secret here. They managed to lose absolutely nobody in that. Their Ursa was so low health when this whole thing started. LGD, are you actually going to try your luck with Roche? There's no way, right? No, they're just clearing out the pit from the Hawk.
Yep, and Rage up in 20 seconds, so Matu, of course, he does have Puppey on his team to help save. So he can play a little bit more aggressive since some of these BKBs are down for PSG LGD.
No Roar, no Reload for Secret, so any catch now for LGD is big. They don't have their saves available this time.
And Earth Splitter, which is one of the biggest things in this Roche fight, is down for a long time.
Yep. And ZQ even has no mana. He's back in base.
Yep, homing missile forcing Y back. He's going to get slowed. Trying to create as much space as possible. There's Nothing to Say getting pursued by Nisha, creating as much space as possible for Matu to get not only the Aegis, but the Shard as well. They're continuing to pursue here. Nisha, at the very least, they'll get Y. That's going to be an easy one, but looks like Nothing to Say is a little bit too fast. Jin Q in the meantime, though, Rocket Barrage is there. Trying to take out Puppey, but the juking around the trees. The high five will not be reciprocated. Jin Q into the base he goes. He's just so fast. But Matu, there's an inhibit into the kill, Cinderin. Huge inhibit play from Matu.
Love the way that Secret set all of that up. They just take full advantage of the key cooldowns on the LGD side. And they go in for the Roche simultaneously. Gyro is effectively zoning off two heroes. And the first use of Gale Force. What a beautiful caster from YapzOr.
That is a really good shard, by the way.
Yeah, it is really good.
Global ability. Man, that's, yeah.
It's one of the most satisfying spells to use in the game.
From a viewer perspective, I can't deny you that one. See the heat map here for YapzOr. Beyond jumping in with that blade mail. That's going to be a dual victory for him. As Matu working on this tier 2 top.
It is going to be a Maelstrom now for Ame. Not going for the Skadi or Deso. We'll be getting the more...
Radiant's middle tower.
I'm not sure what I want to call this, like mixed damage, a little bit more farm-heavy item. Obviously, it is amazing for his ult. There's no denying that.
Top tower has fallen.
And it is completed now, so basically more spread damage, right? If you place a good Wukongs, you do a lot of spread damage with the Maelstrom. It is pretty standard. It was one of the items I forgot to mention when I went over all the options that he had, so definitely another good choice here. In a very close game once again, but it feels like this time Secret have... There's a little more potential for winning this game. Like, it's basically neck and neck, but there's not... I don't know about you, I don't get the same feeling that, uh-oh, in 10 minutes, all hell is gonna break loose, right?
Well, because there's no Tiny.
Yeah, but it's
We've had this conversation.
It's not just that, though. It's also
the force on the They brought back into the force of the Primal Roar. Nice kill there for Secret. Easy pickoff indeed. Matu gets off the defusal. Faith Beyond just continuing to get right to the range. Connects as well. Into the piggy though. Pig pull. Will it work again? Earth shot. Couple more right clicks will suffice, but TPs are coming. As Ame, the monkey versus the bear, getting up some nice right clicks on the Matu. Alright, that's the Aegis. Down he goes inside the Wukong's command now. With that ult available, Matu has to die here. And indeed, he does. So a little bit over aggression there from Matu.
Yeah, I think it just took him way longer to chase that than he was expecting. Again, pig pull, so amazing. Just really changing things up there. Bought an extra couple of seconds, I think, for Faith Beyond. And at that point...
A month ago, that would have been a sarcastic comment.
Yeah.
And by a month ago, I mean like 3 days ago.
Yeah.
It's good stuff.
Yeah.
Thanks for joining me today.
Hell yeah.
Cinderin. This puppy's getting some farm in the jungle. In the meantime, Nisha has his Dragon Lance, is now going for Aghanim Scepter. I thought that this would have been purchased a little bit earlier, but...
Yeah, opted for the... Yeah, with the Dragon Lance, I guess you want the safety against perhaps, you know, you want a little bit more distance against Legion Commander, against Elder Titan, and most importantly, against the Monkey King Ring. It gives you more options to hit from outside that. Not to mention, of course, the stats on this item still very good. 16 agility, 12 strength is pretty good value for what you pay.
Yeah, for sure. Matu getting help from Puppy in the jungle now. We already saw the Basher, and BKB is next on the menu for him. And I feel like a lot of these fights, Cinderin, are going to come down to, I mean, it's not the most uncommon thing, but Roche is so important.
Yeah.
And I think it's more so if PSG LGD are able to deny Roche from Secret. That is the biggest deal, as opposed to, because with this entire plan in mind, we're assuming Secret's getting every Roche for the most part, right?
Yeah, it's the most likely thing. I think one of the really good things about denying Roche from Secret is then that Secret don't get it. I agree.
Jin Q, Gale Force, he's able to walk it off. Looks like, that looks like me when there's a lot of wind, just trying to waddle away.
Are you trying to win the awkward contest or what? I concede. I concede. Yeah, it is true though, in all seriousness. It's more important for LGD that Secret don't have it than that they have it themselves. It is an amazing Aegis carrier in the Leshrac, of course, but I think Secret's offensive plays in this game very much come down to Matsu's ability to play almost over-aggressively, and he needs the Aegis to be able to do that consistently in fights, so... Yeah, LGD, I have a feeling they'll try to contest the next one. Honestly, they didn't try to contest this, really. Yeah, but they didn't get enough out of the initial contest that they tried to do, and then they got punished even when they were looking at it a little bit more afterwards by Secret just playing a really good two-front play.
I mean, it's not easy. Astral Spirit with the ult from Elder Titan, and then obviously Wukong's command, which last time the Earth Splitter was on cooldown. So that was the biggest reason probably for them to concede it, as Xingqiu still working on that. 1600 from finishing that. So that'll give them the based on how many heroes it's hit.
Yep. The theme of the game here for LGD seems to be Magic Immunity, right? 2 BKB Chorus, they have to press the attack shard, they get the Elder Titan Axe. Alright.
Gale Force, Shackle immediately dispelled, but the homing missile will not be Cinderin, will not be denied its very satisfying sound of dink. Nisha. 2,000 away from Ags for himself, so that gives him the double attack essentially, which with Diffusal can be pretty strong considering, I mean, we saw, what was that, Thompson originally getting that against Bristleback in the finals of one of the TIs against Weeha when he was on Team Liquid.
Yep. The downside for Secret right now is the bad news is you've bought these 2 diffusals and they are going to fall off in value against more stat-heavy items, right? Especially when you're playing against multiple magic immunity sources, as we've already covered. A little bit of a dive bomb on the way out. Says hello to nothing to say. So looking at it just strictly from a net worth perspective, I think Secret's net worth has less value right now, unfortunately for them, against LGD Duel.
He's going to get stopped in his tracks for now. Inside that Wukong's command.
Puppy has to reload him out there on the gyro. Coming out of Nisha himself. And the right clicks from Jin-Q are nothing to be scoffed at as Zai. Stuck inside his own Gale Force here. He gets dropped. Yapser trying to get nothing to say. At the very least, he'll do so. But again, the balance strike from Ame. Nisha gets up the diffusal blade onto Ame. We have a couple buybacks from Secret. Shackle actually connects, but a huge pressure. And Ame still being pursued by this homing missile. Looks like he's good to go, though. So a couple buybacks end up being wasted here for Secret. At least they get a collateral kill here on Jin-Q. Okay, he is very fast. He is quite fast. Pops the drums, press the attack, has the spider legs. Very difficult to catch people for Secret here. And I feel like this Blink Dagger is going to be a huge deal on Zai. And he's about 100 away from getting that. Like, they have no initiation right now other than Gale Force, really. Honestly, ironically, I said it doesn't matter that Boundless Strike missed on the IO. It made a huge difference. Puppy actually managed to reset out of that a little bit and delay the fight, and Secret with the buybacks managed to somewhat salvage that, so they only lost the Ursa as their core. But just as good as that was, the disengage from LGD, that could have gone way worse with the circumstances they were in, but a good save across the board with the leading commander press, the stomp from Jin-Q to disengage. And most importantly for them, Roshan is not spawning yet. This is a 2-minute respawn. They obviously don't know this, but imagine Rosh was up right now. Secret could have maybe even looked for it with Leshrac on the sidelines, but not an option for now. As this Rosh is almost maximum respawn time, obviously being 11 minutes. I think this one respawns after like 10:40. Just looking at the clock here, 10:45.
Radiant are scanning.
So that's good news for LGD fans out there. I think they're happy with slower Rosh spawns right now because Secret's time, it's better than last game. I feel like time is running out slower, but LGD have still weathered the storm very, very well here. And I'm hard pressed in this patch in situations like this to go against Elder Titan late game. It's just incredible how big of a difference this makes. He now has the Axe and Spider Legs, so he's going to run in with haste, go on top of any enemy core and remove all of their base armor. So for Gyro, that's 27. For Ursa, it's 17. None of these heroes have any plus armor items. They're going to be literally taking pure damage from the Monkey King, from the Legion Commander, from Edict, from Elder Titan himself, who could honestly just almost solo the Gyro. So that's a very, very concerning thing that Secret have to find a way to deal with.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Now they're probably also going to have to deal with the fact that their top tower is disappearing. They will try to get one of their own bottom, which looks to be successful here for Nisha.
They're going to trade and they're going to smoke. Relocated available for Puppy here as Nisha. You can see his Agnes Scepter is nothing to say. Okay, Shackle is shot. The Gale Force to follow Zai. Trying to move for the roar. Does so successfully. Forced out into Wukong's command is placed as well. Nisha kind of stuck inside. He's taking so much damage. It's a 1 for 2. Nothing to say. It's still alive. Finally, Secret can expel that disgusting opponent. The stacks of Dota. To Jin-Q. This is going to be another kill going the way of Matu. Double kill for him. Double buyback from PSG.
Easy be like, मैं तो मारूंगा.
They want to protect the Rosh. They know that so Secret will get it for free if they don't have heroes, but I think they're still just going to get it for free. You're 5-on-3. Secret looking to invade first. It has spawned now. They didn't see that, but obviously if they've kept track of it, they know it's coming up now, and Yapsor will see it. And they're going to go for Rosh after taking this outpost, you would imagine. Really really great catch onto the Lesh. He was not expecting the smoke gank clearly. They saved him for so long, but nothing to say. That force step is clutch. And then the grip buying the space, but it means Y will die. Nothing to say. Needs to run away the entire fight. Can't fight back. Eventually does get caught and killed. And
such a long chase on nothing to say.
Aegis and Cheese going the way of Secret here.
Aegis, Cheese, and Refresher Shard actually, which I would assume goes to Beastmaster.
For sure.
So Zai with double roar. I mean, really good patience from Zai, waiting for the press the attack before getting off the roar himself. And kind of unlucky for PSG LGD that Faith Beyond wasn't really in range to. I mean, he was pretty close, but the tree line area that they were at did not allow him the cast to be able to actually get that off.
Yeah, it took him very long. Secret had an exact plan for what they were going to do there.
But आसान भी है, एक ही जन डैमेज दे रहा है और तो एनिमी में समझ मत एनिमी भी चारों जन डैमेज ही दे रहा है ना यहाँ पर
3k gold
तो वो मारेगा तो ई भी मारेगा और वो तो लाइफ स्टील करके पूरा फुल हील हो जाएगा ई मारते मारते चारों को मार सकता है
53% to 47
लेकिन मंकी किंग को मारने के लिए 500 का 500 घुसना पड़ेगा टीम सीक्रेट पर
Nisha has a double damage rune.
एक जन को मारने के लिए 5 जन को घुसना पड़ेगा
Nisha's going to kill them all off. Let's see if they've even noticed he has it. He is rocking the ball.
और बाकी लोग तो टैंकी है ना ये लोग I think लीजेंड पे टैंकी बना रही है
And he still has Aegis for 3.5 minutes. Everything online now for both respective teams. The tier 2 tower will fall. PSG LGD kind of biding their time here.
Radiant's bottom tower
I think ideally they want to try to outlast the Aegis if they can. Fighting against the Secret now is really hard. Double damage on the gyro. Sure, you've got the armlet on Lesh. Or armlet, yeah, right. Halberd.
Love to see that.
Yeah, great item. He's got the Halberd on Lesh against the Ursa primarily, but there's still the amount of damage is just going to be overwhelming with the gyro agonins. So double damage.
And going high ground won't. I mean, even with this with this. Provide a lot of space. People that try to take down these towers. He did buy it?
Yeah, he has it. So
now we're going to see the split Earths. Infinity. Oh, Gale Force is there. Nothing to say. Going to get pressed the attacked. And will live.
What a spell.
Yep. Absolutely. Split Earths continuing to decimate here. Okay. Taken out. Has the pop is in range. Nice stats resist there. As there's a save from Puppy to the other side of the cliff. Nisha just continues to go to town on this tower, and now the barracks. With that double damage like you talked about, Cinder, it's a 5 versus 4. Aegis and Cheese and Refresher Shards still on Secret's side. And with that, LGD will just give up the top barracks. So full set for Secret. That's now Butterfly picked up by Ame. It's still 2 minutes to go. There's no reason to stop. Immediately, 50 seconds till buyback from him. Alright, Nisha, force-stepped out of the Wukong's command. This is not the level 25 monkey talent. He's not quite there yet. So it is manageable for Secret, but I don't think they're going to go without Zai.
That's such an insanely fast boundless strike. Zai was going for a blink roar and got stunned right away, and then they turned it into a dual victory, and that will stop the push. But Secret probably still relatively happy. They got a full lane of barracks. They have a minute and a half left on the Aegis that they probably will end up not really getting to use in this situation.
It's about a 1 minute.
It's good value.
1 minute time window for that, technically.
It's technically possible if they set up the play right away.
But yeah, it's really hard to go high ground without getting that pick off first. So the pick off on Y provided them quite a bit. And now the neutral items are dropping, Cinder, and anything game breaking here. Got Witchbane.
Spell Prism is very good on Lefrak. Aesthetics Cap found on Puppy could also come very much in handy against some of these PSG LGD heroes like the Legion Commander. They will give Spell Prism over to Nothing to Say. So 18% CDR, 6 all stats, a lot of mana regen. The mana regen largely irrelevant here. I don't think the fights will be long enough for him to run dry, but you never know. It could happen.
Diffusals.
That is true. Against the diffusals, it could make a difference. It's going to be stunning out the Hawk here. Gale Force.
Gale Force again. Nothing to Say. Literally running in place. He's on a treadmill. Needs to work out, get some cardio here. 30 seconds with the Aegis. Nisha trying to go for this tier 3. Nothing to Say. So much damage. Nisha has to be forced after safety. They don't want to get baited in with this Aegis.
He does have the Aegis, but dying there
makes that fight really awkward.
Yeah, that could have made it really awkward. Like, we're making it sound like, okay, his death and he's not truly dead, but it would have set the scene for LGD to land all of their connective spells like Elder Titan Monkey King setup, but they do get him out of there. And Secret will go full retreat mode. I wonder what Matsu's gonna do with this Abyssal, by the way. I think honestly the best pick that Secret can find in the beginning of the fight is Bane. If Matsu can jump on him and kill him off immediately, that makes a huge difference. Obviously, Y has both a 4-step and a telescope to try to save his allies and make sure he gets off a key Fiend script. And he's the only hero that's easy to kill, really, for Secret right now. Dive bomb, yoink.
And that's assuming, I mean, he would pretty much have to use the Abyssal Blade to try to get that kill, and we're assuming that LC is not in the vicinity to dispel that.
Well, even if he presses, then there can still be a bash proc, and Matsu kills him so fast that a lot of the time he can't react in time. So, and obviously, you know, something we maybe don't talk about enough in general about Bane, Enfeeble. Very important spell. You saw it there in the Siege. He just cast it on the gyro. He loses 60% damage, 60% regen. Obviously, cast time reduction as well. So it is a pretty cool spell against Io.
Yeah, true.
That Y could make a big difference with. I think Bane, by the way, one of the highest win rate heroes of the main event. I don't remember what it was, but...
Which, that is not... That's pretty unusual for Bane.
Yep.
Usually his performances are not super noteworthy at any tournament, really.
Can't be a bit skewed because PSG LGD like the hero a lot and they win every game,
That's
except
true.
maybe this one. And they did go 2-1 against T1, of course, in the upper bracket.
Radiant's bottom tower
If
is
you're
under
just joining us,
attack.
this, of course, is the upper bracket finals best of 3. PSG LGD has the 1-0 advantage right now. They did meet in the group stage, and they did split. And that was PSG LGD's only loss in the entire group stage, was the one single game of Secret. But you noted before, that was a game where they picked Death Prophet, which they haven't had the best of success with at this tournament.
Secret
smoke from Secret.
This will be into LGD's ward. If LGD have someone here breaking the smoke, Y could get caught.
Forced out though. He's still stuck inside, but not able to reach him is Secret. Very tense now.
Very quick on the Lotus there as well, Faith Beyond.
And we won't know when the next Roche is up for another 40 seconds. As Ame is Lotus
Dire's
orbed.
middle tower is
As the
under
butterfly, he is pretty fat.
Yeah. Aesthetics cap on him as well.
Yeah, sort of.
As well. This is Romania. This is
Normally,
I have no idea where that came from. That's funny though. Pretty big item here. You're playing against some key stuns. And of course, just to recap how this works, whenever you get debuffed, you get 40% status resistance for 3 seconds, so it makes it harder for Secret to chain stun him, which is very important against especially Primal Roar, also Shackle Shot. And it's all about, for PSG LGD, it's all about getting their dispels off, right? Like getting the press the attack, getting the BKB, and then they can stand their ground.
Roche is up in 40 seconds.
With an uncharacteristic mistake there.
What's that?
He was Boundless striking the mid-wave to push at the exact same time they smoked. So smoke actually broke Boundless Strike being a physical ability.
Oh, Secret.
And this could give Secret some really good info, because now they're seeing Ame's movement.
Yeah, they do see this. They're going to de-ward is PSG LGD, so... Secret. And of course, with the vision advantage, I mean, with just having a Beastmaster on your team, it'll allow you to be able to see Roche when he actually does spawn, if they want to put somebody in there, either a Hawk or a Boar. But pretty early respawn for Roche, and this is going to be number 4 Cinder, so it's going to have Ags and Refresher Shard and Cheese, and of course Aegis to work with. So many items. 42 minutes in now. Whoa! I hear a roar, but the force staff to safety for nothing to say. That's one roar down, and again, he still has that Refresher Shard.
He used it instantly.
Oh, he used it already?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's a bit of a loss here for Secret. That could have actually played a key role in their upcoming fight, but now Zai won't have it. That could have helped them get this Roche, which has just spawned. So one roar down, like you said. Pretty big deal. So that just goes out the window.
Do you know if they saw him pop it? Was it in vision?
Oh, the shard? I'm not sure. Yeah. I'm not sure if they saw him pop the shard.
Maybe they'd be more aggressive if they did not.
I was like, yeah, they did see him pop the roar. It was literally on one of their carries.
All right, thank you. And Faith Beyond with
Into the
80
pit we
damage
go.
right now.
Nisha
into
double
the pit.
damage again.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of double damage at this whole line. Gale Force trying to create a little bit of space. You can see the save there from Faith Beyond.
And this sets up for
yeah, this is going to be very annoying to deal with. And yeah, Secret just has to get the hell out of the Roche pit.
And it's very clear what the play call is for LGD. Stall out the BB. We don't want to fight into Gyro DD. Now it's gone.
Roche just so confused. Why won't anyone kill me? Why am I getting invisibly stunned constantly?
Oh, over time, nothing to say. Could solo Roche here.
Very slowly, yes. I mean, if this was an old patch, the Monkey King, if he had Ags, he could solo it without even hitting it.
What is it that Greek myth is of the guy who needs to keep pushing up a boulder?
Montu jumps in. Why is in a lot of trouble? He gets forced at the same time. He gets the grip on as well. Montu does there. And down goes Montu. 90 seconds does have buyback though. And will expend it immediately. Wukong's command running out. There's the roar from Zai. Is there enough damage from Nisha to take out nothing to say? It's going to be close. He's getting the high ground. The power shot not going to be there in time, but Yapsor jumps in, gets the shackle, focus fire. It's still not enough damage. Nothing to say is invulnerable. Even the axes are dodged. Oh boy, Secret have to get this Roche. They have to get a pickup before going to Roche even. Montu just focusing on the kill itself. First splitter is down. Secret, they use a buyback. Very important one at that, but at least they get Roche and a bunch of items.
Yeah. That is...
We need a vac again. We need a vac.
It's going to be on Ursa, so you're going to have the lower cooldown on the Enrage, and you can use it while disabled. So Fiend's Grip essentially nullified if used correctly, Syndra.
That's a really, really big counter to Bane. Still has to... Pressure obviously stick, but it's huge for Secret to get this. They now have 2 cheeses, 1 on IO, 1 on Gyro, 2 more for pizza.
Can you cast it while you're dueled? Like, I know it won't dispel, but does it activate like the...
I don't think so. You're silenced, right? So you should be able to.
Under attack.
But yeah, that's a big one for Secret. Of course, insane that Nothing to Say from LGD manages to escape there. A little bit of miscommunication between him and Faith Beyond. They ended up layering the duels and press the attack. And that was what set up for the Roar follow-up from Zai. And by some miracle, they still got him out of there on 50 health. This is still going to be a difficult push for Secret, but obviously in a commanding position.
Yeah, that's going to be on Ursa, so you're going to have the lower cooldown itself. First bullet is down. Down goes Montu. 90 seconds does have buyback though, and will expend it immediately. Wukong's command running out. There's the roar from Zai. Is there enough damage from Nisha to take out Nothing to Say? It's going to be close. He's getting the high ground. The power shot not going to be there in time.
What the fuck was this?
Down goes Montu. 90 seconds does have buyback though, and will expend it immediately. Wukong's command running out. There's the roar from Zai. Is there enough damage from Nisha to take out Nothing to Say? It's going to be close. He's getting the high ground. The power shot. Command running out. There's the roar from Zai. Is there enough damage from Nisha to take out Nothing to Say? It's going to be close. He's getting the high ground. The power shot not going to be there in time, but Yapsor jumps in, gets the...
He obviously has the ring, and no one else is really close to anything. Elder Titan close to 20. We'll get the 100% cleave.
Okay.
That's no joke.
Okay.
Obviously also sitting on a blue dagger means that if he just gets the connection that he wants, he can kind of pick his target at any point, Jinkyu.
15k net worth for Secret. It doesn't feel like it though, does it to you? Maybe it's because they're playing LGD and they're just so crisp, but it feels really difficult to get into the racks here.
It's not an easy game to end, but Secret are definitely in a commanding position just from, like when you look at the map and how it gets played by both teams, that is clearly that there's one team that's playing ahead, but again, for me, the absolute net worth value is not equal. I feel like PSG LGD's items do a little bit more bang for your buck there. We have a refresher on Ame now as well.
Oh, wow, yeah.
So 2 subsequent rings can be placed by Monkey King, can delay and defend for a very long time, and obviously if they have any sort of strong setup, A lot of the time what you do against Monkey King is you bait out the ring and then you disengage, and that just doesn't cut it against two.
क्योंकि जो ब्रॉडकास्टर कैमरा है वो लोग वही देखता है ना। ब्रॉडकास्टर भी वही है लेकिन वो लोग ब्रॉडकास्टर सेम है।
They're just instant. The press the attacks have been absolutely on point for Faith Beyond, and Force Staffs as well. Well, Secret, that was their first attempt at getting a pickoff here. Of course, with this Aghanim Scepter on Gyro, can at least do chip damage, but the split Earths are just so annoying to deal with. I don't know how you go high ground. It's only a minute left on Aegis, and I think they might have to just wait it out, Cinderin.
Yeah.
Earth Splitter, Echo Stomp, Split Earths, Wukong's command.
I genuinely think LGD are going to smoke the moment this Aegis expires and try to find Matsu. It's a game-winning... It's their only true win condition for the foreseeable future, but it's so high impact if they pull it off that they genuinely could just potentially end the game in 2 minutes.
Right.
If they have any wave that they can connect into the enemy base within a minute, 60 seconds is more than enough for Monkey King and Lesh to take the interior tower.
That does feel very transparent. Like Secret should know that that is the win condition for LGD this game.
They definitely
expect them to play ultra passive here as the Aegis is expiring shortly.
I feel like Io should be close to the Ursa right now, just in case. But he is playing with Gyro. Secret are maximizing farm on the map, and Matsu will. For a second, he was going to show himself mid-wave here.
He doesn't have buyback, by the way. 400 gold away from that. He's just stuck in his own base. And Matsu, it's 2.5 minutes and 1,100 gold. Despite that, everybody else has buyback. But if you're Secret, yeah, there's no way you're going high ground now. Let's just go for Roche number 5, maybe 6, maybe 7, so maybe we can get double digits this game. And I believe once you get the double digits, it just drops every item in the game at once and it's up free for all, right? That's what I heard at least. Maybe in a future.
Okay.
They're gonna find the kill onto Y, but again, buybacks in tow, and yep, gem on the deck, but Faith Beyond able to recover it.
They were not ready that time with Faith Beyond. If you keep going for these quick pickoffs on Bane, eventually one is going to stick, and that one did, but... Well, the good news for Secret is it's buying time for Matsu's buyback, and they're still controlling the map, so even if they can't go high ground, this is still a good play. Not the most impactful kill, but it's more about the time rather than Bane being out of play, almost. Nothing to say. Disarm, more stuns.
I don't know what to do here. If you're Secret... Mame's going to jump in, get Force Staffs away thanks to the Hurricane Pike. And Bane, I mean, he's up at 15 anyway. Doesn't even have to expend the buyback. Gale Force just forcing it back away. All right, they jump in, but they're really retreating here.
नेशर है तो वो एक स्पेल कर देता है धातु होता रहता है कुछ और कर रहे हैं यार
decimating Secret now. Without the buybacks to work with. LGD hold big time.
Oh my god, I think with Zinq in the middle of all of them, with Earth Splitter and the full natural order, I think that Boundless Strike did pure damage to all of Secret's heroes.
That was...
Love a replay of that one. That was absolutely... It's buying time for Matsu's buyback, and they're still controlling the map. So
yes.
They jump in, but retreating here. You don't see now. Matu is going to find a kill for him. Matu is Boundless Strike! What a god! Trying to delay here. There's the fortification. And there's the buyback available if he wants to expend it.
They are going to keep going until this Ursa buys back.
Absolutely.
Radiant's middle tower.
And with this dialogue here, they go up the two comes in on the side of the game. Force it to the as well. That is a deletion of the commander. No buyback, that's a dieback. Impact Matu. Gale Force, that was a double Gale Force, I think. All this damage being applied to Monkey King. Did he get taken out? Double from GQ. LGD are doing it, Cinderin. It's a 1 for 3.
Radiant's middle barracks.
With the buyback back to Y. And this is going to be multiple racks, if not more. I've called just like that. Just one misstep from Secret and LGD capitalize.
इसका ZQ और आमे जरूर मार रहा है ZQ मार रहा है इस बार मतलब जिंक्यू डैमेज दिए जा रहा है सब तरफ। हाँ जिंक्यू MVP।
The Astral Spirit go.
हमें तो मारेगा पता है लेकिन जिंक्यू
Ace fight doesn't matter. Shine with all of that resistance removed from Secret's heroes. Man, that was a sick game. Secret played super well in this game, in my opinion. But LGD again find a way to clinch victory.
And with that victory, PSG LGD is in the grand finals of Team Secret down into the lower bracket finals. Team Spirit.
इसे वो स्टन और किए जा रहा था, वो जायरोकॉप्टर वहीं एज में खड़ा है और स्टन हो जा रहा है, एकदम एज पे था जायरोकॉप्टर।
They've lost a total of
स्टन होने का, वो स्टन हो जा रहा है।
They lost to T1.
That's one of their games.
They lost to Secret as well in the group stage.
That's two.
That 1 + 1 is 2.
That is 2. We have a
American
confirmation from
again.
Suns fan. 1 + 1 is 2,
right,
ladies and gentlemen.
With the worst outro in TI10 history, let's go to the panel.
Thank you very much, Suns fan. What was that?
I was saying, give it to us. I know we wanted to do simple arithmetic. All I know is that there is one team now waiting in the grand finals.
Yes, there is. Wait, first of all, show of hands. Who had LGD in the grand finals? Raise your hand. All right, there you go. There you have it. PSG LGD taking.
मेरा ब्रैकेट प्रेडिक्शन में था यस PSG LGD था ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में।
That Team Secret should not take it late game against PSG LGD, right?
Don't test them. I mean, to Secret's credit, they were trying to go for an early game. It's just we praise Secret for being a wall so much.
चाइना जा रहा है, चाइना के पास जा रहे हैं जी।
आई गेस इस साल खैर काफ़ी साल तक फाइनल्स और सेकंड प्लेस ये सब के बाद सेकंड प्लेस थर्ड प्लेस फाइनली PSG LGD को मिलेगा।
Advantageous position, they're totally fine with just choking you out, right? Like you described it as frustrating to play against them, but now I'm just thinking against LGD, just go for the jugular while you can, because good Gaben, at some point they're gonna beat you.
I understand why you would think that way. I personally still think like Secret had this game. I think like they misstepped in the end, and it was a poor execution in that last team fight where LGD found the perfect opening to win the game. But to me, I think if you're Secret, your takeaway from the series is LGD can bleed. They found something. I think if they look at the concept of game 2, Seb touched on it again very, very nicely. Every single team is trying to figure out how to LGD in a team fight. But I feel like even now that I sat down and I was thinking about it during the game, Zhao 8 during his when he won TI, it was a very team fight heavy meta, and it was a lot of like very early clashes and pushing on. But like this more map style, like macro game based playstyle, I think actually favors teams going up against LGD. So for me, I think from Secret's and you got to look at it positively, right? Of course, you'd never want to lose, but your takeaway from this game is like this is potentially a style that we could break them with if we get a potential rematch. So I think for Secret, I mean, I like the fact that they